Can do. Taking a look at it.
Drifting. Shooting. Desert. Short course. The one-stop shop for all your adrenaline needs.
Here we are, Drift fans, and welcome to Atlanta, Georgia. This is the Advanced Auto Parts Road to the Championship, round 3 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship, presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. I'm Jared Deanna. Joining me once again, Ryan Sage. Ryan, we've been coming here for 14 years, and it just gets better. It's like fine wine, you know. It's where the red dirt, some of the craziest fans in drifting, come to be here. It's great to see you back here again.
Well, every single year, this venue becomes a venue that we've been to the most because this is where it all started for Formula Drift 14 years ago, this historic racetrack. Beautiful facility, and it just happens to be most of the drifters' favorite track.
Yeah.
It's technical, it's complicated, it's unique in the sense that you're going in the same direction multiple times, and it just presents a lot of challenges, and that's why we love Road Atlanta.
And I like it because, you know, I want to put on a good show. That, you know, the great competition creates a good show, but again, some of these fans are just insane, and just, you know, it just packs out. Even though we saw some rain yesterday, we might potentially see some rain today. You know, don't want to curse it just yet. But, you know, we just have the making of an awesome event. So coming into here, we already have 2 rounds of the books. Traditionally, this would be round 2, but we went to Orlando first, and already there's some drivers making some names for themselves. But qualifying, top 5.
Well, we saw a really awesome qualifying yesterday. We made an adjustment to the schedule in order to get dry qualifying, and we saw right out of the gate that Alex Hilbrand continued his wonderful job that he's been doing so far this year, staying strong, focused, doing what he needs to do, certainly making himself a contender and slotting himself right into that number 5 spot.
Yeah, Alex Hilbrun, a very dynamic driver. Another driver, and we talked about him just having the most momentum coming out of last season into this season because he got back-to-back wins. Texas and Irwindale. Matt Field gets the number 4 spot.
Well, Matt Field, I think we were waiting for him to click this year. He ended last year on a tremendous amount of momentum. Didn't really carry over into Long Beach and Orlando the way that he wanted to, but seeing him qualify high gives us the idea that he's ready to come out and compete and really do what he needs to do in order to fight for that championship, which I think we all know that he can.
Yeah, keeping that composure, keeping your calm. Another driver that's been really keeping it cool. Didn't have the best showing in Orlando, but he's back. The HGK Latvian driver, Kristaps Blush, grabs the number 3 spot.
Well, we're seeing a lot of BMWs toward the top, and Kristaps Blush is known to be one of the quickest. He certainly, it's a very smoky car, and he's going to really present a lot of challenges for drivers in the top 32 and the head-to-head battles in general because of his driving ability, and the things that he can do are so diverse.
Talking about BMWs, you can't leave out Michael Essa. He won the championship in a BMW, had a couple seasons with a Camaro, now he's back. Achilles Radial, Essa Autosports BMW, number 2 qualifier.
Well, you saw right there, Michael Essa is one of the very few drivers that has more or less mastered kind of that backwards entry without reducing the speed down to a stop. And the judges are really critical about that, but Michael Essa was able to do it perfectly in qualifying. He got that number 2 spot, and you can see as he drives through his own cloud of smoke, he's got a tremendous amount of wheel speed generating from those Achilles.
Yeah, it's unreal. Well, once again, number 1 qualifier, Vaughn Gittin Jr., a veteran, one of the handful of drivers who's been coming here since 2004. And, you know, the judges say, push it where it looks scary. He's doing just that. This car is all over the place, but he puts the car in all the right places and fills the categories all the best.
Well, he said yesterday in an interview that this is his favorite track in the series. It shows right here. We took a poll of a lot of the fans, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. was voted as the number 1 qualifier, and then he went out and did just that.
Yeah, so you have our top 5 qualifiers, but there are many contenders, and the top 4 qualifiers get automatic buys from the 32 into the 16 because we have 28 cars. So it's kind of a nice thing, and that's why I think we've truly seen these drivers really step it up. A driver that stepped it up, Frederick Osbo, on the maiden voyage of his brand new Rockstar energy drink, Toyota Racing, Toyota Corolla IM. That's a mouthful, but so was this car. He comes out swinging in Long Beach, and here we are in Atlanta.
Well, you know, he may have not got the qualifying position that he wanted in order to get that by, but let's not forget he's leading the championship right now. He's had 2 good finishes, and right here at this particular track, he hasn't had the best luck in recent history, but he is leading the championship. He's got the momentum in his corner, and Osbo knows how to win a championship now, so he knows that it's going to be a long haul. You've got 8 events to deal with, and he is obviously a true contender in the series, and his team, Papadakis Racing, has done a tremendous job in getting that car up to spec and up to speed very, very quickly.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the footage here. Him and Vaughn Gittin Jr., Orlando, him and Essa, and then eventually Frederick Osbo, the Norwegian Hammer, does get that top spot in Orlando. But, you know, Frederick Osbo, you know, some people are scratching their heads at this hatchback, but Papadakis Racing, they have a lot of history in racing in general, but also drifting. You got to think they have 2 championships with Tanner Faust. They have a championship with Osbo. But another champion that's made his way back here after a 7-year hiatus, that's James Dean. James Dean, the Irish, the truth. He is back, and he is looking strong, of course, in Long Beach. Didn't have the best showing in Orlando. How do you think he's going to fare here, Ryan?
Did not have the best showing in Orlando, but he lost against probably the best chase run that we've seen in recent history, and especially this year against Jonathan Castro. Here's a driver that has come into this 2017 season with probably equal amount of hype as Daigo Saito in his maiden voyage, and he came out and proved it with results right out of the gate, qualifying number 2 in Long Beach, being dominant through that very challenging and technical course that he hasn't drifted on in 7 years, and then putting himself in a position to win that event. Now, Orlando, he had a little bit of a setback. It looks like he had a few challenges in qualifying yesterday, but everybody's eyes are still on him to see how he's going to perform in this 2017 season.
We're only 2 rounds in, yet we're only 2 rounds in. So let's take a look at the standings overall. We talked about our 1 and 2, but here we have it.
Yeah, you can see following James Dean, we've got Ryan Turk, who's had a phenomenal season thus far. Essa with that podium finish in Orlando bumps himself up into 4th, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. holding steady at 5th.
And then Dean Carnage Carney in 6th. Alex Hilbrun, we talked about him. He qualified well. He's sitting in 7th. Dio Ishihara, a former Formula 2 champion. He's had some success here at Atlanta. Odi Bakshis, and last but not least, our 3-time and defending champion, Chris the Force Forsberg. Well, we look about the standings. We talked about qualifying. But let's take a different perspective with our Advanced Auto Parts course preview with Ryan Turk.
All right, just getting some supplies for the team. here at Road Atlanta. Big thanks to Advanced Auto Parts. This is actually the Advanced Auto Parts Road to the Championship at Road Atlanta, Formula Drift. This is actually one of the most unique tracks we have in the calendar. There's elevation changes to it. We're on a road course. Take you on a lap at Road Atlanta. You shoot down this long hill into a left-hander, long handbrake. First inner clip, you transition back, and you're going to be going uphill. So when you transition, you don't want to throw it to a ton of angle because you got to keep your momentum up to gas it up this hill. So you want to stay on the outside, coming up the hill as far as possible. Now it's blind as you come up and have to get eyes on the outside clipping zone where the judges are. And that's pretty crucial coming into the keyhole right there. So as soon as you come up over the hill, you want to be ready to get on the brakes and slow down and get ready for that outside zone near the judges. You nail that, you go back to the inside for an inside clip coming out of the keyhole. And then you transition back, and now you're backtracking at this point where you started. And it's a nice sweeper where you can just float a ton of angle, floor it. That's where you're going to get the crowd pumped up, a ton of smoke going on. And you transition one more time back to the finish line, floor it on the exit, and back up the hill. That's a lap around Road Atlanta.
All right, now that we've taken a look at the track, let's get into the judging criteria for today with Judge Ryan Lantain. Now, Ryan, yesterday we had qualifying. Today we're mixing it up. It's the main competition, head-to-head format. Break down what we're expected to see here today.
So the drivers are going to compete in elimination rounds. They're going to be head-to-head battles. They're going to consist of 2 runs each. The higher qualifier is going to lead first, and the chase is going to lead second. Then we're going to determine a winner. If we can't determine a winner, we will call it one more time.
Now, every event you guys give the drivers in the drivers meeting and also the fans a look at the track map and the way that you guys break it down with the points allocation. Let's take a look at the track map and just give us some key points to take a look at, especially with the green and red lines and what those mean.
Yeah, the green and red lines, that's your Excel-decel map. So this is where the chase drivers can expect the lead driver to either be on throttle or maintaining pace. Or accelerating, or slowing down, either by braking or by using the handbrake, or just by using the angle of the vehicle to slow it down. So we have 5 areas that are important for each driver to achieve in the lead position. And you can see them there, inside clip 1, outside zone 1, outside zone 2, inside clip 2, and then inside clip 3 on the way off the track.
So something that's become really important in recent history is this adoption of the chicane and the lanes. We've seen things happen in the past where drivers will get strikes. Give us an idea of what we can expect from the chicane and the lanes and what you guys are looking for as judges.
So you just saw the car on the left there, which would be the lead car, going through the chicane. That car needs to navigate through those tight cones, and that is, in effect, there to slow him down a little bit so that the chase car has a better opportunity to achieve and maintain angle right up to the initiation point. So they can't hit the cones when they go through there. They have to leave when the light goes off, and they can't leave before it in the chase and the lead position, I mean. But the chase car can leave whenever they want to achieve that proximity that they need.
And you've also painted red hash marks down the right-hand side of the track. From our perspective, what are those for?
So those are there to denote the initiation lanes. So the lead driver can initiate anywhere within that lane. And the chase driver, if they want to initiate next to the lead driver, can't cross over that lane either. That gives the lead driver the opportunity to do whatever initiation it is that they want to do. The chase driver, if they want to cross over, they have to be behind the lead car, which is totally legal. Their front bumper just can't surpass the back bumper of the lead car.
Now, speaking of lead and chase driver and their responsibilities, the lead driver has a specific set of responsibilities, and so does the chase driver. But let's first start with the lead.
The lead, we want to run as close to a 100-point qualifying run as possible. So in this case, if you want to get the highest qualifying score would be Vaughn Gittin Jr. They're trying to emulate what Vaughn did yesterday in his qualifying lap. They want to run a chaseable lead run, which means no big slowdowns, no stalls that we call them, areas on the track where they would slow down significantly, which aren't on the slowdown map. And we want them to be at full angle, full throttle, full commitment all the way through the track.
And the chase driver responsibilities and goals?
So the chase driver is to mimic that lead driver. He's to follow where that lead driver goes on the track. You want to mimic the transitions, where they do them and how they do them, how quickly they do them. And they got to match the angle all the way through the course. So they're basically trying to mirror that lead driver, even if the lead driver goes slightly offline.
Now, sometimes drifting can be a little bit counterintuitive compared to the real world. If you rear end somebody on the freeway, you're going to be at fault. But in drifting, you can have what we call an unchaseable lead.
Yes.
What is an unchaseable lead?
So if you're driving offline, you've got tires off track, you're slowing down, like I was just saying, in areas where you're not supposed to, where you're expected to be maintaining or accelerating in those areas. If you're making a lot of mistakes on track, it's going to be really difficult, in some cases impossible, for a chase car to follow something like that, and we would consider that an unchaseable lead run.
Now, as far as style is concerned, it's something that we implement not only in qualifying, but you guys are looking at it in terms of the 3 things that it represents. What is style in the head-to-head matchups?
So if you were watching qualifying yesterday, you would have heard us talk about IFC, which is initiation, fluidity, and commitment. So the initiation needs to be done by the latest initiation point, which is the 1 cone that you can see coming down the hill towards the initiation area. It has to be quick to angle, and it has to be smooth. Fluidity refers to how smooth the car looks as it flows through the entire course. How settled does the car look? And you can tell when a run looks settled or it doesn't. And then the commitment side is, are the drivers using their momentum and speed to get them to outside zones, to the edge of the tracks, making it look like they might go off course, but then they don't. So it has to look a little risky.
Now, finally, we have incompletes in the head-to-head matchups, as we do in qualifying. Some are similar, and there's also a few additional, so tell us what those are.
Right, so a few that are the same. You'd have spinning out, which is the same as qualifying, so if you completely lose control. Drifting in the opposite direction that you should be in any particular spot on the track, that would be an incomplete as well. The other thing that transfers over from qualifying is anything latchable that opens. Hood, hatch, trunk, doors, anything like that opens during a tandem run. On top of that, in tandem, we have any unsportsmanlike conduct that occurs from either driver on the track that we would deem unsportsmanlike, and of course an inactive chase would also be considered an incomplete. So if the lead car incompleted on his first run and is now going to be in the lead, the chase car might say, you know what, I'm comfortable. I don't have to chase really close because he had an incomplete on his previous run, so I'm going to lay back and take it easy. If we see a driver doing that, we can consider that an incomplete. All
right, well, Ryan Lantain breaking down the judging criteria, the track, and everything else we need to know when we come back from this break. It's going to be the top 32 at the Advance Auto Parts Road to the Championship here at Road Atlanta.
This presentation of Formula Drift has been brought to you by Blackview, Over the Cloud, Nexen Tire, Driving Tomorrow, Nitto Tire, fueled by enthusiasts. Advance Auto Parts, let's get you back on the road.
You know, at Advance Auto Parts, we have some of the most knowledgeable and helpful people working in our stores. We just thought you should know. Because buying online and picking up your part at the local Advance Auto Parts store is so easy that, well, the most they may get to say to you is, "Hi, here's your part." It's a shame, really. Buy online, pick up in store in 30 minutes. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
And here we are live now here, and quite a contrast from our show opening, which we actually do record prior just to make sure we get all the kind of cross our T's and dot our I's. So it's wet. It's officially wet. So in between when we shot that open and Ryan Lantain and you and I were talking, Ryan, we saw a considerable amount of rain. But fortunately, you took a look at the broadcast. What did you see? Or excuse me, the the weather forecast.
Yeah, it looks like it's kind of meandering around the area, but obviously it's going to be, at least the conditions will be wet on track for the remaining little bit here. As far as I can tell, that there's still some lingering showers potentially coming, but we've basically introduced an exogenous shock into the top 32, which makes things very, very interesting, and certainly is not going to be consistent with what we saw in qualifying yesterday, where we had dry conditions all the way through, and what we thought was going to be a wet Pro 2 ended up being a dry Pro 2. So this is actually our first dose of a track that's got some pretty wet conditions. Right now it's not really coming down like it was a few moments ago, but certainly it will take some time to dry. Even if it stays dry at this particular moment, it'll take a few runs for it to get super dry.
Yeah, if no moisture comes from the sky, it's still going to maintain slickness. So Vaughn Gittin Jr., he has a solo run. He has a bye run. He's your #1 qualifier alongside 3 other drivers. So the top 4 qualifiers are going to have a bye run, meaning they'll advance automatically into the top 16 without having to do competition in the 32. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. shaking it out here again on his bye run, advancing him on into the top 16. So Vaughn is your #1 qualifier. It's wet, but we're going to continue as these cars will make some steam. Vaughn Gittin Jr., #1 qualifier, former Formula Drift champion, as Monster Energy Nitto Tire Ford Mustang. As you can see, really crawling through, but it's going to get pretty hairy here.
And one thing, Jared, that I think will be important to note, especially for fans on site here, but also for fans watching on the live stream broadcast, is we are going to allow each set of drivers to do a kind of a more or less a reconnaissance lap as the conditions change, just to make sure that we get the best possible competition. So what you'll see is each driver in these head-to-head competition tandem matchups go out, do one lap together, just to feel the course conditions, to see if it's changed from lap to lap, and then they'll go back and actually do their run 1 and run 2.
Okay, so thank you for elaborating that on more. So our first battle, and it's going to be a wet one, Matt Kaufman, Pat Gooden. So Matt Kaufman, the Ford V8 under the hood of his S13, Pat Gooden with his turbocharged LS, the Huddy Racing Pennzoil Black Magic S13. Matt Kaufman, the Kaufman Racing 959. Machine is built for war, and so again, this is a reconnaissance run as it's been deemed. So go through the course, see how it feels, given the conditions, and then they will recalibrate up top. So as you can see, there's a lot of moisture down there. Into turn 1. Kaufman rips back up the hill. Pat Gooden just shaking it out, seeing what's going on here. Now, both these guys, Kaufman from Oregon, he's driven in the wet. Pat Gooden from Florida, he's driven in the wet as well, but not particularly here at Road Atlanta. This track is very fickle, very interesting. Let's see how aggressive or tentative they'll be out of the gate. Kaufman will lead. He qualified 16th. Pat Gooden qualified 17th, so fairly equally matched when it comes down to what they did yesterday in the dry. Hashtag FDATL. Let everyone know you're watching. We are live. You can download the app as well. So Matt Kaufman warms up his tires and pulls up to the start line. Now Pat Gooden will do the same, and we will bring them up here for our first battle in the wet. Matt Field qualified 4th. He has a bye run. Michael Essa qualified 2nd, and Christophe Bluch qualified 3rd. All 4 of those drivers, including who you just saw, Vaughn Gittin Jr., advance on the top 16. They will have their bye run. All right, so we're ready to go. So let's see what kind of action unfolds here for our first official battle in an all-wet track here. Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. Little sun hitting the track. Hopefully we can dry it out sooner than later. And here comes Kaufman into that first front clipping point. Here lifting off the throttle, but keeps it. Now they do change it to a wet layout as they are not requiring them to get all the way out to the rumble strip. Kaufman does that. Nice job getting into there. You see big angle from Kaufman. Now Pat Gooden, good composure from Gooden. He takes out that front clip, exiting now out of the horseshoe. Kaufman, great angle there as he keeps it through. And Gooden looking like he wants to eat some cones, a couple of them, so there it is. So the sun comes out now. It's going to get pretty steamy here in just a little bit.
Well, I think it's going to be all about the initiation on these wet conditions, really setting yourself up to try to hit this inside clip with the right timing and not head into the kitty litter. And we're going to be able to kind of see this more in slow motion, so you're going to see some of the mistakes. But we'll bring Ryan in here as soon as he gets done taking a look at this replay and talk a little bit about what transpired in the drivers' meeting. In particular, one of the things that was noted was what the judges were going to allow in terms of coming up the hill to outer zone 1 and outer zone 2. So Ryan, can you elaborate a little bit on what you guys changed from the dry course layout to the wet course layout?
Basically, we're allowing them to not get on the rumble strip coming up the hill and outside zone 1. If you've ever walked on a painted surface when it's wet, you'll know that it's really, really slippery. And we've seen drivers actually in practice get on that rumble strip while it was wet, and they spin out at an incredible rate. It's really fast. So we just told them they don't have to get on the rumble strip while we're in wet mode here. As soon as it dries up, we'll get back to the traditional layout, if you will.
They don't have to. It's not a deduction if they don't. If they do, that's fine as well.
Yeah, if they can get their tire on there and not spin, then that's kudos to them. But we're not forcing them to get on it.
Here we go. Pat Gooden out front. Matt Kaufman in the chase position. Pat Gooden throwing it in, as you talked about, Ryan. Looks like he gets out to that rumble strip, tight to the front. Matt Kaufman right into the mix of that S13. Now Pat Gooden. We're seeing some steam come off the back. Oh, Matt Kaufman lunges forward. Look at that. Having some fun here in the wet. Kaufman and Gooden making it exciting here. Definitely a slower MPH, but still keeping great composure, good angle. Now back up the hill. And there is Gooden and Kaufman, with both of them completing their runs.
Well, Jared, one of the things you're going to notice right out of the gate here, as opposed to Pat Gooden on his chase, is you can see Matt Kaufman is going to tuck up on the inside. Gooden went a little bit wide, didn't stay on the inside during that inside clip there, and I think that that's going to be advantage to Kaufman on that section of the run. Now, as we come up the hill here, you're going to see both drivers come into the horseshoe. Kaufman surges forward. He has to make a slight correction, but he's certainly going to get some bonus points there for maintaining an aggressive nature as he transitions down the hill here. Now you can see Gooden out front. Good angle by Gooden. Very smooth as he comes through kind of on a middle high line through this last inside clip here, but Kaufman not letting him get away, so good job by both drivers here as we wrap up run number 2.
All right, so our judges are taking a look. Pat Gooden, Matt Kaufman, slide him left for Gooden, right for Matt Kaufman, and there it is. Matt Kaufman unanimously gets the win, taking out Pat Gooden. So Kaufman advances on. Matt Kaufman advances on from Medford, Oregon, as we are going to see our next battle. But before that, Lorette Nickel caught up with our defending champion Chris Forsberg and talking about these crazy conditions here in Atlanta.
Chris Forsberg and I were talking about this stupid rain that keeps coming down and stopping. So, Chris, how is this going to affect you guys?
Well, yeah, the rain is it's always a mystery. It's a variable. And the biggest thing for us is if it's going to rain, we want it to come down and stay wet. And what happened to us, what's about to happen to us now, and what did happen to us yesterday in qualifying, is we get like a full track wet down, then it stops. And so you get these dry patches. Some of the sections of the track dry faster than others. The racing line dries out faster, so if you go a little wide, you get loose. And essentially on our second qualifying lap, I was one of the guys that had to run a wet, dry track. And so while I'm trying to compensate for the car over-rotating and starting to understeer and throttle and e-brake to maintain angle, I broke the rear differential because you're going from 80 miles an hour to 0 to 80 to 0, and you're just really shocking the drivetrain in those conditions, and that's what snapped our differential.
And where is it now? Is it fixed?
Oh yeah, we're 100%. We have a spare diff. We went back, fixed it, and we got back out for practice last night even and did full wet practice. And we're right now set up for rain because we're still drizzling, but time will tell on if we have to go back to a dry setup.
Chris, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Guys?
For drizzle.
Chris
Snoop Dogg's here. So as Alec Honadell and Juha Rintanen, you saw them have their recon lap, and now they will pull up to the start line. It's getting just seeing all the seasons here today. Again, it was really cool this morning, seeing the rain. Now the sun is out, and as Chris mentioned, the sun could really dry different spots of the track. Even seeing Alec Honadell stepping out, looked like it gripped up pretty quick.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the track surface is very similar in terms of the type of asphalt that's laid down, but in terms of how it dries at different times, certainly can have an impact.
Here we go. Alec Honadell, Juha Rintanen. Our second battle here in the top 16. Honadell initiates. Juha in the chase, and they wrap around that first front clip. You can see Honadell. Smooth transition into the first outer zone, and now into the second, into the keyhole. Juha Rintanen, you see him gain some proximity, kind of overshooting there, letting a wide swing out there, and that's going to allow Alec Honadell to pull away. And Honadell heads back up the hill. Whoa, and Juha getting into the dirt. And we saw that could cause some havoc. We saw that yesterday with a couple cars going off.
Yeah, for sure. Pro 2, we saw a few cars go off there, so you got to finish strong. Honadell, once again, talking about this initiation, I think it's going to be so important, especially getting the timing right, not to head in that kitty litter. You can see Honadell does a great job there. Juha Rintanen falling behind a little bit. Like to see a little bit more angle on the car from Honadell coming up the hill. Tries to reach out to this zone. He comes up a tiny, tiny bit short, but is able to at least fill it more than 3/4 of the way. Now as we come back down the hill here, you can see Juha has a tiny bit of a mistake through that transition. Right there, Honadell pushes a little bit wide in that last corner, but he's able to recapture that final inside clip. And then right there, Juha narrowly goes off course, but is able to throttle through the finish line. So now they'll switch it up. Juha Rintanen goes to the lead position, and Alec Honadell will chase him down.
All right, let's see who is going to be. I mean, I think this really, Ryan, would you say it comes down to the chase and how dynamic you make the chase, or you're just keeping it together?
Definitely want to keep it together, but I think because it's so much slower, the judges are able to notice all the little mistakes a lot easier. When it's very, very fast and they have to really look at replays, it's not as challenging to see the mistakes and when it's basically in slow motion.
Yeah, that's you took the words out of my mouth. I was going to use the word slow motion. Here we go. So Juha Rintanen, but I mean the driving prowess still keeping the composure. Juha, and that's what we were just talking about. So with Juha re-entering, getting off course. Whoa. Okay. All right. So Ryan, what I truly assume is going to happen here with that would be an incomplete run there, unfortunately for Juha Rintanen.
Yeah, as we let this run expire here, hope we don't see any unnecessary wrecks because Honadell and his spotter should know that that was a pretty clear case of an incomplete from Juha Rintanen in the lead position. We'll take a look at it again, but it was certainly opposite drift from Juha. And when we have an incomplete in the lead position, that essentially finalizes the run right there. You're going to see Juha right here is going to have a big understeer, kind of an opposite drift for a second there. Comes back on course. I believe that met the standard for an incomplete, and it looks like all the judges are shaking their heads as well. So the run will be done at that point. It'll be an incomplete for Juha Rintanen, and it should be an advancement on into the top 16 for Alec Honadell.
All right, here we go. Juha Rintanen, Alec Honadell. Slide them left for Juha, but they do go right for Alec Honadell. Alec Honadell lives to see another day. So Justin Pollock, Jeff Jones, claiming hard. What do we got here? Battle of the Jays, but we're going to see some. Okay, so JTP, Justin Pollock taking his recon lap, seeing how this track is. Jeff Jones is skipping his reconnaissance lap. He's just going to go for it.
He's like, nah, don't need it, guys.
I'm good. Watch this. But you know, in all honesty, he might be saving his car. You know, might not be 100%, or you know, I don't know. Maybe he's got some special trickery up his sleeve.
Mind games.
So JTP, Justin Pollock, his Falcon Tires, Roush Performance, Ford Mustang. So Jeff Jones, you can see him at the top of the hill. Again, he forgoes his reconnaissance run and decides to stay at the top of the hill. He's going to do battle with Justin Pollock, and Pollock qualified 9th compared to Jeff Jones 24th. So you can see Jones warming up his tires, and Pollock will turn it around. He will lead. And there is Jones now to the start line. And Pollock as well. Next round of competition for the Formula Drift Championship, New Jersey. We're heading up east. Up northeast, I should say. And here we go. Pollock and Jones. Let's see how this Mustang can handle the lead. And Jeff Jones, without that reconnaissance run, is not going to end up helping him or hurting him. You got to wonder why he skipped that. Oh, and Pollock now goes and slides into the kitty litter. So, unfortunately for Justin Pollock, looks like that will be, again, all she wrote for Justin Pollock on that incomplete run. That is just an unfortunate turn of events, and that's the variable that the rain plays.
Yeah.
Just plays spoiler.
Yeah, you're never excited about a rainy competition, especially when you've got 1,000 horsepower vehicles that can do so much on this amazing track. But here, as you see Justin approaching here, he's just going to get a little bit too hot coming into this first corner. He's got some big angle on the car, but you can see he overshoots that first inside clip. And now at this point, we know exactly what Jeff Jones needs to do. He would have to himself, or rather we know what Justin needs to do. It would require that Jones would receive an incomplete on his run. And as a lead driver, I think the biggest area where that could play a role, is, like we said, is on initiation. So he did not take his reconnaissance lap, but he was obviously able to manage through his chase run. Now can he do it in the lead?
Yeah, just overcooked it. And ends up in the kitty litter, so we'll get that cleaned up. So now Jeff Jones is out front. And that's just unfortunate for Justin Pollock, but Jeff Jones looks like got a nice little break there and might ended up playing out to his favor for whatever reason. The track is clear. Yeah, it is getting warm for sure. And here we go. Jeff Jones out front. Justin Pollock with that mistake there on his first run. What is going to happen now here? Send it for Dale, buddy. Nice. Here comes Jones. Can he make it past that point of no return? And he does. So Jeff Jones keeps it where the rubber meets the wet road. Look at Pollock throwing out some nasty angle. Well, I'll tell you what, we're seeing some smoke. That's a sign. That is a great sign that the track is drying out in some portions of the track. But you gotta remember, that is basically the valley right there at that first clipping point. Oh, and Jones and Pollock get into it. Shred that back bumper off, but Jeff Jones keeps it together. So, I mean, unfortunately for Pollock, he had that mistake, but fortunately for Jeff Jones, Pollock had that mistake.
Well, let's take a look at this again here. We know what needs to happen in order to force it one more time. It's going to be a big disappointment here for Justin Pollock because Jones out front takes a very calculated approach here, comes up the hill. You can see he's doing what he needs to do as the lead driver, just needs to manage to get through the course. You can see he's going to cut this line very, very tight there. He's certainly flirting with disaster. You don't want to go off course there or straighten out, but the judges do want to see you fill that outer zone, but it wouldn't obviously give you an incomplete if you did. And then you can see right here as Pollock surges forward, he makes contact with Jones. Jones stays in it there, bumper flies off, and the run is over.
All right, so as we wait for the results, Jeff Jones and Justin Pollock. And slide him left for Jones, right for Pollock. And Jeff Jones gets the win unanimously. Jeff Jones advances on to the top 16. Justin Pollock and his Roush Performance Falcon Tires Ford Mustang is knocked out of the 32. So Laurent Nickel caught up with Odie Bakshi. He's a contender for the championship this year for sure. He had some issues yesterday that Laurent and him spoke about.
Hey guys, thank you so much. Odie Bakchis, unfortunately, you are struggling with some power steering issues. How are you going to work through that?
Well, you know, it was feeling kind of weird during qualifying, and, you know, we made the executive decision not to attack it because we don't have time. But we got to sort it out. You know, there's a few items to address, and we addressed more than those items to just be 100% sure, and it's feeling great right now. So. Okay. It was definitely shaky during qualifying, man, going 100 miles an hour and not really being certain how the car is going to react. So got through that just fine, and, you know, now I couldn't be happier that it's feeling better. So
what does that do to your confidence?
It's a challenge, so it's kind of cool, but it's just unnecessary kind of, you know, unnecessary items to think about. So that's not fun. You always want to just concentrate on, you know, your muscle memory and the line, instead of, hey, this or that mechanical part of the car. So it was a little challenging during qualifying, but we got through it, no problem.
I have to ask you about the subframe that you found in the Georgia woods. Can you tell us that story?
Yeah, so in Orlando, we had an incident with the wall, and it bent and damaged my front subframe on this car. My buddy that lives out here, he made some phone calls, and someone came through with a subframe. Unfortunately, it was on their property, somewhere in the very back in the woods, so we had to go out at night and find that thing, and we did, and we dug it up and washed it like 10 times because it's been there for 3 years, and, you know, did some work on it, and now it is in my car. So we're in Georgia, in Atlanta, and I got a subframe somewhere from the woods out in Atlanta in my car. So yeah, it's kind of fitting.
That's a lot of confidence to put into a part that you're bolting the control arms, the engine, the tires on. Does that make you nervous?
No, I mean, we were very diligent about getting the part and cleaning it, and then we actually did some cutting, welding, like do all the mods that I do. These cars are early 90s cars. You can't go to the dealer and get these parts anymore. So sometimes you get into adventures hunting for some of these parts, you know, so it was fun, and I'm just glad, you know, everyone came through kind of in this area, and we got actually a lot of phone calls about, hey, I got this part, that part if you need it. So it was just a fun week kind of putting this thing back together with some adventures like the subframe hunting.
Odie, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys.
All right, so as you can see, Matt Field, this is a bye run. He was your number 4 qualifier yesterday. That means as we have a top 28, that means the top 4 drivers advance on, top 28. Matt Field will now again take his bye run, and he'll advance on to the top 16 in his Falcon Tires Vectasia Black Tracks S14.5. You can see him shimmying there. But like I said, Ryan, you're seeing some smoke. You're starting to see some smoke both there on initiation. And watch right here. Look, as they're tearing it up into the keyhole and the horseshoe, we're starting to see some smoke.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it exactly from Chris's interview. The track is drying at different areas at different times, but now we're starting to see some smoke kick up, and it's really exciting that the sun is out here. Looking at the radar, you know, the clouds and the rain are still kind of around us, but sometimes Road Atlanta has this ability where it kind of forces the moisture around us. But and if we do get through this without any more moisture, that'll be great, and we'll be able to see some, some really awesome battles for the remainder of the top 32. But right now, it's still a little bit slick, but it's certainly drying out. All right, so yeah, I kind of got pumped there, seeing Matt Field finish out and heading back to that final clipping point. So again, the top 28, that is correct. As now we are seeing Matt Field advance on. We are just 5 battles into the top 16. And next up, Ryan, you're taking a look at this matchup. You got, Ken Gucci, the OG original Gucci, and then James Dean. You're saying, man, this is going to be a heartbreaker for one of the guys. Well, high stakes, no matter what. You've got Gucci, trying to make a push for championship. Wants to come back from that strong year that he had a couple years ago. And James Dean, obviously, making a big statement in Long Beach. Another big statement in Orlando, getting taken out by Castro, but still putting on an incredible battle there. And wants to come back strong here. He's sitting right at number 2 in points right now. So he's got a lot to lose here, as does Gucci.
Okay, so we saw them warm up the tires. This is a recon lap, but Ryan, you can even see just looking down the hill, but the water really seems to collect. You can still see, you know, dry patches coming down. Here comes James Dean. He's coming in hot. Now he's from Ireland. He has a lot of wet driving experience. So you know, but right there you can see it kicking up.
Yeah, we're starting to see the drivers get a bit more aggressive here, and every time the drivers go through and lay down another layer of rubber, it's potentially going to get grippier in those areas where rubber is actually able to be laid down and drivers aren't just kind of skidding over it or sliding through it. But you know, that initiation, you can see some of the dry patches there, but I think you made a good point here after inside clip 1. Still a little bit slick there, and that is where we saw JTP go off. So certainly have to exercise some caution and not get too aggressive on initiation, but you don't want to be under aggressive and not be able to make that first inside clip.
It's, I mean, would you say it's which, you know, if you're a driver here in these conditions right now, do you want to be in the lead position first or the chase position first?
Ooh,
right? It's kind of tough. Because if you're the lead car and you kind of overcook it, or if you're the chase car and you're expecting that lead car to kind of go in too hard, I mean, I would probably say I'd prefer to be
chase.
the lead car.
Oh, you would?
You'd go chase?
I was going to say chase. You know, I would have let the first guy make the mistake.
I mean, but then again, you could get completely dusted if you, you know, this is just such an unpredictable surface right now, and it's just changing with every moment because if you're not here in the building at Road Atlanta, it is quite steamy. It is a dead calm. There's hardly any wind. And the sun is out, and the water is still on the track. But here we go. James Dean, Ken Gucci. James Dean initiates into that first front clip. Ken Gucci transitions, coming up the hill, getting into the red dirt. Now James Dean pulling away. We're seeing some smoke here coming off of that Long Beach Round 1 winner's vehicle. Dean out of the horseshoe. Ken Gucci now flicks it around. We're seeing a lot more smoke here, but now back to that valley where the water's collecting. Gucci and Dean, and there goes Gucci rotating.
Well, the Goose was definitely getting very aggressive here. Watch right on initiation. You can see Dean does a great job there getting an early initiation. Big e-brake pull, but Gucci stays on the inside here. Now it gives him good positioning as he's going to try to take some away right here. He's going to go off course for a little bit, but he's going to really try to close the door as he wraps around this horseshoe here. Tucks up on the inside. Dean comes in. Nice job on that that second inside clip rather. Then Gucci here again on the inside attacking here. Then he's really going to push right through here. Nearly makes contact, and then right there you can see not able to finish through the finish line. Those two orange cones, those two standing orange cones are the finish line. The judges want to see you drift through there, so we'll have to see how the judges interpret that. I see all of them taking their notes right now for an evaluation of that run number 1, and now the drivers will switch it up. Ken Gucci goes to the lead. James Dean will chase him down.
Ken Gucci will lead. James Dean will give chase. But as we saw right there in the valley of that first and last front clipping point, still a considerable amount of water collecting there, or just at minimum, it is still slick. We are live here if you're just tuning in. Let everybody know, hashtag FDATL. We are live here at Top 32. And away they go. So here comes Goosh out front. OG down in that Gretty Performance, Nexen Tires. Toyota Racing, Toyota 86. Past the front clip, nice job. Early smoke kicking off, James Dean. James Dean, you see it massaging it into there. Gucci not getting all the way to the outside zone. Seeing a considerable amount of smoke by comparison. If you can recall that first run, Gucci now turning it up. Big angle once again from Gucci as he brings it around. That's what he wanted to do for sure on that first run. But run, I really think comes down to you know, Gucci and that chase run was, you know, were those mistakes that big to kind of offset?
Well, we'll have to see how the judges interpret that, how they saw that happened there. But let's take a look at this run in particular here. Gucci gets out. Nice job as the lead driver here. Dean starting to close the door here. Gucci, like to see him get out a little bit deeper to that outside zone number 2 there. Nice and tight here as Dean closes the door, wraps around, going down the hill here. Good job by Gucci grabbing that corner, and then right here Dean's going to fall off for a little bit, and watch, he's going to kind of straighten out a little bit there before the finish line. Not as aggressive as what happened with Gucci, but once again, this is run number 1 here. Now you're going to see as both drivers come down the hill, Gushi's going to really push hard, try to be very aggressive against Dean. And we thought maybe there was going to be some, and there actually was contact right there. So that's pretty interesting, and that is probably what forced kind of the spin out there before the finish line from Ken Gushi. So let's bring in Ryan Lantane and see if he can give us a little bit of insight to the overall run there between James Dean and Ken Gushi.
Looked like, am I on?
Yep.
All right. Gushi definitely had better proximity when he was chasing, but he did have that error where he tapped into the back of Dean on the way down the hill. So when it comes to the duration of proximity, I think that Gushi did a better job, but he did make a mistake while doing so. He got in there a little bit too aggressively and ran into the back of him. So Dean did a really good job at outside zone 2 when he was leading, whereas Ken was not as deep in outside zone 2. So when you're looking at lead to lead, Dean might have had an advantage on the lead side of things in that area.
Okay, so Gushi and Dean, slide him left for Gushi, slide him right for James Dean. Ryan, Brian, and Andy going to the judges. Ryan says James Dean. Andy says one more time, and Brian Eggert says James Dean gets the victory. James Dean advances on, our winner from round 1 and a contender in the top 5 right now in points. Advances on the top 16. Big, unfortunate turn of events there for Ken Gushi. You know, that's just, it is what it is, right? I mean, how critical is a spotter for our drivers at this point?
I think very critical. I mean, being able to tell your driver objectively what happened from an outside perspective, from a third-person perspective, is extremely important. You know, as a driver, you have the perspective inside the car. You don't really know exactly how the other driver is doing, especially if they're chasing you down and you're focusing just on your lead run. So it's really important for your spotter to be able to relay information and give you an assessment of not only what the judges are saying here in the booth or what we're saying, or if there are any official calls, like if there was a collision and who's at fault, things like that, but also if the driver made a number of mistakes, and you can tell your driver, depending on what your working relationship with them, if they want to know everything or maybe they don't want to know a lot, they just want them to drive 100% every time. So yes, spotters are extremely important.
Yeah, sometimes the shut up and let me drive situation, sometimes it's like, what is going on out there, you know? But I mean, I would say it's really critical because you could still see, you know, coming downhill, they don't hit that right side or to our right as we're looking at it, but you can still see a puddle there. So that means there's a lot of water collecting there on that on the clipping point number 1. So, you know, watch it there, but then it's dry. I would say through the rest of the course, you're seeing as much smoke coming off of these vehicles, or at least drier from what we saw from our first battle of Kaufman and Gooden. Alex Hilbrun, Robbie Nishida. Nishida debuting a new car. And it looks great, the Jerry Yang Nissan. And he is going against Alex Hilbrun in this supercharged V8 BMW of Hilbrun. Hilbrun will lead. Nishida give chase. And here we go. Hilbrun throws it in. You see the Nitto tires create some smoke. Robin Ishida, you see him not throw an angle at the car in that chase position. So Hilbrun about half a car length off of that second rear clipping zone. Robin Ishida now on the door of Hilbrun through the keyhole and wraps it around that final clip. Right, unfortunately for Nishida, you know, he looks great, the car looks good, it's gotten together, but watch here on the initiation of the chase.
Well, top 32 is no joke. It's very hard to even make it out of this round, but you can see right there, Nishida just has trouble on initiation, and he basically is not able to get into drift and stay there from initiation, so he's certainly going to have a big deduction there. That may even be an incomplete. So this is, Jared, where the spotter comes in and basically says, hey, this is what transpired behind you in the chase position, potentially, and you know, being able to make some judgments on that in order to know what you need to do in your chase position. So that's, you know, going to be between the spotter and the driver, but certainly knowing that information is helpful.
Yeah, it goes back to that, and it's really interesting. So this is where Hilbrun has some knowledge. You know, Robin Ishida's spotter is going to say, hey, well, you know, this is what this is what unfolded, so he needs to throw it out here, and we're only in the top 32. And we are awaiting Mother Nature to dry this thing out, and we'll see some solid competition. But already, quickly, it's drying out. So Nishida will lead, Hilbrun giving chase. Almost halfway through our top 32 action. All right, I should say we are actually halfway through because we already do know that Essa and Blush are already in the top 16. Here comes Nishida. So even in the lead position, seems that he's having some struggles initiating into that first front clip. Now that might throw Hilbrun off a little bit, giving himself some room, and Nishida gets into the dirt. Not once, but twice. So unfortunately for Nishida, and there goes Hilbrun, but that will be all she wrote officially for Nishida as Hilbrun wraps it around that final front clip. So Alex Hilbrun, it's not the way you want to win it, but Nishida making those two major mistakes.
Yeah, tough break for Nishida. Very similar approach here on initiation, and not the approach that he was looking for, just not able to get it to angle and stay there and then throttle through the course and drive the rest of this amazing track. And you can see here another mistake coming up the hill here. Hilbrun, I think at this point, knew that Nishida had laid down an incomplete and just makes the pass on the inside, and he'll be moving on into the top 16.
And there it is. Alex Hilbrun gets the victory, advancing on to the top 16. So next up, Odi Bakshish and Chris Forsberg. Both these guys having some issues, as they said, with their vehicles. But if you want a Odi Bakshish autograph, head on over to the Drifts booth during halftime at the Drifts booth. That is DRIFZ, Hardcore Wheels for the Street, as Odi Bakshish runs those wheels on his car. So come visit, meet and greet Falcon driver and Drifts Wheels sponsored vehicle and driver Odi Bakshish at the halftime break at the Drifts booth. So Odi Bakshish, Chris Forsberg, two championship contenders. And you could see the stats there going against each other 7 times before. Forsberg bested him with 5 wins compared to 2. And here go our recon laps. What do you got?
Well, I was just going to say, you know, a lot of times when we see these guys get matched up in the top 32, we always say these are going to be the battles that we're going to talk about when the points tally ends up at the end of the season. If only I would have gotten out of the 32 here, you know, that would have made the difference. So these battles, especially in the early part of the season, are extremely important. Forsberg knows probably better than anybody as a 3-time champion that you really, in a 7 or 8 stop championship, you really need to have grade 8s or better to be able to compete for a championship coming down to the wire. And what we've seen is that these little tiny things that happen at events where you get knocked out in the 16 or you get knocked out in the 32 certainly make a difference as the points add up. But this is a battle in particular because we saw Odi really surge toward the championship last year, and Chris obviously capturing it, where you're going to be talking about battles like this towards the end of the season.
And you use Chris as an example. What's even crazier is he won the championship without winning an event. So that's even crazier, just showing you consistency is key. It's not necessarily like winning the event, but it's showing up in a grand fashion.
Yeah, and the last time we got close to something like that was Tanner Faust, where he ended up, I think, winning the last event of the year, but he was winless in his second championship, right, I believe, as well. So, yeah, it certainly can be done. Consistency is absolutely key here, and we're looking to really have an interesting battle here as we're still kind of in changing conditions. It's getting faster. It's not back to 100%, and hopefully the reconnaissance lap is giving the drivers the confidence they need to push at 100%.
Like where it all begins is that clipping point number 1. We saw early on Justin Pollock go into the kitty litter, but now, you know, that's going to be the point of contention and the point of no return for these drivers. So Odi Bakshish will lead. He qualified 12th compared to Chris Forsberg qualifying 21st. So we are ready to send our car. So the winner of this battle going against Alex Hilbrun in the top 16. Odi Bakshish will lead. Forsberg giving chase. Odi throws it into that first front clip. Both of them slingshotting out of there. We're seeing a lot drier conditions. Not the moisture that we saw. Odi, good job getting to the outside zone. Forsberg on the door of Bakshish through the keyhole. Banging out of the horseshoe. Bakshish, some separation there as we bring it around that final clip. The clipping point is knocked over. Ryan, we're seeing a lot of smoke here, a lot more than from where we started.
Yeah, we're certainly starting to get close to full pulls here, and Odi, great initiation here. A little bit of an e-brake pull into that first inside clip. Chris not letting him get away. Odie does a great job coming up the hill, setting himself up on this line to get deep into this second outer zone. I mean, that is absolutely perfect. But right there is Chris Forsberg maintaining close distance to Odie Bakis as they go down the hill here. Chris looking for an opportunity to close that little one-car gap here, but Odie doesn't let him as they cross the finish line here. Keeps that one-car gap. And now we'll mix it up. Forsberg to the lead position. Odie Bakis to the chase in a great battle here in the top 32.
And like I said, both of them having issues, you know, with Chris had a issue with his, he said his differential yesterday, and then power steering for Odie Bakis, but both of them getting their cars back together, ideally 100%, because they know who they're going against. These guys have run hard against each other before, and you saw the stats there. Odie Bakis has bested Forsberg 2 times, but Forsberg has bested Odie 5 times. Here we go. Chris Forsberg in the lead position, initiated into that first front clip using all of the course. Odie Bakis really mirroring that angle of Chris Forsberg. Nice job in the chase position. Here comes Forsberg out to the outside zone. Oh, scrubbing some speed there is Forsberg. But Odie Bakis transitions around. Bringing it on down into that final front clip. And there goes Forsberg back up the hill. Ryan, I still sense some tentativeness from both of the drivers, even though they're close, but I still sense it.
Well, look at Odie here from the onset. He's very aggressive in the chase position, and I think right there, that's a great move by Odie not to make contact with Chris, yet still maintain the distance needed. Now, I think it's really going to come down to the comparison of the leads, because I think Odie might have been the more aggressive driver in the chase more consistently throughout the run, and I want to confirm that with Ryan if he thinks the same thing. But as we come across this last section here, remember there was a bit of a distance, about 1 car distance between Odie and Chris on Chris's chase, and Odie was able to kind of keep a little bit more proximity there. So, you know, did Odie have a better lead or did Chris have a better lead? That may be the deciding factor. And Ryan, from your perspective there, can you give us some of your overall thoughts on those 2 runs?
It looked like Bakis had a better chase, maybe more proximity overall, and a better mimic overall as well from start to finish. I think that in terms of how deep he went into outside zone 2, it was very, very similar. So the leads might be pretty tight on that one. We're going to have to, I guess, analyze it. Here we go. We have actually a side-by-side. So you can see the proximity that Odie had early on was better than Chris's in the chase position. Coming up the hill, he's a little bit tighter there as well. They're pretty similar coming in. Odie did go a little bit deeper into outside zone 2. But in terms of proximity through this area, it's pretty much a wash. Now, coming down the hill is where it seemed like Odie had better proximity when he was coming over the finish line. And you can see right here that he did close the door a little bit better. But, I mean, it's really a toss-up in terms of the lead comparisons.
So are we going to see a victor advance on? Are we going to see Odie Bakis defeat our defending champion Chris Forsberg? Chris Forsberg going to advance on? Or are we going one more time? We will see what's going on here. Our judges tabulating their scores. Again, we are officially halfway through. Chris Forsberg, Odie Bakis, slide him left for Forsberg, right for Bakis, Ryan, Brian, and Andy. And Ryan says one more time. And Brian says Odie Bakis, and Andy says one more time. They are going at it again. So it's a one more time battle between these 2 gentlemen. So when we come back, we will see. So we'll take a quick commercial break. Again, we'll see it one more time, but the action continues here at round 3 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras.
This presentation of Formula Drift has been brought to you by Black Magic, Own Your Shine, Air Force, Aim High, Hankook Tire, Driving Emotion, Balkan Tire, NOS with Complex 6 for high performance energy.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 All-Season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450. The new Falcon Wild Peak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falcon Wild Peak AT3W.
Oh, the new Nosferatu drink. Oh, Kyle
awesome, huh?
Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean, not really. I mean, it's more my drink.
I'll trade you my hat.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy.
I'm Chris Forsberg, 3-time FD champ, and I'm here to check out the builds in Formula Drift where there are 0 engine regulations. This is Black Magic Car Check. We're out here at Formula Drift, and I'm staying with my good buddy, Dan Burkett, Brad Dan, as we all like to call him. Totally killing it all the time. And he has one of the most styling cars out here, hands down, the super sick styling Supra. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
It's a 95 Toyota Supra, 2JZ, 3.4 stroker turbo motor, EFR 9174 Borg Warner, and a Samsonite sequential transmission.
That's sequential?
Helps with drifting a little bit.
One of the things I really like about this car is not only are you the driver, but you're also the builder, and a hell of a builder at that. This thing is immaculate all the time. It's like a showstopper that rips around the track, and it's just all little details. I mean, even down to the coil pack cover on this thing. Rad Dan got your name right on there. Just let everybody know.
You only get to do this once in life, so you might as well do both things. Go drive the hell out of the car and make it look nice.
If you're gonna do it right.
That's little OCD problems I might have,
but that's what makes it
but
stand
it works
out.
too, because you gotta have it work functional.
All right, well, let's check out the rest of this bad boy. I mean, yeah, just like the front, the back of this car, just insane detail. All the work that he puts into it, just making everything fit just right. Rear mount radiator, the scoop, the fittings into it, it's all perfectly ducted. Right out the back with his matching Rad Dan license plate, of course. Why not?
So we have our own 75 mil front and rear wide body kit, and we have all our own molds for it. It's just exciting to be able to do this stuff yourself, because drifting is one of the only sports left that you can fully express yourself on the car, and there's not too many rules about that part of it.
Well, killer job, man. Love it. Good work, buddy. Keep it up.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
Welcome back. As you can see, it looks like that is Odie Bakshish and his team. They are getting some fresh Falcon tire rubber on their vehicle. Strapping on those Drifts wheels and ready to do battle with Chris Forsberg. If you haven't already, download the app. You got a moment here as we're getting prepared for our next battle. Download the Formula Drift app. Live scoring and alerts and stats, exclusive FD content, breaking news alerts, get notifications, access to the free live stream, and ability to buy tickets, new FD fan rewards program, exclusive games and content, special video features, and also if you're watching live stream or if you're here live, put in FDRA and you'll receive 50 points. We talked about that fan rewards program, so 50 points towards another really cool thing. And we were talking about Odie Bakshish, so he's strapping on those Drifts wheels. You could strap on a set too. your very own vehicle. So how? Well, win a set by tagging a photo of you watching this weekend's event, hashtag FDDrifts17. That's hashtag FDDRIFZ17. Enter to win a free set of Drifts wheels as ran on Odie Bakshis's vehicle. You can see him warming it up. And we are no longer doing, right? Ryan, are you correct? I saw the officials here. If you could elaborate as far as the conditions out on track.
Yeah, we've gone ahead and gone away from wet conditions to dry conditions. So now we will go ahead and get rid of those reconnaissance laps, and we'll go right into battles as per usual. And we'll start off with this one more time here with Chris Forsberg and Odie Bakshis.
Lantain, anything to add there, bud?
Yeah, well, you know that even in the dry, it's always a calculation that the drivers are making. They're wondering, how far do I have to push it in the lead position? How aggressive do I really have to go, especially when you're the first driver to go out? And then you're going to be looking at, in the chase position, how aggressive do I have to be there too? Because we're comparing each driver's lead to each driver's chase. Now, in that previous run, maybe one driver is a little bit too conservative going out on the track that we've kind of designed, right? And that's always the calculation and the chance that you have to take. So now it's full dry again. Now it's back to the way that we were used to before the rain came. So both drivers are going to have to push 100% here throughout the entire track.
Yeah.
Now we're expecting them to go wide on the rumble strip. We're expecting them to go full wide all the way throughout the course.
Ryan Sage, you're getting fully torqued right now.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with him.
Yeah,
he's laying it down.
He's laying it down, and Ryan's throwing up the number one, saying, "One, son, let's get lit, fam." That's what the kids say. Here we go. So Odie Bakshis will lead. Chris Forsberg will give chase as the one more time battle between these two gentlemen. And Odie, again, qualifying 12th compared to 21st of Forsberg. All right, leaving it all out here on the track. Who's advancing on into the grade 8? Bakshis initiates into that first front clip. Good angle, good smoke coming off Bakshis' car. Now, we talked about the dry conditions. Here comes Bakshis. Getting into the dirt, throwing up some sand. Into the drift scum's face now, transitioning out of the keyhole and the horseshoe. You can see Odie, some separation there, lighting it up around that final clip. And bringing it on home are both the drivers. Ryan, I think we have some more than ideal conditions now.
Well, I think Chris definitely put a little bit more oomph on his chase run this time around. He got a great jump out of the gate, and he stayed with Odie right through this first inside clip. But Odie was putting on a tremendous lead run here. You can see he's very, very tight on that inside clip. Great job transitioning up the hill. Very, very smooth here as he enters into the keyhole. He goes a little bit longer here, but it's just that little left rear going off for a second. Otherwise, that's perfect in that zone. But you can see he's unable to shake Chris. Chris surges forward right here coming down the hill through the smoke line. Both drivers transition back. Good mirroring effect there from Forsberg. And then just a tiny bit of separation there towards the end. But overall, great chase run there by Forsberg. I think he kind of made up maybe some of the ground that he lacked in the first one more time. And now Odie really, the gauntlet's been laid down for Odie. He's got to put down a similar lead run as Forsberg did on his.
You mean flip it around?
Sorry, a chase run.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and then Chris has got to do the same. He's got to put down a lead run that is similar or better than Odie's, and it was really hard to critique Odie's other than this little tire drop here. But for the most part, that was a really good lead by Odie Bakshis.
And that could have ended up biting them. But again, I think they're really trusting the track. They're trusting their tires. They're set up. They're feeling confident. So here we go. Forsberg and Bakshis. Forsberg getting out to that rumble strip, re-entering into that first front clip, and Odie Bakshis comes in on the inside. Forsberg into the horseshoe, getting to the outside zone. Bakshis is right there. He's applying the pressure. Look at Bakshis on that chase position. Nice job by Bakshis. Now coming down the hill is Forsberg. Big angle there, and around that final front clip, these guys are going for it. We have a dry track. Make some noise, Atlanta. We're back and better than ever.
Well, I think Odie was definitely the more aggressive driver, but, is it going to pay off for him here? You can see Chris does a nice wide initiation there. Odie already pushing the pressure here. Now he's going to make a bit of a mistake going off course. It's going to cost him a little bit, but then he gets right back on it and surges forward here, stays super close to Chris. I mean, this right here is really, really door-to-door action on that inside clip. Great job by Odie through the smoke line. Forsberg now down the hill, good angle here, and then Odie again surging a second time as he reaches into the back area bumper of Chris Forsberg's car and even right up into the door there. So a tremendous run by these two top competitors, both guys looking to fight for championships in a great battle here at Road Atlanta.
And this is a battle, I mean, would you agree that you'd see in grade 8 or even Final 4?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see once again from this overhead angle here, this is from the judging tower. You can see Odie right here. In the past, I think that would have been considered a much greater mistake, but he's able to make it look pretty decent. It will be a mistake. It will be charged against him. But Odie was able to come back with a very strong chase, and he may have been able to nullify that to some degree. Forsberg did have an awesome chase as well, but I think Odie was maybe just a bit more aggressive and had a bit more closeness at certain areas of the course. So this is going to be a tough call for the judges here as both drivers now wait for the decision.
So, yeah, as you say, the drivers wait for the decision. We are seeing dry conditions. How are we doing out there, Atlanta and around the world? Let them know. Hashtag FDATL. We got a packed house here. Thank you for enduring all the seasons here in Brazelton, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. 14 years, Ryan. It's been pretty crazy here as we are really analyzing this coming down the hill. And the judge is talking about that line there as they enter the horseshoe. They want to see them tight. They don't want to see them go all the way out. So when you exit the horseshoe, that green cone that a lot of the drivers are kind of coming over that corner where the grass, and they want to see them tight and then transition into that one final flick towards that final clip.
Yeah, the green cones are markers for the drivers, not the zones. The zones are marked by the orange cones.
As again, the drivers wait. The judges are scribbling down some final last notes because, the drivers will lean on the judges to see what the feedback was. Here we go, going to the judges. Slide them left for Forsberg, right for Bakshi's. This is their one more time battle, and Ryan says Chris Forsberg. Brian says Forsberg, and it's unanimous. Chris Forsberg gets the win. Forsberg advances on into the top 16. I'm hearing some boos, but you see some elation from the Forsberg team. We're seeing some shirtless bros down here cranking some brews, and Ryan Lantagne, it was unanimous.
Yeah, we ask the chase drivers to be really aggressive, and we get that when you're being aggressive, you might make some corrections here or there, but we just felt that Odie was a little too aggressive and a little bit sloppy in his chase position, whereas Chris was more composed while he was in his chase position. Maybe he wasn't as close in a couple of areas, but he managed to maintain proximity throughout the entire course without making the multiple errors that Odie made when he was in his chase position. And in Odie's lead position, he did go long on outside zone 1. He dropped a tire on outside zone 2, which Chris did not do in his lead position.
Right.
So I think Chris did better in the lead, and he did better in the chase as well. And that's, again, like I was saying before, you have to calculate how aggressive you have to be, but you also have to make sure that you're not making those little errors while you're in that aggressive chase position.
Right. Okay, so again, we are more than halfway through, and this is a buy run for Michael Essa. Michael Essa, Essa Autosports, Achilles Radial BMW. This is his buy run as he qualified number 2 yesterday, which earns him a buy run. All right, so as we wait, Michael Essa will and he leaves the start line. So again, this is a buy run for Michael Essa, qualified number 2, and he is looking strong this year, Ryan. This BMW seems a lot more comfortable in the vehicle. I don't know what say you about Michael Essa and this season, or his whole history of being a Formula Drift driver?
Well, if you go back to his 2013 championship season, he started off strong and had a few moments in the center there where we didn't know whether he was going to hang on to it, and close strong. This year he starts off really strong, so it's a little bit reminiscent of that season, and he seems to be very well suited to that. BMW seems to work a lot better for him, and he's made some minor adjustments to it in order to get the comfort level that he wants. And talking to him at Long Beach, he's really happy with the car, and obviously it's showing in the results. So yeah. I think now that he's having these high qualifications as well, he's really showing that he's got full command over the vehicle, and he's going to be really exciting to watch.
Dean Carnage Carney, Dan Burkett is our next battle. So no more recon runs, all killer, no filler. And the sun is out and it's blazing. As Dean Kearney will lead, Dan Burkett, he will give chase. Dan Burkett warming up his tires there in the background. And Dean patiently waits on the start line as Oracle Lighting, Achilles Radial Dodge Viper. And Dan Burkett pulls now to the start line. The next entire top 32 action is live here at Road Atlanta. I'm Jared Dienda, Ryan Sage, Ryan Lontaine giving some insight from the judges, and Lorette Nickel. She's at the top of the hill getting some words with some of the drivers and crew, and if there's any stories unfolding. And here we go. Dean Kearney will lead. Dan Burkett giving chase. The Dodge Viper versus the Toyota Supra. Kearney initiates. You see the car bounce, get some attitude there as Burkett tightens it up. You see some brown smoke being thrown up. Oh, and Burkett. A major correction there by Dan Burkett. Entering into the horseshoe. Oh, and then Dean Kearney looks like he gets out of shape. As he exited, it looked like he dropped a tire. What just happened there? Some funny business.
Yeah, getting a little tricky there for both drivers. Let's take a look at this again. Dean, the higher qualified driver, takes the lead, initiates, nice snappy initiation there, quick to angle, nice job on that first inside clip. Now Dan, as he comes up the hill here and we enter the horseshoe, the car is gonna shut off and he's gonna basically stop drifting there. But let's keep an eye on Dean because, as you know, as a lead driver, when there's an incomplete in the chase, the lead driver still needs to finish, and that's a pretty big straight in there.
That is sizable.
And he's certainly flirting with disaster. It would be really unfortunate for him if he were to also incomplete that run. That would basically wash this particular battle here. Let's take a look at it again as we watch the chase vehicle of Rad Dan Burkett shut off here. And then Dean, once again, I'm sure the judges are really going to want to take a look at this, see if that's met the standard for an incomplete. It's a big chunk there, a big mistake to deal with. So possibly an incomplete by both drivers. So a lot of attention is going to be paid to this second half of the battle now as Dan Burkett goes to the lead position, Dean Kearney goes to the chase.
Yeah, let's keep it tight and right, fellas. I mean, don't leave it in the judges' hands and don't just hand it over to your competitor. So both these guys having mistakes. Now Dan Burkett will be out front in the Toyota Supra, and Dean Carnage Kearney will be in the chase position. And Burkett leaves the start line, start chicane. We got a clean start. Nobody hitting any cones, just as of yet. Burkett, Rad Dan, second initiation cone. Tight on the front clip, actually taking it out, just barely knocking it over. Burkett hammering up the hill, and here comes Dean. Good composure, Burkett not getting all the way out to that outside zone. Dean Kearney closing that gap, tit for tat as they exit out of the horseshoe. Not as much angle, not as much mirroring as you'd say, Ryan. You know, you saw Burkett with good angle there. Dean kind of coming in at the door.
Burkett into initiation, throwing it in here. Dean eyeing him up on this first inside clip here, trying to close the door as they come across that center section of the course up the hill. Great angle from Rad Dan as Dean closes the door, shallows up a little bit coming up the hill to gain that proximity. Both guys going a little bit long as Dan Burkett misses that inside, or that section going down the hill there is like seem a little bit tight, even though it's not an inside clip in the final corner here. A little bit of straightening there from Dean Kearney as they cross the finish line.
Okay, so do we have a dominant driver here? Again, if you can recall, two mistakes. You know, I would say probably one greater than the other on that first battle between the two drivers. And then on that second portion of that run, here we go. So Burkett, slide him left for Burkett, right for Dean Kearney. And Ryan says Dean Kearney, Brian says one more time, and Andy says Dean Kearney gets the win. Dean Kearney, the Oracle Lighting Dodge Viper on Achilles Radials, gets the victory and advances on. So unfortunately for Dan Burkett, he is knocked out. Want to send a shout out to my sons, Parker and Tyson. Thanks for watching at home. Love you guys. See you soon. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Happy Mother's Day to Stephanie, my mom Janet. But happy Mother's Day to all those in the building and not. And a gentleman that I know loves his mom very much, Lorette Nickel, is with Ryan Turk now.
Turk, he suffered an engine failure last night, but the team was working so hard and put in a new motor. Ryan, walk us through that.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of a dramatic event. You know, Thursday practice wasn't great. Friday qualifying with the rain coming in and everything, and we only got one practice lap before qualifying sessions. We weren't really on top of our game for qualifying. We sat P10, and then night practice in the rain, we ended up having an engine failure that the guys had to replace overnight. So that worked till about 5, 6 in the morning to make sure that the thing was going to get back on track today, and it feels great. We went out there when we had some dry conditions a little bit ago, laid down a really good lead lap, and we're feeling good. So we're pretty confident rolling in the top 32.
Ryan, thanks so much.
Thank you.
So Ryan Turk and his team working hard on their vehicle and got it back together. We will see Ryan Turk in a couple more battles. Actually, just after this one, pardon me. So next up, Chelsea Denofa and Taylor Hull. Chelsea Denofa, he has been is saying to say howdy, get rowdy. He's been getting rowdy, but the only Georgia boy here in competition here in pro, Taylor Hull. Taylor Hull holding it down. So he's fighting for his right to party, and Taylor Hull will be throwing it down here. You can see him just warming up his tires. Chelsea Denofa joining and rounding out a 2-car RTR Motorsports team. So Chelsea Denofa, BC Racing, centerline wheels, Nitto tire, Ford Performance Mustang RTR. Taylor Hull, again, from Georgia. He's got his wife as a spotter. He's got a lot of family here in the building. Let's see if he can throw down against a very aggressive, fun driver to watch. Can he put it down when push comes to shove? Door-to-door, mano-a-mano. Here we go. Denofa out front. Taylor Hull in the chase position. Denofa throws it in. Taylor Hull. You see him. Some hesitation there. And Denofa, 3-wheel motion, just like his RTR teammate, takes out just that first cone on the indication of that rear clipping zone. And Taylor Hull powers through. Chelsea Denofa shreds a bumper skin and heads back up the hill. Ryan Sage.
Well, we saw some of the most aggressive driving yesterday from Chelsea Denofa. Got himself a nice qualifying position here. Starts off with a big e-brake pull initiation here. Taylor Hull trying to gain some ground here, but Denofa blasting away. Big smoke line here up the hill. You can see right here Denofa hits that zone a little bit early. Then he goes a little bit long on that second inside clip. Now down the hill here. Hull trying to fight for it. Big angle here by Denofa. He's going to lose the bumper as he transitions back around. Does a nice job on that final inside clip. As you can see, Hull coming through the smoke line there and across the finish line. Now they'll switch it up. Taylor Hull will go to the lead position, and Chelsea Denofa will chase him down.
Well, already one of the Mustangs is in the top 16. Vaughn Gittin Jr. in his Monster Energy Nitto tire. Ford Performance Mustang RTR. Can Chelsea Denofa join him? We will find out. As Taylor Hull will lead, Chelsea Denofa will give chase. All right, so again, Taylor Hull out front. Denofa in the chase position. Here comes Hull and Denofa. Hull initiating. Brings it nice into that first front clip. Denofa, he keeps it tight. But look at that, lunging forward. Slingshotting. Taylor Hull overcooks it. Getting all into the dirt. And you see Taylor Hull, and it looks like a correction there from Hull. And Ryan, unfortunately, like Taylor Hull, our only Georgia boy in competition, it looks like it might be over for him. Let's take a look at it again, though.
Well, very promising young driver here, Taylor Hull, going up against this beast of a vehicle, and tremendous driver, Chelsea Denofa here. You can see Denofa gives him a little bit of space. Hull right here shoots a little bit wide, almost goes off course. Denofa sees an opportunity here to throttle it up the hill, try to close the door. You can see Hull just kind of over smokes it into that second outer zone. Denofa here trying to close the door, and then as we come to this section here, you can see that big hiccup right there from Hull, and at this point shuts it down. Denofa sees that he's no longer drifting and has to stop himself to avoid an accident there. So unfortunately for Hull, unable to complete run number 2. And as we take a look here, if you're interested, Chelsea Denofa will be at the centerline booth during halftime, so head on down. As soon as we get done here with the top 32, Chelsea Denofa will be hanging out at the centerline booth, signing some autographs and giving some things away. And now we will go to the judges' scorecards here between Chelsea Denofa and Taylor Hull. And there you go, Chelsea Denofa moving on into the top 16.
Okay, so Denofa moves on. And now Ryan Turk and Yoshihara, 2 veterans of the sport. As Turk was talking about, swapping out the engine, getting, and you know, a lot of these guys just the way the sport has progressed, just pushing the horsepower number, the horsepower wars that goes on in the silly season. Ryan Turk, we'll see if he can twerk it out as he is in that gum out. Nameless Performance, Toyota Racing, Toyota 86, Dai Yoshihara, Turn 14 Distribution, Falcon Tires, Ineos Oil, Subaru BRZ. Here comes Ryan Turk. Throws it into that first front clip. Dai Yoshihara right there. Turk with the 2JZ. Big angle, gets out to that rumble strip, dances with it. Dances with the edge of there, but Dai Yoshihara hangs on. Tons of smoke coming off both these cars. The hand-cooked tire shined up with the Black Magic Intense Tire Wet. Keeps them burning all the way through, Ryan.
Well, big battle here between Ryan Turk and Daijiro Yoshihara, both drivers having a strong season so far. Turk coming up the hill here. Daijiro trying to close the door. Turk shooting for the second outer zone. Great job right there. But Daijiro Yoshihara not letting him run away, doing a great job navigating through the smoke line here, using that muscle memory, putting on a very competitive battle here, but a nice smooth transition to finish it off for Ryan Turk, and a good battle on hand here.
Okay, so now Dai Yoshihara will lead. Ryan Turk will give chase. Dai Yoshihara qualified 23rd compared to Ryan Turk's 10th yesterday. And we are seeing now Dai Yoshihara out front. Let's see if Dai can throw it down right now. And here comes Yoshihara. Yoshihara initiates, Ryan Turk right there around that first front clip. Ryan Turk allowing some grace there, and Dai turning it up. Big angle from Dai, getting all the way out to the track edge, and Turk right there. These guys are in a dogfight. Yoshihara around that final clip. Wow. Solid run from both these guys. Let's take a look at it again here. You see Dai initiate, Ryan Turk mimicking that angle. Look at that right when Dai transitions. You see Ryan Turk do the same. Some separation here. I like the angle from Dai Yoshihara. Gets out to the track edge, but cannot shake Turk until a little bit here. You see him pull away, but Ryan Turk just jumps right back on it. So our judges taking a look at everything here. Let's see what happens as we are looking at it. So taking a look at this again. Ryan Lantain, I know you're taking a look at this. Some pretty fun, exciting battles there unfolding for both these guys. So again, waiting for the judge's verdict here. And Yoshihara and Turk, both these guys putting it down. Make some noise for both of them. Ryan says, Ryan Turk. Brian says, one more time. And Andy says, one more time. They're going at it again. I could not agree more that these guys are really throwing down some solid runs. No real definitive winner in my eyes, to be quite honest. Okay, so there's a one more time battle between Turk and Yoshihara. It was 2-1. So no definitive winner. But right now it's Kristaps Blus. He qualified third yesterday, which means he is in that top 4. So he gets an automatic bye run. So here is Kristaps Blus.
So one more time battle from Daijiro Yoshihara and Ryan Turk. And we'll get Kristaps Blus here ready to go. He'll do his bye run. Just a few more battles left to go here. We got Jonathan Castro and Nate Hamilton, Frederick Osbo and Kyle Mohan, and Peter Wojcik and Cameron Moore to wrap out the top 32. Already in the top 16, Von Gittin Jr., Kaufman, Honadell, Jones, Field, Dean, Hilbrun, Forsberg, Essa, Dean Kearney, Denofa, and Kristaps Blus as soon as he makes his pass here. Well, Jonathan Castro is up next, but let's take a quick look back at what Jonathan Castro did against James Dean in Orlando to drive such fanfare here. Arguably one of the best chase runs of the year and that we've seen in some time here. Jonathan Castro did this not once but twice as they had a one more time battle, and you can see here just absolutely phenomenal. And to have a great chase, you need to have an amazing lead, and James Dean did just that and was also no slouch in his chase as well. But Castro just nailing it there and taking out what was the leader of the championship at that point early on into competition. So here we go, Jonathan Castro warming it up here against Nate Hamilton. As we still await the one more time battle between Ryan Turk and Daijiro Yoshihara. And now Jared has re-entered the building. I will end holding it down for you.
Ryan, with this, we have just a couple more battles after Castro and Hamilton. Of course, you can see Ryan Turk getting prepped, getting his mind right in order to do battle with Yoshihara once again. A great battle that we saw. But after Castro and Hamilton, we have Frederick Osbo versus Kyle Mohan. And then Peter Vincek versus Cameron Moore, the Butcher, in his nameless performance, Toyota 86. So Castro and Hamilton, two drivers that have really risen to the occasion on different kind of circumstances. Jonathan Castro, he cut his teeth. He lives in Dominican Republic, so he commutes here to the States to compete in Formula Drift. And he's been on Papadakis Racing for a couple years. Prior to that, he had his own privately owned car, and then he worked with actually Chris Forsberg Racing, but now seeming to really find a home with Papadakis Racing and that Toyota 86 setup. Nate Hamilton, we've seen different basically moments of greatness for him. We saw him get his first top 16 at the previous round of competition in Orlando. So both those guys had some real great moments in Orlando. Now they come together here in Atlanta, an iconic track in the drifting world. Now Castro will lead, Hamilton will give chase. Who's going to advance on? Remember, the winner goes against Christophe Bluch, who is a force to be reckoned with. Here we go. Castro out front, Hamilton in the chase position. And here comes Castro. Out front. Hamilton initiates. Getting out to that rumble strip. Castro. Big angle from Castro. Hamilton lunges forward. And Castro pours some more angle on it, gets out to the outside zone, really on that white line. Hamilton right there on the door, the back fender of Castro. Castro launching away from Hamilton, but now you can hear the spool of both of the vehicles jamming back up the hill.
So Jonathan Castro trying to take that momentum from that great job in Orlando. Bring it in here to Road Atlanta. Nate Hamilton trying to put on a showing here in the top 32 and take out Castro. Nice job right there by Hamilton to close the door. Castro, great job around that second inside clip. Now coming down the hill here, you can see some separation, tiny bit less angle from Hamilton. Good smooth transition there by Jonathan Castro to wrap it up. Run number one. Castro will now chase him down. Nate Hamilton will go to the lead position.
All right, it is really cooking here. Thanks for sticking around. It's a hot one. Reapply that sunscreen. Seeing a lot of burnt skin out there. So stay hydrated and reapply that sunscreen, kids. As Nate Hamilton will now lead, Jonathan Castro will give chase. Hamilton turbocharged V8 under the hood. Got the 2AR of under the hood of Castro, 4-cylinder. And here we go. Look at that. Jonathan Castro right there on initiation. Can he hang with them? And Hamilton powering up the hill. Nice job by Hamilton. More and more angle. A lot of angle from Hamilton. Look at that big, massive angle as Castro had to check up. Man, Hamilton threw a huge degree of angle into that into the horseshoe, man. That was insane.
Well, let's take a look at this here. Air Force replay one more time. Jared, you can see Castro already aggressive in the chase position, right on the inside, through inside clip number one against Hamilton. And he's going to transition here. He's going to go off course for just a second with that front right tire and then really put the pressure on here. You can see he's going to be like pressure off, pressure off, pressure off. And then right there, he gets basically held up right before that inside clip. and loses drift and straightens out for a second there, and that may cost him overall, because out front Nate Hamilton was able to get through that course pretty decently as the lead driver, and no real major mistakes, whereas Castro in his chase position there had a bit of a hiccup there on inside clip number 2.
All right, so we are waiting for that verdict, and I could see Ryan Turk warming up his tires at the top of the hill. Him and Yoshihara will be going against each other for their one more time battle. You can see the fans there. Thanks for joining us out here. How we doing out there, Atlanta? Make some noise. Oh, come on, you guys are gnarlier than that. Come on, make some noise. There we go. All right, Hamilton and Castro. Slide him left for Hamilton, right for Castro. Brian says, and all of them. Nate Hamilton gets the win. Hamilton gets the victory and advances on into the top 16. So unfortunately for Castro, that I believe it's that checkup that got him caught out there. Ryan Lantagne, I see you writing some notes out there, and it was unanimous on the side of Hamilton.
Definitely due to Castro's big stall up and straighten at inside clip 2. He was deeper in outside zone 1 than Hamilton was on his lead, but Hamilton did a much better job in the chase of not making mistakes, and overall did a better job, so he got the win.
Was it just me, or did it seem like Hamilton had a crazy degree of angle here? He didn't get all the way to outside zone, but he carried it all the way through.
Yeah, that was one of the main things that helped him out too, is that amount of angle that he managed to get through there and maintain. He maintained his momentum. He didn't slow down.
Yeah.
So that was really great. He needs to do that more. Just get a little bit deeper in outside zone 2 and do that same thing.
Yeah, it looked like it looked fantastic.
Yeah.
And like you said, the big thing is he's not throwing up a roadblock, for lack of a better term, but it seemed like he carried the speed all the way through.
Exactly.
He didn't check up.
It was an ideal way to get through that area.
Nice. All right, so we are seeing Ryan Turk and Dai Yoshihara on the start line. We still have our John Deere drift car, fan-blown machine, scrubber dubber out there on track, cleaning up the track, and we will be seeing the one more time between Turk and Yoshihara. All right, so as you can see, blowing. You can't actually see it if you're watching at home, but here in the building, brought some dirt on track. So, hey, if you haven't already seen, you know that Blackview is our presenting sponsor. You could win a Blackview dash camera. Blackview dash camera, you and your car connected. Text for a chance to win. Text BVRA. That's BVRA to 38714. Again, BVRA to 38714 for a chance to win a free Blackview dash camera. That's as in Road Atlanta, Blackview RA. And must be 18 or over to enter. Retail value $379. A great way to keep track of your car, either in it or driving in it. So, or out of it while it's parked. So check out Blackview dash cameras and you could win $379 value camera. Also, the Takata Formula Drift wallets, if you haven't picked them up, find yours at takataracing.com. Formula Drift Takata, the iconic green harnesses, now can be in your back pocket. Formula Drift Takata wallets, you can pick them up at takataracing.com, and they can be signed by Frederick Osbo, Chris Forsberg, Ken Gucci, Mad Mike Wadette, Ryan Turk, and now Matt Field. All right, so there it is. That is what's up with our delay currently. Road Atlanta race track staff. Getting cleaned up, getting cleaned out. Ready to put it down. All right, looks like we are going to let the gentlemen re-warm up their tires, as now officially the track cleaning crew has left the track. So Again, one more time battle between these guys. We have 2 more battles after this. Frederick Osbo versus Kyle Mohan, and Peter Vincic versus Cameron Moore. But first, these 2 Formula Drift vets, Ryan Turk and Dai Yoshihara. They both put it down, Ryan, on that first battle between both of them. Who's going to come out on top? Who's going to potentially make a mistake? I mean, these guys are really going for it, going for the gusto. Let's see what happens. Ryan Turk will lead. Dai Yoshihara will give chase. Where are my Dai Yoshihara fans at? Make some noise. Where are my Ryan Turk fans at? Make some noise. All right, here we go. Ryan Turk out front. Yoshihara in chase. Ryan Turk initiates aggressively into that first front clip. Dai right there. You didn't see him get out to where Ryan Turk was. Let's see if he can work it into position. Ryan Turk. Just about a tire length away from that outside. Oh, and Dai Yoshihara comes to a halt in the horseshoe. Potentially saving the vehicle or coming to a halt, but a lot of Hankook tire smoke in his face. Let's look at this again, and there is Chris Forsberg and Ryan Turk in the Nameless Performance team looking on.
Well, you can see right here, Turk is going to get a great jump and a nice initiation here. Dai he ends up on the inside there, but then falls back. He's not able to get right up along that inside clip like Turk did. But right here, this is going to be the biggest part of the battle here as Dai gets lost in the smoke right there. He's going to basically stop drifting. Turk now at this point does need to finish the run with Dai shutting it down, and he is able to do that. So that'll be a very big advantage there for Ryan Turk.
Yeah, that's massive. Unfortunately for Dai, you just wonder, you know, mental block or just car block. You see Turk go in. It's going to be a potentially better angle. Yeah, just
contact there.
Was it?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that again. I'm looking at the big screen actually, not down here.
Yeah, you can see Turk's car bump a little bit. If we can maybe get that one more time while we.
Well, I mean, if there is contact, I mean, yeah, don't want to assume fault, but all right. All right, well, we are finding out that Dai Yoshihara is calling a competition timeout potentially. So right now, let's take a look with Chris Forsberg and his clip tip.
What's up, everybody? Chris Forsberg here again today, and we're at Road Atlanta, which is one of my favorite tracks for today's clip tip. Now this is inner clip 2, which is one of the most technical points of the track, because when you come down into turn 1, you got a lot of speed, transfer, go up the hill, and you're powering through outer zone 1 and 2. But the biggest, most pinnacle point of this track is to come into this zone, and you're actually going downhill off camber, your car's unloading, you're losing grip, but you still need to nail this clip. It's right in front of the judges, they see everything. And so that's obviously very important for qualifying because you need to hit all your clips to get maximum points. But when it comes to tandem, you don't want to be laying out here too wide, give that chase driver the inside edge to dive in and get up on your door. You want to stay nice and close, transfer, push down the hill, and leave them behind. So I hope I shared a little bit of knowledge for you as to one of the most technical parts of this track. Enjoy the show.
So talking to our officials here, and I believe, Ryan, is it Dai Yoshihara called the competition timeout? Okay, yes, that is confirmed. So Dai Yoshihara has called the competition timeout, meaning he has a 5-minute allotment to take a look at his vehicle and see what's going on here. And we will, as we take a look at this replay here.
Yeah, this is where it looked like that there was some contact. Watch right there. A little bit, it looked like a little bit of a bump from Dai to Ryan Turk. You can see the car looked like it had a little bit of movement there.
So we talked to Tech he's up at the start line area. He went and checked both cars, and he didn't see any damage on either car. So it looks like there was no contact. The spin from Dai Yoshihara would be, of his own mistake. So, or maybe it was a mechanical. Maybe that's why he's calling a 5-minute. Whatever the reason, it had nothing to do with Ryan Turek at all. So totally independent of that.
Okay, so we are going to move on to our next battle as Dai Yoshihara takes a look at his vehicle. As you said, the spin was a complete separate incident from that of Ryan Turk, so Dai Yoshihara will have an incomplete run in that instance. Ryan Turk will have the advantage, but you can see all hands on deck for Dai Yoshihara and his turn 14 distribution Falcon Tires Subaru BRZ. Ryan Turk with a big advantage here after the basically 1.5 battles left, or 1.5 battles in. We will move on to Frederick Osbo, the Norwegian Hammer, Rockstar Energy Drink, Rockstar Energy Drink, Nexen Tires, Toyota Racing, Toyota Corolla IM. It's a mouthful, but again, his sweet new hot hatchback. He's going against Kyle the Menace Mohan in the Mazda Trix, built to Apex, Top One Oil Nexen Tires, Mazda MX-5. He's from Long Beach, California, and Mohan's been, unfortunately getting some unlucky breaks from Long Beach to Orlando, and I saw him getting towed off earlier in practice. These guys have seen battles against each other 6 times before, with Frederick Osbo winning 5 of the 6. So Osbo, you can see him warming up his Toyota. And Kyle Mohan, the last rotary here in competition in Formula Drift. I should say the only rotary. All right, Kyle Mohan. So after this, we will revisit Turk and Yoshihara, and we have one more battle after that. Peter Vinsek and Cameron Moore. All right, so again, Osbo and Mohan. Osbo will lead. He qualified 6th. Mohan qualified 27th. And let's see how and what happens. Osbo, he's leading the Formula Drift Championship. He's leading the points coming into this round of competition. Can Kyle Mohan be a game changer and shake things up from a point standings? Poised, ready at the top of the hill. And the light extinguishes. Here we go. Osbo, Mohan. You see Mohan get a little bit of a jump there. Trying to gain that proximity on this hot hatchback. Mohan doesn't get the angle exactly that Osbo has. Osbo strong up the hill. Oh, and a big correction there from Osbo. So Osbo, who looked like he had it all together with a big correction, now back up the hill. Let's take a look at that again. It was just, Osbo was off to the races, and he had a major straighten in the horseshoe.
Yeah, you can see here Osbo does get out to a great start. You can see Mohan right here struggling to basically get to angle here, and he's going to fall back quite a bit. But let's pay attention to Mohan, because I don't think that he's going to have a run that is going to be an incomplete. But for Osbo, he may have that potentially. That was a pretty sizable mistake. He came out of drift there and had to reinitiate. So I'd love to hear from Ryan Lantain about whether or not he thinks that was an incomplete from Osbo as both drivers come across the finish line here.
You have to wonder what happened to Osbo there.
Yeah.
Yeah, was that a mechanical, or was it just a misshift? Or
yeah, you saw. We call it looking like bees, right? Like he hit a beehive. Like, whoa! You see his hands.
Were everywhere.
The bright yellow Adidas gloves were shining in the cockpit.
There was a little bit understeer. There was a straightening. There was kind of everything there that would consider, something we call an incomplete in that area. It was a
Yeah.
complete loss of control, a loss of drift in a way that would make you think that, okay, that's not really drifting anymore. So,
But let me ask you this.
yeah.
I think Sage brought up the question. You focus on Mohan. You know, he you know, on initiation, he didn't really have the big angle.
Yep.
I mean, he wasn't, you know, it wasn't all together for him either, unfortunately.
But was it an incomplete is what I was asking.
Right.
I didn't think there was an incomplete from Mohan, though he struggled, but I think it was more so that
Yes.
Osbo had more of a clear one.
Yeah, in that sense, you'd say that Mohan probably got a lucky break in that sense because he had a poor initiation. His proximity wasn't really there throughout the run, and as you can see here, there's quite a big gap. He ran a shallower line through the horseshoe area here than Osbo did as well, but Osbo completely straightened and drove around there for a little bit, so that was not something that you consider, you know, a full pull.
Well,
so.
and I believe we are hearing Ryan and Jared that Frederick Osbo is calling a competition timeout, so that may be the answer to your question there.
Yep.
Okay, so a competition timeout is called by Frederick Osbo and his team. And we will go back to, so Dai Yoshihara did make the 5-minute time limit. He's not feeling 100% in the setup right now. I believe he broke a tie rod. I'm getting word from Lorette Nichols saying that possible broken tie rod front left. So that's what they were inspecting, and they got his strap back together. But is it 100% up to Yoshihara's standards? We'll find out if it's enough. Again, he has that correction. We're seeing the hood popped here on Osbo's vehicle, and Turk now backs up. Ryan, you know, what do the cars go through? You know, we got moisture, we got now the heat. I mean, there's these cars are getting cycled through a lot of conditions here.
Well, not only that, I think, you know, it's very, very obvious and clear that cars that are in the FD Pro Series get banged on more than any race series that I know of. I mean, you're literally, these cars are designed to withstand a ton of abuse, and they get that, but things break all the time because you're basically pushing every single component to the limit.
Yeah, these guys are thrashing on them, and again, the tires is such a critical point. It's the only point that touches the actual track, and they got to stay together for a few runs, and here we go. So Dai Yoshihara, if you can recall that first run, he had that mistake. Ryan Turk in the chase position. Dai Yoshihara, see if he's 100%. Now in that turn 14 distribution, Falcon Tires BRZ, nice job right now. Both of them getting into the dirt, just dipping a toe in as Dai Yoshihara now gets the outside zone. Well played by Dai Yoshihara into the horseshoe, and out goes Dai and Turk. Now around that final front clip and head back up the hill. Ryan, unfortunately for Dai Yoshihara, it seems that mistake on that first portion of the battle is going to be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I mean, what I thought was contact, it was apparently a broken part from Daijiro Yoshihara, and he needed to come back very strong here. He did, but he also needed Ryan Turk to make an equal mistake, and Turk not only pushes the pressure here, he actually doesn't make really many mistakes at all, and that's just not going to cut it here. So with Dai having that big mistake in run number 1, it's going to be bowing out in the top 32.
Okay, and we will go to the judges. Slide him left for Yoshihara and right for Turk, and Ryan Turk gets the victory in his gum out. Nameless performance, Black Magic Intense Tire Wet, Toyota Racing Toyota 86, taking out the turn 14 distribution, Falcon Tires, Ineos Oil, Subaru BRZ of Dai Yoshihara. So Ryan Turk advances on. 2 more battles, or I should say 1.5 more battles left, because Frederick Osbo called that competition timeout. So the Papadakis Racing team are taking a look at what's going on with that Toyota Corolla IM. But we will advance on to Peter Vincik from Poland, going against Cameron Moore from Battleground Washington, the Butcher in his nameless performance. Toyota 86, there we see in the cockpit of Frederick Osbo trying to stay cool. You can see those signature yellow gloves, that's what I was talking about. You saw him kind of thrashing there. You can see the computers are out, seeing what's going on. And a very uncharacteristic mistake there from Osbo. He's our points leader.
Yeah,
that's huge.
That's the point I was going to bring up. This is your current points leader. if he were to be knocked out in the top 32, it once again throws the championship up into the air for a number of different competitors. And we've already seen some defeats here this afternoon that are certainly going to upset the current group that is in the top 5 and the top 10. But we're not even halfway through the first half of the season yet, so long way to go.
Yeah, it's a long way till October, and Irwindale, California will crown another champion for the 14th season in a row at the House of Drift. Peter Vincic, Cameron Moore. And here comes Peter into the first front clip. Cameron Moore. Peter in that Word House Drift team. Falcon Tires S15 Sylvia. Gets the outside zone. Cameron Moore, the Butcher. Does he have enough right now? Keeps the same amount of distance, but not very close. Would like to see him, but look at Peter Vincic. Turn it up all the way through the course. Just a textbook run there from Peter. He could have been, I say, further out on the outside zone, but just very fluid through the course.
Well, and we've spent a lot of time, and not only up here in the booth, but just people in the public in general talking about his teammate James Dean. But Peter is a champion in his own right, and you can see here he definitely has a lot of talent, and he certainly is going to be one to watch over the course of the season. He starts off with a very strong lead here. You can see Cameron Moore is not really much of a factor here in terms of proximity. Peter was able to get out there, really laid down a very fast and smooth run, but he was able to also hit the zones and the clips pretty well, which means he wasn't running away.
Cameron Moore will now lead, and Peter Vincic will give chase. So remember, local time, taking a look, about 6:15. 8 o'clock is our opening ceremony, 7:30. So we definitely have some time here. So and getting some updates here. And Cameron Moore. Cameron Moore will lead. Peter Vincic giving chase. Can Cameron Moore throw down a solid run? A little faint entry there on initiation into that first front clip. You can hear him sputtering. Hitting the rumble strip, getting into the dirt, shaking around. Peter Vincic now gains his composure and gains a cone out the front end of the vehicle. Peter Vincic chasing down the Butcher. And you can hear that thing just thrashing all the way through the course. Make some noise for Cameron Moore and Peter Vincic.
Well, Cameron Moore may not win this battle here, but he's certainly very lucky that he did not sustain damage to the vehicle. We saw this yesterday, Jared, in Pro 2, where drivers were dropping their left fronts off that first inside clip, and also the transition going on up the hill, and actually basically damaging a lot of componentry in the suspension on either the right or the left front. So Cameron was able to sustain through that. He's able to make it through the course here. You can see that straightening right there from Peter. So Peter making a little bit of a mistake in the chase position as Cameron full throttle all the way through. And both guys battling it out here. A tough second run there as now we go to the judges.
Peter Vincic gets the victory, taking out Cameron Moore. Peter Vincic from Poland gets the victory and advances on. So both Word House Drift Team vehicles advance on, and I am seeing, looks like I am seeing not Cameron Moore, but Kyle Mohan at the start line, and there's Frederick Osbo and his team. So Cameron Moore pulled to the side. All right, as we are waiting to clear the track, looks like Cameron Moore is stalled to the side. You can win a set of wheels as run by Chelsea Dofa, Centerline alloy wheels. How do you ask? Tag a photo of you watching this weekend's event and just hashtag FD Centerline 17. Again, FD CENTERLINE 17. That's a hashtag FD Centerline. Enter to win a free set of Centerline muscle car wheels. So again, tag a photo of you watching And there you go. Thanks again to Centerline Alloy Wheels, as run by Chelsea Nofa. We'll take a short break. We are only one half of the battle left, and it's a doozy, so don't go anywhere, as Frederick Osbo is sitting on a deficit right now, an incomplete run, or potential. Let's call it a potential incomplete run, and we'll see if he got it figured out, as Frederick Osbo, our current points leader, goes against Kyle Mohan in the second half of the battle when we return here to round 3 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship, presented by Blackview Dash Cameras.
What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview Cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
You know, at Advance Auto Parts, we have some of the most knowledgeable and helpful people working in our stores. We just thought you should know. Because buying online and picking up your part at the local Advance Auto Parts store is so easy that, well, the most they may get to say to you is, "Hi, here's your part." It's a shame, really. Buy online, pick up in store in 30 minutes. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road.
All right, just getting some supplies for the team here at Road Atlanta. Big thanks to Advance Auto Parts. This is actually the Advance Auto Parts Road to the Championship at Road Atlanta, Formula Drift. This is actually one of the most unique tracks we have in the calendar. There's elevation changes to it. We're on a road course. Take you on a lap at Road Atlanta. You shoot down this long hill into a left-hander, long handbrake. First inner clip, you transition back, and you're going to be going uphill. So when you transition, you don't want to throw it to a ton of angle because you got to keep your momentum up to gas it up this hill. So you want to stay on the outside, coming up the hill as far as possible. Now it's blind as you come up and have to get eyes on the outside clipping zone where the judges are. And that's pretty crucial coming into the keyhole right there. So as soon as you come up over the hill, you want to be ready to get on the brakes and slow down and get ready for that outside zone near the judges. You nail that, you go back to the inside for an inside clip coming out of the keyhole. And then you transition back, and now you're backtracking at this point where you started, and it's a nice sweeper where you can just float a ton of angle, floor it. That's where you're going to get the crowd pumped up, a ton of smoke going on, and you transition one more time back to the finish line, floor it on the exit, and back up the hill. That's a lap around Road Atlanta.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
Welcome back here as we have a small delay as Cameron Moore, when he pulled up and waited for the verdict there, dumped a ton of water just to the side of the track. So want to make sure that both of these cars are aware of where it's at so they can avoid it at all costs so they don't get any fluids on their tires for this final round. But again, they should be all right.
And we were planning, Jared, to end this session at 6:30, so we're right up against that time frame now. But the way that the top 16 has come together has been very interesting here. Let's take a look at the bracket just very briefly. For the first battle up in the top 16, we've got Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Matt Kaufman.
Yeah, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Matt Kaufman, and then Alec Honadale and Jeff Jones.
And then we've got Matt Field and James Dean. That'll definitely be a spectacular battle, followed by Hilbrun and Chris Forsberg.
Yeah, Hilbrun and Forsberg. Then Essa and Dean Kearney.
And then following that, we've got Denofa and Ryan Turk, Blues and Hamilton, and then Jared, it'll be the winner of Frederick Osbo and Kyle Mohan versus Peter Vincek.
Yep, so go ahead and get throwing it out there.
Now let's just talk real briefly here about where we stand with Osbo and Mohan. We saw that Osbo had a big mistake up here in the horseshoe. That resulted in him calling a competition timeout, so that'll be gone for the weekend, whether or not he wins or loses. Right. Kyle Mohan didn't have the strongest chase, but the consensus seems to be that he did not have an incomplete run, so he would at least have that going in his favor. Now he's going to have to come back and lay down a solid run because you know Osbo's team is going to make sure that the car's buttoned up to the best possible degree. And let's remember that Frederick Osbo is your current points leader, so getting knocked out in the top 32 is not what you want for the championship. We've already seen quite a few upsets here today, and the way that this top 16 battle is lining up, depending if you look on the right or the left-hand side, there's going to be further upsets potentially with some heavy hitters going up against each other in the top 16.
Yeah, I mean, you look at all the drivers there, and Frederick Osbo is the only driver outside of Dio Shihara and Odi Bakshis outside of the top 10 that's not in it, that could potentially be not in it. So our points leader, because James Dean coming into this round of competition was second in points, Essa third, Turk fourth, and Vaughn Gittin Jr. fifth, with Hilbrun, Bakshis, Yoshihara, Forsberg, and Kristaps rounding out the top 10. So yeah, that's a big blow going out in the 32, and that's a lot of it. You know, when like you said, Ryan, you know that could have shaped the championship very differently. And it always ends up that way when we go to Irwindale.
No doubt.
What do you think is going through Mohan's mind right now?
I mean, if I were his spotter and, you know, his dad's a spotter, I would basically just be telling him, you know, what all you need to do here is just go down and lay down a solid qualifying run. That's what you should be focusing on. Don't worry about what he's doing behind you. Lay down a solid qualifying run, and you might very well take this out.
This is a big battle right here. This is Osbo and Mohan. Mohan out front, built to apex. Mazda Tricks MX-5. He locks it in on that first front clip. Now Mohan powering up the hill. Osbo looking like he's back to his normal self as Mohan. And you can see Osbo really working the wheel, working the car, massaging it into the door of the MX-5, and Osbo spins, as does Mohan. Was there contact is the question, Ryan Sage.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Osbo hit him coming out of the horseshoe there. And the sun's right in our eyes, but, but we're going to be able to see it from another angle. Now, Mohan is going to initiate into this first corner and slow down quite a bit. Osbo is really going to have to make an adjustment here. Then Mohan gets back on the throttle. You can see the smoke line developing here. Now as we come up the hill, you can see Osbo really closing the door. He's pushing hard to try to take away proximity. Now through this second inside clip, and right here, you can see, boom, contact from Osbo in the chase position.
So Mohan jumps out of his vehicle, Ryan, right here out of the horseshoe. When he transitions through, you see Osbo regain the proximity and dunk, knocking on Mohan's door. So Mohan out of his car, making sure everything's all right, but he took that hit there, Ryan.
I mean, you really can't fault Osbo, too much for being aggressive there. I mean, he knew that he had to pull out all the stops. And, sometimes you just got to throw caution to the wall. So let's take a look at this again. Now, remember, we have Osbo with that big mistake in run number 1. So he needs a big mistake from Kyle Mohan in order to force a one more time here. But as Osbo is really putting the pressure on Kyle Mohan through this inside section here, on first glance, it looks like he just pushes a little bit too hard. Mohan transitions down the hill, and then right there, a little bit of a tap. Mohan forces the spin, run over.
Wow, so a big wind of change here for our winner from Orlando. And we're seeing some wankles being thrown up. How are we doing down there, Drift Scum? How's Team Rowdy doing over there? Oh wow, you guys are really not living up to the name Team Rowdy. So we are getting the cars cleared out. The judges taking a look at all the angles. So as you can see, Osbo and Mohan waiting for the verdict. Ryan, I mean, you're totally right. Osbo needed to apply the pressure. He needed something sensational. He needed to be dominant, or he needed a mistake from Mohan. And to be quite honest, Mohan, I don't know how far that lead run is going to take him advancing on if Osbo did not have that mistake.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Osbo, whatever happened with the vehicle, I'm sure we'll hear about it after the fact. And as you can see coming down the hill here, just getting a better look at it, you can see Osbo is closing. Mohan with an obvious smoke line there. It just looks like Osbo pushes a little bit too hard, and like I said, I can't fault him for that, but that's just my opinion.
Right. I think what the judges are really looking at here is did Mohan slow, did he stop, because in that lead position you need to have continuous transition or movement, and obviously don't have counter drift or drifting the other direction, anything that would fault Mohan and have Osbo make contact. But we are waiting now. So Mohan and Osbo, slide them left for Mohan, right for Osbo. Ryan says one more time. Brian says Kyle Mohan, and Andy says one more time. So Lantain, you erred on the side of one more time. The other two judges said Kyle Mohan, so Osbo is knocked out, but your justification behind the OMT.
That is an acceleration area, or not a slowdown area, I guess I should say. And it looked to me like Mohan was slowing there. He was off throttle and letting the car coast. And Osbo was getting on throttle because that's what he was supposed to do in that area. It is an area where you need to be on throttle. If you're not on throttle there, it's going to be really awkward to get down the hill. The chase driver needs to be close to be able to and be on throttle there and be close at the same time to maintain proximity down the hill. If you give the lead car any room there, you're going to never catch up again, as it's a downhill area where you're going to be on throttle. So it looked like Osbo was just mimicking his angle going through there. Kyle had very low angle when he was coming out. You can actually see when Osbo hits him, it sends Kyle to probably an appropriate amount of angle, and then Kyle keeps rotating around as the momentum of that hit kind of sent him around. So I can't really fault Osbo for being close and trying to stay close, within proximity. So that leaves me with a 0 and then another 0 from both runs. So you end up with one more time.
All right, so 2-1, and Ryan Lantain saying it one more time, but the other two judges saying Kyle Mohan gets the victory. He takes out our current points leader. So thank you guys and gals for joining us. We'll be back out here at 8 o'clock to kick off our opening ceremonies, the top 16. It's a hot one, but the sun's going to drop. The lights are going to turn on as they just do right now. Thanks for joining us out here. This is round 3 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. On behalf of Lorette Nickel, Ryan Lantain, Brian Eggert, Andy Yen, and Ryan Sage, I'm Jared Dienda. We'll see you back here at 8 o'clock for Top 16 National Anthem and opening ceremonies here at Road Atlanta.
What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
The new Falken Wild Peak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falken Wild Peak AT3W.
Drifting. Shooting. Desert. Short course. The one-stop shop for all your adrenaline needs.
Oh, wow. You're Kyle Busch.
Yeah. Hi.
And that is the new Nas Rowdy drink?
That's it.
Can I get a picture?
Sure, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
Get rowdy. When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with remote live view and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
What's up, guys? I'm Ryan Turk, Formula Drift driver of the Gum Out Nameless Performance GT86. This is our 1,000 horsepower inline 6-cylinder engine. To be able to sustain that amount of power for an entire season, you need quality parts and a very quality team to support your effort. That's one of the biggest things that Gum Out and I have in common. They use quality ingredients that are proven and tested in a lab, just like a race car is proven and tested on the track. Science in, performance out. It's more than just their tagline. Find out for yourself and pick up a bottle of Gum Out today.
You know, at Advance Auto Parts, we have some of the most knowledgeable and helpful people working in our stores. We just thought you should know. Because buying online and picking up your part at the local Advance Auto Parts store is so easy that, well, the most they may get to say to you is, "Hi, here's your part." It's a shame, really. Buy online, pick up in store in 30 minutes. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road.
the new Nos Rowdy drink. Oh, Kyle
awesome, huh?
Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean,
Not really. I mean, it's more my drink.
I'll trade you my hat.
oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy.
What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 All-Season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450.
What's up, guys? I'm Ryan Turk, Formula Drift driver of the Gumout Nameless Performance GT86. This is our 1,000 horsepower inline 6-cylinder engine. To be able to sustain that amount of power for an entire season, you need quality parts and a very quality team to support your effort. That's one of the biggest things that Gumout and I have in common. They use quality ingredients that are proven and tested in a lab, just like a race car is proven and tested on the track. Science in, performance out. It's more than just their tagline. Find out for yourself and pick up a bottle of Gumout today.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
The Falcon Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falcon Wild Peak MT.
Oh, wow. You're Kyle Busch.
Yeah. Hi.
And that is the new Nos Rowdy drink?
That's it.
Can I get a picture?
Sure, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Get rowdy.
What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Black Magic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with remote live view and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
You know, at Advance Auto Parts, we have some of the most knowledgeable and helpful people working in our stores. We just thought you should know. Because buying online and picking up your part at the local Advance Auto Parts store is so easy that, well, the most they may get to say to you is, "Hi, here's your part." It's a shame, really. Buy online, pick up in store in 30 minutes. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road.
Drifting. Shooting. Desert. Short course. The one-stop shop for all your adrenaline needs.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
You know, at Advance Auto Parts, we have some of the most knowledgeable and helpful people working in our stores. We just thought you should know. Because buying online and picking up your part at the local Advance Auto Parts store is so easy that, well, the most they may get to say to you is, "Hi, here's your part." It's a shame, really. Buy online, pick up in store in 30 minutes. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road.
What's up, guys? I'm Ryan Turk, Formula Drift driver of the Gumout Nameless Performance GT86. This is our 1,000 horsepower inline 6-cylinder engine. To be able to sustain that amount of power for an entire season, you need quality parts and a very quality team to support your effort. That's one of the biggest things that Gumout and I have in common. They use quality ingredients that are proven and tested in a lab, just like a race car is proven and tested on the track. Science in, performance out. It's more than just their tagline. Find out for yourself and pick up a bottle of Gumout today.
The Falcon Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falcon Wild Peak MT.
What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 All-Season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450. The new Falcon Wild Peak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falcon Wild Peak AT3W.
nice rowdy drink. Oh,
Pretty
Kyle
awesome, huh?
Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean, not really. I mean, it's more my drink.
I'll trade you my hat.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy.
We pulled into the back road. Shimmering this way for wearing out its course, and I could only dream about what is it.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
You know, at Advance Auto Parts, we have some of the most knowledgeable and helpful people working in our stores. We just thought you should know. Because buying online and picking up your part at the local Advance Auto Parts store is so easy that, well, the most they may get to say to you is, "Hi, here's your part." It's a shame, really. Buy online, pick up in store in 30 minutes. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
The new Falcon Wild Peak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falcon Wild Peak AT3W.
Drifting. Shooting. Desert. Short course. The one-stop shop for all your adrenaline needs.
We pulled into the back road, shimmering his way forward, wearing out its course, and I could only dream about what is in the
Oh, wow. You're Kyle Busch.
Yeah. Hi.
And that is the new Nas Rowdy drink?
That's it.
Can I get a picture?
Sure, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Get rowdy.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with Remote Live View and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
You know, at Advance Auto Parts, we have some of the most knowledgeable and helpful people working in our stores. We just thought you should know. Because buying online and picking up your part at the local Advance Auto Parts store is so easy that, well, the most they may get to say to you is, "Hi, here's your part." It's a shame, really. Buy online, pick up in store in 30 minutes. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road.
Oh, the new Nosferatu drink. Oh, Kyle
awesome, huh?
Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean, not really. I mean, it's more my drink.
I'll trade you my hat.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy. What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 All-Season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450.
What's up, guys? I'm Ryan Turk, Formula Drift driver of the Gum Out Nameless Performance GT86. This is our 1,000 horsepower inline 6-cylinder engine. To be able to sustain that amount of power for an entire season, you need quality parts and a very quality team to support your effort. That's one of the biggest things that Gum Out and I have in common. They use quality ingredients that are proven and tested in a lab, just like a race car is proven and tested on the track. Science in, performance out. It's more than just their tagline. Find out for yourself and pick up a bottle of Gum Out today.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with remote live view and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
The Falcon Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falcon Wild Peak MT.
Oh, wow. You're Kyle Busch.
Yeah. Hi.
And that is the new Nas Rowdy drink?
That's it.
Can I get a picture?
Sure, yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, no. Get rowdy. What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
Turk, you got permits for this, right?
I don't know. I thought that was your job. We just arrived in Independence, California. We got my man Chris Forsberg. We're gonna destroy one of the sketchiest roads I have ever seen. A lot of cliffs, and we're gonna show you what it takes to hopefully come out of this clean.
Going well so far, just getting situated at the hotel. It's pretty rustic, might be haunted.
We're fresh off of Formula Drift Long Beach. As you can see, Turk's car is up in the air getting its regular maintenance.
Can you grab me 10, a 12, and a 14?
We're currently at 4,500 feet, but it's only going up from here.
I feel like I'm in Colorado.
It's gonna knock us down about 20% of horsepower. We talked to our tuners. I'll probably be around 500-600 horsepower, but more than enough to get the job done.
Just not put it on full kill and we should be okay.
Sourdough is an excellent choice for most breakfasts. However, not for PBJ.
It's a bad choice.
Who did this? Jacob? He would.
Up here is like a mountain here. We instantly do follow film. Chris spins tires and helmet cam of Chris. Thumbs up, e-brake into here. Sounds good to me. In a minute here, we're gonna head up the mountain and start our shot list.
All right, we're on the road that leads us to the drift road, Onion Valley Road. My ears are popping. We're already high in elevation. Really hoping the cars are gonna work properly.
Very epic backgrounds.
Look at this. Looks like we're in the French Alps. This is the complete opposite of the East Coast and the woods and forests that we have, so this is absolutely phenomenal.
I actually found this road, no joke, on Google Maps, and it's pretty exciting to be out here and see it in person. We like to do these things with fresh tracks just because ups the intensity when you realize that the driver has only tried this once. Power up and out, and you're off up into that.
Hopefully we make it to this turn in the mountain. Chris is about to test out his car, hoping the adjustments are correct and that the car is actually having enough power to make it all the way to the top.
Feeling pretty good. We just wanted to take it easy on the first one out, but went back out and gave it a couple of rips, burned a little tire, nice and clean. Power's a little down, but definitely got enough to get this job done.
Welcome to our hotel. It's weird. It's 100 years old. It's haunted. We got a sweet old caretaker named Frank taking care of us. Charles Manson was arraigned across the street. And here we have Andy Mapuka cooking us some dinner.
Welcome to Flavor Country. We got tater tots, barbecue chicken, and peppers and onions. Gonna stack them up on a sandwich for some serious flavor bombs.
Flavor's pretty bomb, let me tell you. Come back over here. We have Andy Lapuka with some mood music.
Welcome back to Flavor Country.
Definitely gonna be one of the sketchier videos that we've done. It's gonna be cool.
Gotta get the fluids out. You never know how long you're gonna be stuck in a car for on these shoots.
Hey man, did you look at it?
Let's play down.
Don't tell anyone about this. Gotta get those logos on, man. I thought it would be a little sketchier than it is, which is a good thing. There's obviously points of danger for sure. There's a margin of error no matter what you do. You know, our cars are pretty on point. I wouldn't take anything else up here besides our pro cars, so you know, we have total faith in these things.
All right, burn out and send it. Action, action.
How'd that feel? Sluggish. Check under the hood. We're officially done.
I'm gonna hand this over to Chris. Chris is gonna go do this, and then hold on for now, bro. Turn the camera off.
All right, unfortunately, that's it for me. We have a blown engine in my car. Thankfully, Forsberg's here to take over the reins, so I'm going to pass the torch. We have an all-time road, and somebody's got to shred it. Unfortunately, it's not going to be me, but Forsberg's a perfect man for the job. Forsberg!
I think it should be good. Next time we do it, I'll do it.
Copy.
I'm gonna see if this mount works.
Jeez Louise.
And then slide the other one to focus it.
Boom, boom, boom.
Couple of kids out here.
There you go.
Turk's gonna get his ride along. It's very rare that race car drivers ride with other race car drivers, which cracks me up, but we're gonna make him do it anyway.
Sketchy every time.
Probably the most comfortable ride-along I've ever had. No major death-defying cliffs or rocks or... It's all good. Forsberg's the man.
Oh, thanks, man.
I don't know if I've had a ride in a pro car, to be honest. That's interesting to think about.
Yeah.
That's a wrap on another Turked episode. I'm glad my friend Chris Forsberg here could have all the fun. And when life gives you lemons, you smash them.
I sit and wonder why every time that I'm thinking of you.
2016 Formula Drift champion.
There still is some rain in the forecast for the rest of the afternoon, so for the remainder of the afternoon, we will have an open practice session for all drivers to get used to these conditions.
Not getting as deep in that touch to go, but wow! Oh, doctor, look at that! Mad Mike spins into the rear clipping zone, makes the correction as Chelsea Denofa passes Forsberg. Who's gonna be first place here in the streets of Long Beach? And your winner is Chelsea Denofa! Chelsea Denofa is your winner here in Long Beach.
There we go, Chelsea Denofa, our points leader. Woo! Oh. Falls down. Looks like, unfortunately, Denofa could be broken there. Oh my goodness! Pollock, both these guys, bragging rights between friends. But even more so, they want to get on the podium. Bonkin Jr. right there, door to door with Dio Shihara. Two veterans of the sport, two former champions. Bonkin Jr. grabbing the win here at round 2, Road Atlanta. Look at Odie right there, blending into his door, shredding some fiberglass. Whoa, buddy! Oh, Merdaunt goes into him. Frederick Osbo, the strong, solid, straight line initiation. Frederick Osbo, once again, finds the crease and dials it in. But look at Frederick Osbo pulling away. Nice job by Osbo, McCory. Great angle from Forsberg. Blues throwing some more angle at it. Coming off the bank. Frederick Osbo throws it into the bank. Look at Christoph Blues. Can he get that #1 spot? Frederick Osbo cuts through the smoke. Blues maxes out the angle. Frederick, the Norwegian Hammer Osbo, is your winner here in Orlando. Bonkin Jr. high on the bank. Look at Kristaps, absolutely attacking like a maniac. Oh no, Pat Merdaunt for a swing. Throws it in. Forsberg falling down there quite a bit, coming now into that first front clip. And look at this, Chris Forsberg gets the win.
After Jersey, I was really frustrated. I wasn't seeing eye to eye with the judgment call and what was going on with the direction that I saw Formula Drift going. But, you know, I got obligations to sponsors, to teammates, and I really just decided I got to come back and finish off this year at least. And, you know, I'm trying to work through it and, you know, give the judges what they want to see.
Ryan Turk throttling through, smashing the throttle. Look at Gucci right there on the door of Turk. Michael Essa going hard at Chris Forsberg. Bonkin Jr. sticking it to the wall. Chris Forsberg right there. Wow, Vaughn narrowly escaping some contact there. Bonkin Jr. grabs the win in his Monster Energy Nitto Tire Ford Mustang RTR. Wang sheds his back bumper. Big angle here. Stoneback really off course here. Oh, wow. And Justin Pollock getting to the side of Bonkin Jr. Wow, some big flames. Kaufman knocked all the way out to that rear clipping zone. Frederick Osbo mimicking him. Ryan Turk, Chris Forsberg doing battle. It's a dogfight. Chris Forsberg giving him the French press here. Ryan Turk firing off. Chris Forsberg ducking in the smoke. Forsberg into the wall. Looks like he almost made contact just out of camera shot. Man, these guys, this is an all-out battle. Make some noise, Formula Drift world. And there it is, it's unanimous. Chris Forsberg gets the win. Brake lines being tapped there by both the... Oh, and Forrest Wang exploding that wing off his car. Osbo showing some dominance here, but Odie Bakshi's, look at that, a big flick around that final clip. A big gap between the guys. Bonkin Jr. gets into the wall. A quick disruption of the vehicle, but back on the throttle. Getting into that rear touch and go is Forsberg, filling the rear zone. And Frederick Osbo is near flawless, chasing him down. Frederick Osbo getting the victory here at St. Eustache. Whoa, Gucci drops in. Wow, Ryan Turk goes into the wall. Oh, and Alex Hilbrand goes into the inside. Moen gets it out there. Tyler McCory explodes
Not only his bumper, but his rear trunk makes him, oh, Dr. McCory goes hard into Kenny Moen. Out to that touch and go. Big, nasty transition by Bakshis. Absolutely throws the back end in of that vehicle. Back off, initiates in the bank. Nice job by Garrity. Look at him right there. Mirroring him. Coffin throws some more angle at a dragging the wall. Come on, Seattle. Shutting it down is Goosh. Good transition. Look at that. Into formation. It's a dogfight here between Bakshis and Gucci. Who's going to get the win? Gucci's already got third. Bakshis pulling away from Forsberg. Bakshis into the wall. Nice job by Odie. Coming down now into the power alley. Forsberg right there, and he comes in too hard. And now your winner here at round 6 of the Formula Drift Championship, Odie Bakshis. Odie Bakshis gets the win. Look at Matt Field right there on the door of this Volkswagen Passat. Tyler McCory, big angle. Wow. And now dive jumping up. Whoa, narrowly escaping. Osmo nosing in. Dean Carney coming in hard, and we got contact. Field, surging attack, and Vonkin Jr. spins out. Brian Turk now way off course. Osmo zeroing in. Osmo making his presence felt here in Texas. Osmo bringing it into that front clip. Osmo, a big mistake by Osmo. The winner's going to the finals. Here we go. Matt Field throwing it in. Christos Blues taking a very wide line. Unfamiliar territory for Blues. As Blues all over the course. Montadale Forsberg taking out that front clip into that second rear clipping zone. Montadale ripping out of the whoa! Montadale going off course. Matt Field out front. Chris Forsberg giving chase. Field initiate into that first rear clipping zone. Forsberg closing the door and banging doors. And there it is. Forsberg pushes too hard as Field. Can Field keep it together? Your winner here at Texas Motor Speedway is Matt Field. Matt Field gets the win, his first ever Formula Drift win. Vonkin Jr. out front, initiating. And Vonkin Jr. hit to the wall. Vaughn goes into the wall. Big angle from Gucci. How's that gonna pay off? Oh my goodness. Yoshihara looking dialed, precision driving from him. Man, Yoshihara is just flawless at this point. Here we go into that first front flip. Merdaunt and Forsberg right there. Oh, and Forsberg on the wall. An unbelievable turn of events. Here we go. Matt Field, Frederick Osbo, championship implications on the line. Matt Field throwing into that second rear clipping zone. Some wobbling into the second. Frederick Osbo poised. Right there on the door. Look at Osbo closing in.
Oh,
We're
man.
seeing some contact firing off. What just happened as everybody is watching this battle and what's going down. If Frederick Osbo loses here, Chris Forsberg is your 2016 Formula Drift champion. Brian says Matt Field and Chris Forsberg is your 2016 Formula Drift champion. Here we go. Down the court, throws it in. Ryan Turk in chase. Ryan Turk gets the win and advances on to the Final Four. 3, 2, 1, and there it is. The clock has expired. The 5-minute allotment for the competition timeout, but he does get on the podium due to his number 2 qualifying position. Nice snappy transition by Yoshihara. Oh, and Yoshihara goes into the wall. Your winner here at Irwindale, the House of Drift, Matt Field, here at the House of Drift, Irwindale, California. It's been a tumultuous season, and sometimes your fate is left in other drivers' hands, and Chris Forsberg is your first ever 3-time Formula Drift champion.
drifting. Shooting. Desert. Short course. The one-stop shop for all your adrenaline needs.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
You know, at Advance Auto Parts, we have some of the most knowledgeable and helpful people working in our stores. We just thought you should know. Because buying online and picking up your part at the local Advance Auto Parts store is so easy that, well, the most they may get to say to you is, "Hi, here's your part." It's a shame, really. Buy online, pick up in store in 30 minutes. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road.
What's up, guys? I'm Ryan Turk, former drift driver of the Gumout Nameless Performance GT86. This is our 1,000 horsepower inline 6-cylinder engine. To be able to sustain that amount of power for an entire season, you need quality parts and a very quality team to support your effort. That's one of the biggest things that Gumout and I have in common. They use quality ingredients that are proven and tested in a lab, just like a race car is proven and tested on the track. Science in, performance out. It's more than just their tagline. Find out for yourself and pick up a bottle of Gumout today.
The Falcon Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falcon Wild Peak MT.
What's up, guys? I'm former drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 All-Season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450. The new Falcon Wild Peak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falcon Wild Peak AT3W.
How we doing out there, Road Atlanta? Make some noise! Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is Road Atlanta. We've been here since 2004. Some of you maniacs have been here since day one, and some of you, this is your first drift event ever. I need to make sure that people know that Road Atlanta has some of the most insane drift fans in the world. Road Atlanta, make some noise! All right, all right. Well, save a little bit. Save a little bit because we're about to introduce you to our top 16 drivers. But first, I'm American. My grandpa was in the Air Force. A lot of you served in our country. So I ask you to please stand and remove your hats because as you can see, not only cars down there, you see the flags, and also the young men and women wearing blue T-shirts have made a commitment to serve in our United States Air Force. To honor their commitment, please remain standing while Captain Listina administers the oath of enlistment.
All right, like the announcer said, these young men and this young lady over here, they represent this generation's, the next leaders and the next heroes of the Air Force. So please give them your round of applause. Show them your appreciation. Now for my Deppers, I want you to listen to that, and when you go to BMT, when you go to your first assignment, remember that this out here is what you're doing it for. Remember that. So are you ready to take the oath of enlistment? All right, please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will serve and protect the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to regulation and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Thank you. Welcome to the team. Thank you all.
Make some noise again for the young men and women committing themselves to the United States Air Force. Now please remain standing, remove your hat. Presenting the colors is the Jefferson High School Honor Guard. And singing the national anthem, Cadet Brianna Nolly and Anna Arce.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air,
Make some noise, Atlanta. Thank you to the young men and women, Captain Listina, the Jefferson High School Honor Guard, and Cadet Brianna Nolly and Anna RC. Are you ready to meet your top 16 drivers ready to do battle here at round 3 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras? First off, first car parked from Los Angeles, California. He's in the dock. Hankook tires, V8 supercharged, S14. It is Relentless Jeff Jones. Coming to us from Florida, he is in the Urban Air. Hoonigan, Nexon tires, S14. It is Alec Hanadel. Coming up next, the Latvian lover, the HGK Achilles Motul Wise Fat Mass Motorsports BMW. It is Kristaps Blush. Coming all the way from Lima, Peru. He's in the Inca Madness Racing RTS Field Suspension Nitto Tires BMW. It is Alex Hilbrun. Originally from Rowlett, Texas, now living in Claremont, Florida. Injuku Racing, BC Racing, Hankook Tires. Say hello to Little Tex, Nate Hamilton. Up next, the Essa Bunny, as I like to call him, the pink in honor of his daughter Aria on his vehicle. Love the suit. Let's get dirty now. He's the Essa Autosports Achilles Radial BMW. It is Michael Essa. A new darker look, a new darker season for this gentleman from Oregon in the 959 Nexon Tires Ford V8 powered S13. It is Matt Kaufman. Moving right along, he is your defending 3-time Formula Drift champion, originally from Doylestown, Pennsylvania, in the NOS Enerdrink 370Z on Hankook tires, Chris the Force Forsberg. Moving on down the line, keeping an international affair in the Oracle Lighting Dodge Viper on Achilles Radials, Dean Carnage Carney. Another Irish driver. He was on a 7-year hiatus. He won round 1 here in Long Beach, California. He's in the Word House Drift Team S15. It is the tall man. He is the truth, James Dean. Rounding out that 2-car Word House Drift Team, coming to us from Poland. Both these guys on Falcon tires. It is Peter Vincek. All right, moving on down the line. He's always a crowd favorite. He is in the Gum Out Black Magic Intense Tire Wet Toyota Racing GT86, operated by Nameless Performance from New Hampshire, Ryan Turk. One of the 2 RTR teams joining the RTR Motorsports team this year. He's in the BC Racing Nitto Tires Mustang RTR. It is Chelsea Danofa. And up next, because he is your #1 qualifier, Richard Mancinelli, the Speed Perks Loyalty Marketing Manager from Advanced Auto Parts, giving him $500 cash, courtesy of Black Magic Car Care, and Mark Tucker, brand manager, is holding up the sign, presenting our #1 qualifier here. Again, winner of the Black Magic Intense Tire Wet, $500 cash to Vaughn Gayton Jr. in the Monster Energy Nitto Tire Mustang RTR. The only rotary in competition out here. He took down our points leader. And here he is. He is in the Built to Apex Mazda Tricks Nexon Tires MX-5. It is Kyle the Menace Mohan. And last but definitely not least, his whole field family's in the building. Even Grandma's here to cheer on the beast from the Bay. He is in the Falcon Tires Vaptasia Black Tracks S14.5 from San Jose, California. The 777, Matt Field. Make some noise, Atlanta. Those are your top 16 drivers. They're about to go head-to-head, mano-a-mano. Atlanta, make some noise. Let's send it. All right, well, here we are again. We are getting prepared for our first head-to-head battle. United States Air Force has been a long partner of Formula Drift. As you saw, we saw the depth swear of the young men and women. There was only one woman out there, but joining me up here once again, it's great to see you. Techno Sergeant Long, how we doing?
Good, sir. Thank you for having us out here again.
Oh, of course, man. I see you brought your family this time. Your wife, she made me nervous. You know, she's like, oh, what, do you get nerves? I'm like, no, not at all. Not at all. And then I got nervous.
Hey, she does that to me sometimes too.
Exactly. So. Well, great to see you back up here. This is your second event. I asked your kids there. And you guys don't live too far from here in Brazelton.
Actually, yeah, we're just right through the woods there. We hear the cars out here at Road Atlanta all the time, and we were very thankful to be out here and be part of it this afternoon.
Yeah, and again, I bring this up every time. My grandpa's in the United States Air Force. That's why I got those tattoos for him. So thank you for your service. And, of course, I thank my grandpa. He's still alive. He's still with us. He fought in World War II. But your role at the United States Air Force, what exactly is it?
Yes, sir. Well, I started out my career in the Air Force 15 years ago now. I started out in aircraft maintenance, and about 2 years ago, the Air Force asked me to be a recruiter.
Okay.
So for the past 2 years, I've been working in the Gainesville area, the Brazelton area as well, recruiting young men and women into today's Air Force. So that's what I've been doing for the past couple of years now. So
today's Air Force, maybe define that, because some people just think it's, you know, you're on the battlefield, you're doing battle, or it's airplanes. There are so many careers and positions and education through the United States Air Force.
There sure is. You know, a lot of the science and technology and engineering that goes into the development of these cars it's right in line with what we do in the Air Force, maybe on a higher level, you know, working with aircraft and multi-billion-dollar equipment.
Right.
But it's very comparable. So we're definitely looking for some young men and women to, you know, keep the Air Force moving forward as far as advances in technology and keeping everyone here at home safe and around the world.
Yeah, I mean, that's instrumental and key, but the technology and all those things, I saw, there was a poster down there, like 80,000 RPMs up in the sky or something like that, seeing a jet, and that's obviously an attractive component, but it's not just a last option because people are like, oh, I'm going to go in the military.
Right.
You can get a larger education from being in the United States Air Force.
Yeah, definitely. With the Air Force, I mean, we are the only branch to have our own community college. A lot of people don't realize that, and you can actually get your education while you're serving the Air Force, travel the world, and knock out those classes one at a time. And you know, we're always encouraging folks to build on that and improve themselves, not only as an airman, but also when they return back to the civilian life. You know, they can excel there as well.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for yourself joining us here, your family, your wife over here, listening in, smiling on, and your family, and thank you for what you do, and all of the you know, I don't want to say soldiers. What do you call it? Airmen. And everybody else out there that is part of our military extension. Of course, thank you to the United States Air Force for their long-standing partnership with Formula Drift. So when we return, we'll take a short break. When we come back, head-to-head battles here at Road Atlanta, round 3 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship, presented by Blackview Dash Cameras, when we return.
This presentation of Formula Drift has been brought to you by Blackview, Over the Cloud, Nexen Tire, Driving Tomorrow, Nitto Tire, Fueled by Enthusiasts, Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things. I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
Welcome back. As the sun is setting here, you can see the lights are turning on. And Ryan, last night we saw a lot of smoke here, so hopefully we get a little bit of wind to not only keep us cool, but also clear out the smoke, because that was definitely a variable here that got things mixed up. Well, we see Team Rowdy taking a team photo over here. How we doing? We got Drift Scum, but also we have now 16 drivers. We've whittled it down from 30, actually 28, because our top 4 qualifying drivers had a bye. So we're going to take a look back at some of those great runs, and we saw some pretty interesting battles shaping up here. But Pat Gooden, now he started out in the wet and it dried out progressively, but Pat Gooden and Matt Kaufman.
Well, we had a really tumultuous start to the top 32. We had a rain cloud come over and stick with us for about 25, 30 minutes. And then subsequently, it started to dry out a little bit. The smoke is starting to pick up here. You can see James Dean and Ken Gucci doing battle here. And unfortunately for Ken, he got knocked out in the round of 32. James Dean will move on to face Matt Field. And then right here, a very competitive battle that went one more time. And you can see Odie here was really pushing and aggressive. This is a very, very close battle here. It could have gone either way. It ended up getting tipped to Chris Forsberg after the one more time. And he's moving on to the top 16.
Yeah, as Chris Forsberg navigated through there, you see his nameless performance teammate Ryan Turk and Dio Shahar. That was another battle that was just feverish. It was just really showing you 2 veterans. I mean, if you look at Odie and Forsberg and you look at that of Turk and Dye, that's a battle you should see in the Grade 8. But this is probably the most notable. Our points leader coming to this round pushes too hard in the second run, but on the first one he had a mistake. Osbo.
Yeah, Osbo had a mechanical in run number 1, and he had to really push hard in run number 2. Pushed a bit too hard there, and Kyle Mohan will get his berth into the top 16. And then Peter Vicek going up here against Cameron Moore. You can see Cameron was really struggling to keep pace with
check. So we are just getting prepared for our first battle on deck, but again, just collecting our thoughts on what's going to go on here. But again, we have Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Matt Kaufman. That should be a fun one as Vaughn, again, our #1 qualifier. But Matt Kaufman, he dealt with it in the wet. Both these guys, interesting enough, have Ford engines under the hood of their vehicles. Matt Kaufman piloting that S13. And Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And if you are the owner of a set of keys and you're missing them, it's got 2 vehicle keys up here. If you can come tell us what they are, we'll hand them over to you. There's also a keychain and a remote. It's on a Formula Drift lanyard. So if you're missing your keys, definitely don't want to leave here tonight without those. Come on up to the judging tower and we'll get them back to you.
Could see off in the distance. As I said, the sun is setting, the lights are on. 14 years, staying brain, keep moving. Vaughn Gittin Jr., Matt Kaufman. These guys have never seen battle against each other. You see that winning percentage, 66.8. Matt Kaufman, 32%. This is I got to say, you know, the needle is leaning towards Vaughn Gittin Jr., but
Matt Coffin could really upset some folks, and he knows who he's going against, and that's where you think it's like, I'm going to put it all out there, see what I got, and leave it all out on the track. But again, crazier things have happened. We saw Frederick Osbo go out earlier, so not that Kamo in hand isn't, you know, a caliber driver, but, you know, again, signs are saying in percentages, statistic-wise, you know, signs were saying that Frederick Osbo would get the win, so anything usually does happen. Vaughn Gittin Jr. warming up his Nitto tires. He has not seen head-to-head competition here. I should say today, because he did qualify #1, so he had an automatic bye, which put him right here into this position in the top 16. All right, warming up his tires and finally pulling to the start line. Here comes the next entire shrouded S13 of Matt Kaufman. And Kaufman, a couple more turns of that machine that was built for war. That's what it says on the wing. He'll be getting a look at the back of that Ford Mustang of Vaughn Gittin Jr. first. Okay, so now, finally, heat cycle into the tires. Let's see what we got. Who's moving on to the Grade 8, our first battle of the top 16. I'm Jared Dienda. Ryan Sage, Ryan Lontaine will join us in conversation when it comes to getting some judging explanation, as well as Laurent Nickel is at the top of the hill getting some insight from the drivers and the teams. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. will lead. Matt Kaufman will give chase, and Kaufman gets a quick jump out there, and he is allowed to do that. We got a clean start here. Kaufman in that chase position can get a bit of a jump. Vaughn initiates hard and fast into that first front clip, locking up that back wheel. Signature three-wheel motion up the hill, flickering into that outer zone. Matt Kaufman forgoes that back outer zone and now transitions out of the horseshoe. And Vaughn Gittin Jr. making some clouds of his own as only just a few linger. A very dominant performance there by Vaughn out front.
Well, as you said, Kaufman got a jump out of the gate, but I don't think he got the timing just right. You can see here he actually falls behind. It didn't seem like he had the acceleration that he was looking for in order to get the timing right coming out of the gate, and he allowed Vaughn to get this big gap. Now Vaughn is able to fill this zone here, so he's not running away by taking a shallower line. Now Kaufman meets up with Vaughn through the smoke line here. Vaughn heads down the hill, good angle by Vaughn on this mid line through this last inside clip here, and a solid lead run for Vaughn Gittin Jr., establishing a gap early on. Kaufman closed it toward the middle, and then some separation towards the end.
Well, Vaughn Gittin Jr. came into this round of competition 5th in points, and outside of Frederick Osbo, the remaining other out of the top 5, 4 of them are advancing on into the 16, so they will see competition. Can Vaughn continue his success? Kaufman will lead, and Gittin will chase.
You can see the smoke is playing tricks with our camera there.
Right. Yeah, it just goes to show you how thick it is. What do you make of Gittin's vehicle? Him and Denofa, you know, they're both operated by RTR, but just the dynamics of it. Everybody's, you know, we always talk about the three-wheel motion. It's unlike any other vehicle really out here.
For sure, and it's very bouncy too, but you know, the team that sets it up for him, you know, they know what they're doing. Vaughn knows what he wants out of his vehicle, and it's obviously performing incredibly with that #1 qualification, 5th in points right now. Certainly there's a style aspect and aesthetics aspect, but wanting also to have that function as well as form.
All right, so maybe letting a little smoke dissipate through. You could see the long shot there, a bit hazier than what you saw previously. So, and Matt Coffin rolls out of the start. Oh, okay, so cone was hit. You can see that cone knocked over. That is 1 strike against Matt Kaufman. 1 strike against Matt Kaufman. So Matt Kaufman with 1 strike out of the starting chicane. Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that chase position. Okay, so Kaufman jumped the light. That is a strike against Kaufman. 3 strikes and you're out. And you can see the red lights illuminate, extinguish. It's go time. Here we go. Send it. Matt Kaufman out of the gate. It looks like that is another cone. Matt Kaufman with another cone hit. So that is 2 strikes. If he does this one more time or jumps the light, he will automatically forfeit this round of competition, handing Vaughn Gittin Jr., I don't want to say the victory, but that run, and that would be an incomplete run for Matt Kaufman.
And it's worth noting, has it happened before?
Yes.
Yes, it has.
Right. And it was in Canada.
And also in Japan.
Oh, it was in Japan. Yeah, I forgot about that. So it has happened. Only international events, Canada and Japan, but never in the States.
You got to imagine there's a tremendous amount of pressure on Kaufman here to get through the gate now and not make this mistake. You have to wonder if he'll be able to get the jump that he wants.
All right, so here we go. Matt Kaufman leaving this start. Here we go. Let's not hit a cone, fellas. Clean start through the chicane. Here we go. Kaufman out front. Vaughn Gittin Jr., the second run. You got to think the tires. They've gone through a heat cycle now here in that chase position. There are Vaughn Gittin Jr. and obviously Matt Kaufman up the hill. Goes Kaufman, Gittin in tow. Into that second outer zone goes Kaufman. Nice job by Matt Kaufman. Into that rear zone. Vaughn keeps his composure, chasing down Kaufman. Back down the hill. Matt Kaufman with a solid lead run. Kaufman really using all the course. I mean, right here in the horseshoe, in the keyhole, he really got all the way out there. Great angle. But Vaughn was right there.
Well, I think you could probably make the argument that the lead runs were pretty similar. It's the chase runs that are going to probably play the different role here. You can see Vaughn is able to mimic Kaufman as they go through that transition. Kaufman, great job here, just paints the line. Absolutely beautiful in that second outer zone. Vaughn is not letting him get away, navigates through the smoke line here as Kaufman heads down the hill. Vaughn starting to assert a little bit more pressure. Good movement, nice switch back there. Kaufman pulls a little bit of a gap through the finish line, but Vaughn was able to stay with him, general proximity, close the door a few times, and those 2 lead runs, Vaughn and Kaufman's were pretty similar. I think it's going to come down to the chase.
Yeah, I mean, Kaufman, when he hits his stride, it's unfortunate that he goes against, a monster that is Vaughn Gittin Jr. So slide him left for Kaufman, right for Vaughn Gittin Jr. And Ryan, just as you said, you have to assume Vaughn Gittin Jr. gets the victory. He advances on to the Great 8. We are now into our battles in the top 16. We have one driver who's advancing on. That's Vaughn Gittin Jr. So next up will be Alec Honadell and Jeff Jones. Honadell and Jones, these guys have seen battle only one time before, and Honadell winning that one battle that these guys have gone against each other. Fairly similar setups as far as a V8 engine and supercharged S chassis, but 2 very different driving styles. Actually, you know what? I digress. I think they have kind of fairly similar styles. They have kind of a wild style to them, just really throwing it out there. More of a violent driving style. Jeff Jones warming up his Hankook tires there. Alec Honadell waits in his Urban Air Nexen tire, Hoonigan S14. Our second battle in the top 16. And Honadel will lead. Jeff Jones will give chase. Making sure everything's good for Formula Drift on CBS Sports. Ryan, airing fairly soon.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, really?
Yep.
I didn't even know that. All right, so airing tomorrow, Formula Drift on CBS Sports. Myself, Jared Dienda, and Ryan Sage, being your tour guides there on CBS Sports. And here we go. Red lights out, and that means go. Honadel through the chicane. We have a clean start. Jeff Jones, let's see if he can get that proximity. Couple car lengths between them. Honadel knocking out that front clip. You see Honadel getting into the rumble strip, getting out of shape. Honadel gets in that back rear zone. Like I said, that kind of wow. Oh, Jeff Jones, you hear it sputtering. I believe that was Jones. You saw a correction there and a straightening, but you know, Honadel up front, you saw him knock over. It seemed like he was just off like a scotch, just one kind of couple feet off.
Well, you know, Judge Ryan Lantine talked a lot about setting up your line right from the onset in order to make it all the way through and hit those points. Honadel gets out to a good jump. You can see that little twitch of the front wheel coming up the hill here. And Jones playing catch-up, but Honadel comes into that zone, that second outer zone, a bit early. Then he overshoots that second inside clip there. So a couple mistakes on line by Honadel. You can see some wavering out front, but then Jones makes that big mistake right there where he kind of loses angle, switches back for a second there. So a couple mistakes from Honadel, not the most perfect line in the lead position. He was able to establish a gap, but we saw Jones playing catch-up and that mistake coming down the hill, Jared.
All right, so we are hearing from Alec Honadel's spotter that he has called the competition timeout. That means 5 minutes have been allotted towards Alec Honadel, and he needs to work on his vehicle. So, all right, so as we are waiting for Honadel to fix his vehicle or will advance on, Lorette Nickel caught up with a strong international contingent. Peter Vincic, James Dean, and Dean Carnage Carney.
Hey guys, I just wanted a few minutes to catch up with these Europeans. And Dean Carney, you told me that you made a little bit of a mistake. So how do you make sure you don't do that moving forward?
Yeah, the track was at like 95% dry actually when I done the run, but we thought it was a little drier than what it probably was on the entry, so I hit full lock on the way in and just had to wait for the car to grip up, so that was okay. We got up coming out of the horseshoe, then I transitioned out for it's not exactly an inside clip, but it's a marker on the course, and I just hit full lock again there and just had to wait. I put two tires on the grass, so I thought I was after wasting the run, but then when I got up to the start line, my spotter said Dan was after following me up and he shut down actually in the horseshoe, so it was probably a 0-0 for the both of us. So I knew then in my chase run I just had to apply as much pressure as possible and try to beat him that way. So luckily enough it worked out for us.
Yeah, well, congratulations. Moving on. And this man right here, Peter, you told me earlier today that this track is like a grand adventure. Can you tell us why?
It's for me something definitely new. Like all the tracks here, this competition this year is a great adventure simply. But this track is something really amazing. For me especially, it was full of emotions because in practice day we managed to do only 2 runs because of the issues with the car before qualification, and managed to one more. All of them were pretty messy, but my first qualification run was the first actually good one, so I was really excited about it. Second one doesn't go so well, but still I was very happy about my result. And yeah, we are here at Road Atlanta, where everybody's saying that this is their favorite track, and now I understand why, because all of this racing before our event, all the rumor spectators, like fans, are really cheering up. It's awesome. It's pleasure to be here, simply.
That's great. Well, we're so excited that you're here. And your teammate right here, if you don't mind, Peter, I'm just going to squeeze right in between you. James Dean, you know drift is just a roller coaster. So starting from Long Beach to Orlando to Atlanta, what are the biggest lessons that you've learned?
I think each event we go to, we're learning new things. You know, Long Beach was an amazing start. Hard to believe what happened there, and you know, I'm still even buzzing from it almost 2 months later. Orlando was amazing, new track, banked oval, and that was something new for both me and Peter. But we managed quite well and had an awesome battle with Jonathan Castro. And you know, it's a good way to lose, battling so close, and I think it was the battle of the weekend. So, you know, we're learning at each event. Each event is a new track, and it takes some time to adjust, but everything's going good. This weekend, Atlanta, amazing track. Practice went really good for us on Thursday, and Friday we just got one run before qualifying, and on my qualifying I didn't do my best runs. I pushed too hard my first run, made a mistake, and I was a bit overly cautious in the second run. But we had our top 32 battle with Ken Gucci a while ago, and you know, the track was just horrible to drive. It was wet, dry, patchy all over, very hard to control, but somehow we managed to keep it on track. He made a small mistake coming through the last corner, and I think that was the difference. But yeah, I count myself lucky to be in top 16 and really excited to get in front of these fans.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Lorette. Thank you, James Dean, Dean Carney, and Peter Vincek. You could see a beautiful sky here in Braselton, Georgia. Thanks for joining us. Year 14. It's unbelievable to think just all the history and memories made here at this fantastic track, and more will be made tonight here under the lights. But first, we have to just a few messages from our sponsors. When we come back, we'll see some more action, but just a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
You know, at Advance Auto Parts, we have some of the most knowledgeable and helpful people working in our stores. We just thought you should know. Because buying online and picking up your part at the local Advance Auto Parts store is so easy that, well, the most they may get to say to you is, "Hi, here's your part." It's a shame, really. Buy online, pick up in store in 30 minutes. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road.
What's up, guys? I'm Ryan Turk, Formula Drift driver of the Gumout Nameless Performance GT86. This is our 1,000 horsepower inline 6-cylinder engine. To be able to sustain that amount of power for an entire season, you need quality parts and a very quality team to support your effort. That's one of the biggest things that Gumout and I have in common. They use quality ingredients that are proven and tested in a lab, just like a race car is proven and tested on the track. Science in, performance out. It's more than just their tagline. Find out for yourself and pick up a bottle of Gumout today.
The Falcon Wild Peak MT tire features step-down supports to enhance stability and handling while preventing stones from becoming trapped in the grooves. Be ready for any terrain with the Falcon Wild Peak MT.
All right, so we want to give back to you. You could win a set of centerline wheels at the next round, but right now it's Angie Winfrey. Congratulations. You won a set of centerline alloy wheels. So Angie Winfrey, congratulations. You won a set of centerline alloy wheels. They will contact you accordingly. Thank you so much. And also Drifts wheels. Jamie Rumi. Jamie Rumi, you won a set of Drifts hardcore wheels for the street, courtesy of ATDwheels.com, an official sponsor of Formula Drift. Also, if you entered the Achilles contest, each winner wins a set of free tires. Frank Harper, Luke Platt, Adam Leahy, Shambria Marshall, Jonathan Garcia, Robert L. Owens. And we will contact you next week about how to get your complimentary tires courtesy of Achilles radial. So we still have some track cleanup. You could see there was unfortunately a lot of water and fluid that came out all on the track. So yeah, so the Road Atlanta staff is working on it now. Again, the Road Atlanta staff and cleaning crew working on it. We'll get it off the course. And Alec Honadell has fixed his car. He has made his competition timeout, but we believe that Jeff Jones' car might be leaking. We'll see what goes on here, but again, so in just a few moments, we will see what happens here as we get a cleanup here at Road Atlanta. But Laurent Nickel caught up with last year's winner here at this round. That was Vaughn Gittin Jr. He's already in the grade 8. Laurent Nickel caught up with the Monster Energy driver.
Vaughn Gittin Jr., we know he qualified first. So when you know that you have to move through the ranks, how do you keep repeating that #1 run?
I mean, you just try as hard as you can. You know, I listen closely to what the judges want. I work very closely with my amazing team to get the car to what I want, and I go out there and lay it down the best I can, as aggressive as I can, and you know, just smiling ear to ear behind the wheel when it works out. You know, but yeah, qualifying first this year. You know, last year we had a perfect event here, and to come back and you know, qualify first and feel as good as I do right now out there on the track, I'm just pumped.
Vaughn, thanks so much.
Thank you.
So as you can see, there is quite a lot of fluid there up on the start line, and that could affect a lot of the outcomes. So I want to make sure that everybody gets a fair shot here at round 3 of the Formula Drift Championship. So we will take another short break, and when we come back, we'll see some head-to-head action here at round 3 of the Formula Drift Blackmagic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras when we come back here to Road Atlanta.
What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
The new Falcon Azenis FK450 All-Season features long sweeping tread grooves designed for maximum water evacuation, while tapered notch grooves help grip snow packed in the tread. For year-round performance, get the Falcon Azenis FK450. The new Falcon Wild Peak AT3W all-terrain tire is engineered with one of the deepest tread depths on the market for long-lasting wear and uncompromising performance. For the ultimate tread life and traction, get the Falcon Wild Peak AT3W.
Welcome back. As you can see, we're going to advance on to our next pair. That's Matt Field warming up his tires. He will be going against that of James Dean. So again, we are seeing Jeff Jones. Look at, you can see just a lot of, I mean, it looks like he was watering down some
Some plants needed some water.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Unfortunately, so Jeff Jones has called his competition timeout as well because he's having some overheating issues, what Lorette Nichols is telling me. So, so both of them. I think he was adding some fertilizer. He's giving back. That's the way Jeff Jones does.
Well, they do take up a lot of the the grass off the rumble strip over there, so it's a courteous thing to do.
Yeah, it's legit. Matt Field, James Dean have never seen battle against each other. This should be a fun one to watch. Knowing Matt Field, we saw him last year. He gets aggressive. His family's here. His grandma's here. I know James Dean, the whole country of Ireland's watching, cheering him on. I know he's got a lot of fans on the internet and even here in the building, especially after Long Beach, California. But prior to that, he has been a killer and as has Matt Field. Matt Field has really just made a name for himself. So here we go. Back to the action. Come on, Atlanta. Let him hear ya. Here we go. Turning and burning. Both these guys on Falcon tires. Matt Field out front. James Dean initiating almost simultaneously. James Dean right there has to step back. Now Matt Field gets into that first outer zone, working his way. Look at the degree of angle from Field. All the way out to that second outer zone, firing away. Through the horseshoe. Oh my goodness, Matt Field. Let's take a look at this. We'll review that once again. Ryan Sage will walk us through it, but that was exciting up until that point. Matt Field was on fire, literally and figuratively, as he came into that horseshoe.
Well, look at the confidence here of James Dean on initiation. Initiates right with Field, gets right up in his grill right here. Incredible job. Matt's out front, just laying the throttle down, smashing through this course. James Dean falls back for a second, has a little bit less angle here, but it's all we're gonna be talking about this section right here. Inside clip number 2. Matt Field goes around it, and right there you can see a piece fly off the car. So there was a little bit of contact there, and the judges are gonna have to interpret what happened at inside clip number 2, but a phenomenal battle up until that point between these two veteran competitors.
Yeah, I mean, the question really lies here. So again, great angle from Field, putting his car in the right place. The question here is Matt Field maxed out on the angle, or did he not have enough room to transition back because Dean was there? But he was on that front clip. Dean was right there, and that's just the smoke is that big variable.
Man, I love that, the way they initiated together like that. That just looks so awesome. And now coming up the hill here, you can see Dean is going to fall back for a second. A lot of horsepower and grip coming from Matt Field's car. Let's look at it from this angle here as Matt comes into inside clip number 2, and then just right there, it kind of looks like Matt maybe was getting held up there, but we can also see.
Yeah, you can see that front left corner of James Dean right there. Look at, there's the contact. So.
And I believe it may have been a canard that,
yeah,
that came
you
off.
can see that the front right has the carbon canard, and on the left it's been kicked off. So looks like what I'd have to assume is you could see the tire there and shooting it off. Here it is again. I think this is the best angle. See Field transition around, and yeah. And from that other angle, you know, was Field about to go onto the grass. So you could see right there. And that, yeah, I mean, that looks like, would it be back left? Or back, yeah. So it would be potentially back right tire. Or was that front left? That was front left, or front right, excuse me.
Well, the judges do need to ascertain fault here because it's going to be very important for each of the spotters. So you can see Dean off to the side here, Field waiting at the start line. All right, I am hearing that it was unanimous. I believe all 3 judges went Matt Field at fault there. Let's bring in Ryan Lantain just to give us some insight on what you guys are looking at here on the replay.
Yeah, we were trying to determine if the contact is what caused Matt to over-rotate or if the over-rotation is what caused the contact. And from what we can see, it looks like the over-rotation from Matt Field is what caused James Dean to not have anywhere to go and make that contact. So we deemed fault on Matt Field for that contact.
Perfect. So Matt Field waits there, Look at just the plot thickens. This is what Atlanta creates, some crazy battles. So Matt Field is deemed at fault, so James Dean is allowed to look at his car. So they're already thrashing underneath it, the Wordhouse Drift team. You could see the Wordhouse Drift team working on the car, the Wisefab suspension, making sure everything's good, up to snuff. So he does have a certain amount of time, not 100%, but you could see that there. It looks like they're turning the tires. And so as the Wordhouse Drift team thrashes on the car to make sure it is all good, Matt Field, because he's at fault, he can put hands on the car, but he'd have to utilize a competition timeout. So we'll see what Matt Field chooses to do. Again, Field is at fault. Jeff Jones, Alec Honadale, we are back to these two gentlemen. All right, so Jeff Jones, Alec Honadale. Jeff Jones will lead, Alec Honadale will give chase. So we've already seen the 1/2 run, if you can recall, between Jones and Honadale. It was quite some time ago. We've got the fluid there on track, and Honadale definitely had a strong run. Jones will lead. Honadale will give chase. Here's the second half of their battle. Only one driver already in the grade 8. We've seen a half of a Honadale-Jones battle, half of a Field and Dean battle. And after this, we should be seeing Hilbrun and Forsberg if we don't revisit that of Field and Dean. All right, we got a clean start. Jones, nowhere to be found. Honadale now initiates. And Jones, a straight line, very interesting. As Honadale, look at that, getting in the business of Jeff Jones. Right there, banging on Jones's door, Alec Honadale. Wow, flexing some muscle in that Urban Air. Hoonigan, Nexen Tires S14. My goodness, the kid is on fire. Woo!
Well, Jones has a real wacky initiation here. You can see as he passes through Alec Honadale, you can see right here, he just struggles quite a bit and kind of straightens out a little bit there on initiation. And unfortunately, it's going to be a big problem in terms of the mistake level. And then Honadale just lays it into him right here. Absolutely closes the door on inside clip number 2, wraps it back around, and then right here keeps the pressure on down the hill as they circle back around to this final inside clip here. Jones gets back online, but that initiation I think is really going to hurt him there.
Seeing Alec Honadale's team cheering on, high-fiving. Is that premature or is that on time? Look at that already quickly. Jeff Jones pulling to the grass, and he did call a competition timeout. I know he was having some overheating issues, so we'll see what happened there. Lorette Nickel giving us some up-to-date, even via text. So Jeff Jones, Alec Honadale slide him right for Honadale, left for Jones. Alec Honadale gets the win and advances on into the grade 8, and that was in grand fashion, man. That was just not leaving it out there, and he could have kicked back, but Alec Honadale, that was an exciting run for them.
Well, it's been a pretty crazy top 16 already, Jared, as we've got just 2 winners in the top 16 so far. We've seen some competition timeouts. We've seen some oil and water down. We saw Von Gittin Jr. take out Matt Kaufman, and we're right in the midst of the middle of the battle between Field and Dean, where Field was deemed fault for the contact on inside clip number 2. Dean subsequently was able to look at his vehicle, and now we're moving on to the next battle here. Alex Hilbrun and Chris Forsberg. Alex Hilbrun, Jared, as you know, is having a very strong 2017 season. Started off this season with just a bang, having a podium in the first 3 events that we put on, 1 championship round and 2 rounds at the Long Beach Grand Prix. And just seeing this young driver develop has been really fun to watch.
Yeah, Hilbrun is just a, he's kind of got a broken accent. He's from Peru. He's a successful businessman, and now he's really putting together a successful race program. The Inca Madness Racing driver of Hilbrun, just fun to watch. But he's going against the defending champion of Chris, the Force Forsberg. So as you can see, Forsberg heating it up back there. All right, so Hilbrun on the start line. Hilbrun on the start line. Forsberg warming up his Hankook tires. And Alex Hilbrun on the Nittos. Inca Madness Racing, BMW pulling up. So again, we have to go back to Field and Dean. We saw the contact between them, just to keep you reminded. We saw the contact between Matt Field and James Dean. Field was at fault, as deemed unanimously by the judges. So there'll be a deficit there as far as an incomplete run. And now Hilbrun and Forsberg. Alex Hilbrun qualifying 5th, just outside one of those coveted top 4 spots that would have advanced him onto the 16. But Hilbrun made his way through Nishida, and Forsberg against Odi Bakshis after one more time. So Hilbrun will lead, Forsberg will give chase. And we are ready to send the cars. You can see right there in between the 2 drivers, the start light is out and it's on. Alex Hilbrun will lead, Chris Forsberg giving chase. We got a clean start. No cones were hit. Here comes Hilbrun and Forsberg. Hilbrun transitioning. Forsberg right there. Hilbrun and Forsberg. Forsberg, did he pour too much on? He has to back off. Hilbrun keeps it consistent up the hill. Hilbrun, great execution. Nice job. Now Forsberg regains some ground into the horseshoe. And now out. Hilbrun, great degree of angle. Forsberg not mimicking it just exactly, but gained some ground as they head back up the hill. Hilbrun and Forsberg. Make some noise, Atlanta. Ryan, walk us through this once again. I should say Ryan's.
Well, good start here. Chris Forsberg dives right into initiation right there. And like you said, maybe has to pull back a little bit there, avoid spinning out or making contact. Alex Hilbrun in the lead position is going to shoot for this outer zone. He's going to come up a tiny bit short. Leaves the door open for Forsberg to close the door here. Now as we wrap back down the hill, big angle here from Hilbrun in the lead position. And then right here through that last inside clip. But starting off, Forsberg really pushed it on initiation, trying to stay close.
Chris Forsberg will now lead. Alex Hilbrun will give chase. Some fantastic driving when push comes to shove. Checking the cameras again, as Ryan Sage said, Formula Drift on CBS Sports. This is round 3, our next round of competition. Sees us in New Jersey, man. It's already round 3, because usually it's traditionally round 2. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. So Forsberg and Hilbrun. All right, so the judges seeing what's going on here between Forsberg and Hilbrun, seeing if there's contact. The officials taking a look at the vehicles to see if there was any contact made. All right, you can see that front brake light illuminated on Chris Forsberg's car. Alex Hilbrun, quite brighter headlights there. Remember, Field and Dean waiting in the wings. I could see Matt Field back there and James Dean. And here we go. Forsberg out front. Alex Hilbrun in the chase position. Coming down the hill. Forsberg, big feint entry into that first front clip. Alex Hilbrun right there. Big angle from Hilbrun. They transition back up the hill. Forsberg into that first outer zone. And now into the second. Hilbrun dives in on the shallower line. Hilbrun spins out. And into the grass goes Hilbrun. Forsberg rounds out the rest of the course and brings it up the hill. Ryan Sage, let's look at this again, but very apparent. Hilbrun goes into the grass.
Well, Hilbrun was certainly putting pressure on Forsberg after that first run, and Forsberg made that little bit of what seemed to be a mistake right on that inside clip right there. And you can see Hilbrun is going to lose a little bit of ground here, and he's going to start pushing super hard. And right here, as we get into this second outer zone and this inside clip right here, he's going to spin. He's going to basically force into air as Forsberg needs to finish the course. He does do that, but unfortunately for Hilbrun, it looks like at first glance he just over-rotates the car right by inside clip number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Hilbrun, as you said, he pushed hard from the beginning, backed off, and Forsberg, you know, it wasn't the best as far as the horseshoe, but Hilbrun compensated for that, took that tighter line into the keyhole, and ended up sending himself into the grass. Let's go to the judges. Slide him left for Forsberg, right for Hilbrun, and Chris Forsberg gets the victory, advancing on. Unfortunately for Hilbrun, takes that shallower line, has to dive on the inside, but I mean, I'll tell you what, Hilbrun had a great lead run. He looked really strong out there. You know, if Hilbrun kept it together, I probably would have said that would have gone one more time, maybe even sliding towards Hilbrun.
I thought Hilbrun was extremely aggressive in his first run. And, you know, Chris had a little bit of an error, at least from my side of things, on inside clip 1 that would have given him, you know, the upper hand in run number 2. And Hilbrun just made that mistake right there at a very important part of the course. But coming back down the hill, if he was able to get through there with fluidity, he had a good chance of beating Forsberg.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was right there. And just seeing where Hilbrun's at, and yeah, that was close. Look at that. We got fans watching from Greece at 4 a.m. Thank you so much for tuning in all over the country. I know, who was it? Quite a few drivers texting me and messaging. So hashtag FDATL, let everybody know you're out here. Levi Clark. What do we got here? Make FD rowdy again. It's up to you. Oh, you're making FD rowdy again. There we go. All right, that's a family show. Easy, easy. Ryan Sage is about that life. All right, well, some of these signs I can't read. It's a family show. All right, we are sending cars here for the second half of this James Dean Matt Field battle. If you can recall, Matt Field and James Dean got into it. Matt Field was at fault, so he's sitting on that. But knowing Matt Field, he's going to push hard. He knows he's going against James Dean, winner in round 1. And here goes Field. Look at that. Getting into the dirt. James Dean keeps his composure out front. Into that first outer zone. James Dean doesn't get all the way out there, but Matt Field keeps that proximity. Out of the horseshoe, Matt Field takes a straight line approach. That's not how you want to exit there, Field. But James Dean out front. Matt knew he had to apply the pressure, but unfortunately just, it was not there. Unfortunately, and especially given that contact in the first portion of that battle.
Well, Field really did need to push it and take some risks here, and he did just that. It may not pay off for him, but you can see he's already pushing hard coming through the first corner there. Drops a tire, gets right back on it. Dean out front looking solid here. He's going to get out to this second outer zone, but come up just a tiny bit short there. And then right here, Field's going to really push hard, and he's just going to miscalculate this turn quite a bit here. Goes over that cone that is a marker for the drivers to see in this weather here, or through the smoke cloud, and then finish up there. So Matt Field and James Dean, the run is in the books. The teams will await the winner here as we finish up the first half of the top 16.
Yeah, I mean, we're only, I feel like we're already in the grade 8, but not just yet. We have half of it already shaped up, and I should say now after this we'll have half. Slide him left for Dean, right for Field.
And the judges say James Dean is your winner unanimously. James Dean advances on, unfortunately, for the Field family. I know Grandma was here and Matt wanted to put it down, and he did just that. Hold your head high, Matt Field, as again, James Dean advances on, knocking out the Falcon Tire driver of Matt Field. But there's a Falcon Tire still in the game, that being James Dean. So halfway through the top 16, 4 drivers already in the Grade 8. Vaughn Gittin Jr., Alec Honadale, James Dean, Chris Forsberg. Who's going to join him? Mike Essa or Dean Carnage Carney? These guys have gone against each other one time before, with Carney getting the victory in his Oracle Lighting Dodge Viper on Achilles Radial. Mike Essa in the Essa Autosports Achilles Radial BMW. Let's see how he throws down. You can see the horsepower numbers here, 900, 1350 from these guys. All right, Mike Essa. You can see Mike Essa will lead. Essa qualified second, so he's got to have a lot of confidence on his side, under his helmet, and behind the wheel. Dean Carnage Carney, Laurent Nickel caught up with him. He talked about some of those mistakes. He's going to better it. He's just going to put it together and ride the wave, man. This is Road Atlanta. This is a fun event. Atlanta, how you feeling out there? Make some noise. Yeah, feeling it right now. Yeah. All right, so Essa. Man, yeah, Ryan Lontaine says if everybody could just blow as hard or maybe fan their hands, we'll clear out all the haze here. That is the smoke. It looks like we are clear to send. You can see Shane, the starter. Hit the button. We're ready to send it here. Michael Essa, Dean Carney, doing battle. Through the start chicane. No cones were hurt in the making of this battle. Michael Essa out front. Dean Carney dropping into formation. Essa initiates. Carney a little bit later. Around that first front clip. Look at the cloud of smoke that comes off Essa's car. That isn't a variable. That is a smoke screen. Now, Dean right there though, not phased, gets just in front of it, transitions through, going off muscle memory. Look at Dean, great execution there. He's not mirroring the exact angle, but he's keeping great proximity, and especially given one of the vehicles that creates the most amount of smoke out of anybody in the field. Hat tip to Dean Carnage Carney.
Well, yeah, I mean, props to both drivers here, because Michael Essa makes it very challenging for Dean Carney to follow in his wake here, because he's putting down a massive plume of smoke. Michael Essa does a really good job on this second outer zone here and this first inside clip. Just goes, he pushes a little bit wide there, but he's close to it. Now watch this. Essa's going to basically disappear. Carney is basically driving pure muscle memory here, is still maintaining really good proximity, especially coming out of the keyhole from the horseshoe. So great job by both drivers. Very exciting battle. And now we're basically walking through a very thick white cloud of Achilles tire smoke from Michael Essa and Dean Carney.
All right, so I will take Ryan Lontaine's advice. Let's start a wave here. We're gonna start a wave with the Drift Scum fellas first, and ladies, because I know there's Drift Scum ladies down there. So on 3, we're gonna wave your hands, and we're gonna come right in front of the tower, go that way, and then all the way around, okay? So on 3, let's start a wave. Maybe we can get some of this smoke out of here. 1, 2, 3, put your hands up. Drift Scum, coming this way, coming towards judges' stand. Team Rowdy, where are you at? Come on. There we go. Keep it going. Come on, coming all the way around. It's going across the hill. It's going across. Oh, dude, seriously? Seriously, you guys burnt down all your easy ups and you don't do the wave? All right, let's try it again. Drift Scum, are you ready? You guys ready? All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3, go. Put your hands up. Come on, it's coming your way. Okay, all right. Well, maybe you can't see what's going on the other side of the track, because I definitely can't see the fans over there. Well, I'll take Daryl David's advice, and we'll add the lights in there. We'll shine it out. All right, so. All right, so our officials are saying that, yeah, there we go. All right, everybody put all out your lights. There you go, shine it up. All right, everybody put your lights away. Put them down so you can't see them. Everybody put them down real quick, all right? So we're going to start here at the judges' tower. I'm going to start the thing, and it's coming towards Team Rowdy. It's going to go all the way around on the other side, okay? So on 3, when it comes past you, you're going to shine it up, okay? 1, 2, 3, boom, go. It's going towards you, Team Rowdy. Put your lights up. Everybody put them up. They're coming around. It's a wave. It's coming to the other side. Not at the same time, people. Oh, okay. All right, it's going that way. It's going reverse. We got a double vortex here. It's coming all the way around. Okay, you got to put him back down. It's coming around. Wait for the smoke to clear. Coming across the track. There it is, coming across the track. Come over here, come over here, come on. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we're in reverse direction. We're in Australia now. The toilet flush is the opposite direction. Coming around, nice job. Let's see, again, this might work. I think it's clearing out the smoke. This might very well just work. Coming back towards us across the track. What do you got there? Rowdy coming towards you. Boom, towards the judges' tower. Drift scum, here we go. Back to the action, here we go. Dean Carnage Carney and Michael Essa. Dean initiates into that first front clip. And look at that now, Michael Essa getting a taste of his own Achilles. Into that second outer zone, nice job, Michael Essa keeping that composure. Dean with really great car plays, but you can't even see Essa. Essa is nowhere to be found. Oh my goodness. Somebody call the cops. They just killed this track. That was unbelievable. Look at the smoke just blooming out of these guys' cars.
Well, we're seeing a very strong battle here between these two competitors. Great initiation right there by Dean Carney. Even quicker initiation by Michael Essa. Snappy, but he's going to fall back a little bit here. He's going to be trying to make up some ground. Now let's take a look here as Dean fills that second outer zone. He goes very deep, a little bit deeper than Essa than on his lead. Now Essa right here is going to fall back for a second. Almost looks like he loses angle coming out of the keyhole there. Dean maintaining a really strong line, is able to establish even a further distance from Essa. So great job by Dean there. Strong run by both competitors, and this lingering cloud of smoke here is just absolutely unbelievable.
It's silly. It's straight silly. I mean, it's, oh my goodness, there is a lot of smoke lingering. I mean, two of the smokiest cars out there, and Essa is just a holy roller. That thing is just a smoke machine. As we can see, Ryan Turk just out of focus there.
Yeah, and that is the smoke.
That's the smoke affecting the lens.
Yeah, we get a much clearer view from the cameras, but here in person, it's you can barely see maybe 50 feet in front of you.
Yeah, you can't see cross track, that's for sure. All right, here are the judges' verdict. Dean Carnage Carney, Michael Essa. Slide him left for Kearney and right for Essa. Going to the judges. Ryan says Dean Kearney. Brian says one more time, and Andy says Dean Kearney gets the victory. Dean Kearney gets the victory, knocking out our number 2 qualifier, Michael Essa. And Dean advances on to the Great 8. So right now I am seeing Chelsea Denofa and Ryan Turk. Chelsea Denofa and Ryan Turk. These guys have never seen battle against each other. That's very surprising. All right, so you got a few moments here as the smoke is dissipating. We're seeing it just barely. We can almost see it from the judging tower with our naked eye up to the start line. But download the app. Download the app.
the Formula Drift app, live scoring alerts and stats, exclusive Formula Drift content, breaking news alerts, get notifications, and also if you are interested in the rewards program, download it if you're watching live stream or here live, FDRA for 50 points going towards your FD fan rewards program, exclusive games and content and contests and special video features. So thanks for joining us, and download the app now, available on App Store or Google Play. And there we are seeing Dean hugging Mr. Bridges, who helps operate his team, the Gas Monkey Energy. Feeling it through his veins right now. So Dean Carnage Carney, congratulations, moves on to the Great 8. Now, Chelsea Denofa, Ryan Turk. All right, Chelsea Denofa, Ryan Turk on the start line. Denofa, BC Racing. Center line, Wheels, Nitto Tires, Ford Mustang. Ryan Turk, Gumout, Black Magic, Intense Tire Wet, Nameless Performance, Hankook Tires, Toyota Racing, Toyota 86. All right, we are setting the car. At least some of the smoke has dissipated, and here it comes. Denofa out front, Ryan Turk in chase. And here comes Denofa initiating. Transitioning, Ryan Turk in tow. Denofa with that RTR Mustang. Loosey-goosey up the hill, works it into the outer zone. Look at that, just working it all the way out there. Ryan Turk allowing to transition. Denofa throwing some more angle at it. And the smoke cloud continues here at Road Atlanta.
Well, Jared, we talked about how important the initiation is, not only for the lead driver, but even as important the chase. Looks like Turk gets maybe not the greatest approach to his initiation that he wanted to, and it put him on a line that when he transitioned up the hill, he lost some ground to Denofa here. Denofa is going to fill that second outer zone. Turk is going to be looking for an area to attack here on the inside. Kind of straightens up a little bit to gain proximity. Good strategic move there, but will receive a slight deduction for doing that, and then Turk is able to stick it with him. But Denofa out front looking solid. Very aggressive driving, was able to hit most of the outer zones and the inside clips, so he's put down a very solid lead run that Ryan Turk is going to have to match.
Man, I'd love to see this just like from a satellite view, just what it looks like with all the smoke coming out. Just like, yeah, getting fully tranced. Shimron, that you? As it will be Ryan Turk out front and Chelsea Denofa in the chase position. I mean, the international flags that represent a lot of the countries that are competing in Formula Drift are just completely at a standstill. I mean, barely wavering, fluttering whatsoever. Okay, so as you can see, Turk will now lead. We have already 5 drivers in the Grade 8, 3 more battles left of the top 16. Look at that, yeah, that's a great angle showing you just the kitty litter. This is actually looking at, right in the middle of that shot is clipping point number 1, which eventually becomes clipping point number 3. So down on the ground, you can see how it just lingers there in the smoke bowl. Well, here we go. We're going to start it out. Second half of this battle. Ryan Turk out front. Chelsea Denofa in the chase position. Nice job by Chelsea Denofa initiating at the same time. Separation out of the gate. Turk ripping up the hill. Here comes Denofa. Look at Denofa gaining that ground. Ryan Turk firing off into that front clip, into the keyhole. Denofa transitions out, as does Ryan Turk. Sounding like fireworks out the back of that Toyota 86. Man, these guys are on fire.
Well, the latter part of the course, Turk fights back here. You can see this initiation here for Turk. Denova doesn't get right to him on initiation, but he does start to close the door up the hill here. And as we get into the horseshoe, you can see Denova, better job there closing the door. Turk gets out to that outer zone. Denova right there, pushing it hard. Backfire from Ryan Turk. Now down the hill, separation here. Turk gets some on Chelsea Denova and is able to make a statement here across the finish line as he establishes that gap through that last section of the course and that final inside clip.
All right, we see the fans. We're hearing some fans chanting one more time. Where are my Ryan Turk fans at? Where are my Ryan Turk fans at? Here's the side-by-side. Where are my Chelsea Denova fans at? Who thinks they should go one more time?
Well, let's take a look at this here, and we'll bring in Ryan Lantain. You can see Turk was a lot closer on initiation, but then fell off. Denova here really closing the door, going up the hill, and you can see Turk getting in out to that outer zone, but Chelsea Denova maybe did it a tiny bit cleaner there. Turk straight lines it right there to try to close proximity and get a little bit closer. And then on Turk's lead, you can see this separation here towards the end. So a good back and forth battle here. Both drivers having some really high points in their drifting and a couple little mistakes. So we'll see how it goes here as we try to wrap up the second half of the top 16.
All right, so again, where are my Ryan Turk fans at? Where are my Chelsea Denova fans at? Oh, Denova got a little louder there. Where are my one more time fans at? Well, there's one more time. Andy says Chelsea Denova. Brian says one more time. They're going at it again. Putin, Eggert, one more time. Google it. I did, and they said one more time. There you go, Ray. Got what you asked for. Looked it up. So right now, Chelsea Denova caught up with Alec Honadell at the top of the hill.
Alec Honadell, moving on, congratulations, but you are fighting through a lot of challenges still.
Yeah, it's coming together, but nothing's perfect yet. So running low boost right now, I ended up running 4 pounds, so had to put her all on the line, clutch kicking and all. So, but we made it. We're up against Von Gittin Jr. now, and on to the next one.
Okay, so what's the plan for Von Gittin Jr.?
Yeah. I don't know. We're trying to get the car as fast as we can get it. You know, his car is definitely not slow. That thing's pretty quick. So we know if the car is running 100%, we'll definitely be right there with them. If not, I'm going to have to drive my ass off. So that'll be fun.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Hillary, and thank you, a.k.a. Diddy, Alec Honadell. Yeah, fact.
Did you say thank you, Hillary?
No. What did I say? Thank you, Hillary?
I think so.
Honadell. I said thank you, Diddy. Diddy, a.k.a. Alec Honadell.
It's on tape. I'm thinking.
I just want to thank Hillary, too.
Yeah.
Thanks, Hillary. Let's give us shout-outs. All right, it's going to be huge. Here we go. So we are seeing Christos Blush and Nate Hamilton. Here we go. Blush, Hamilton. Blush initiates. Hamilton keeping a mild execution here out of the gate, but Blush is firing up into that horseshoe. Nate Hamilton not getting all the way out, but now tightens up to that vehicle of Kristaps. And Hamilton coming down the hill, a correction from Hamilton. And now bringing it on around Kristaps and Hamilton.
Well, here we go. Let's take a look at this. Blues in the lead position, out of the gate like a rocket ship here, and you can see Hamilton already struggling to maintain the distance that he needs in order to compete with Blues. Blues does not fill that zone completely, but he does hit that inside clip. Now let's watch Hamilton in the chase position here. He drives over the inside of the lane there on the grass, goes completely off course, and then he shuts it down right before the finish line. So tough break there for Nate Hamilton. A solid lead run for Kristaps Blush. And now we'll mix it up. Nate Hamilton goes to the lead. Kristaps Blush will chase him down.
So we'll revisit the one more time of Denova and Turk. After this, we have Mohan and Vincek. But Hamilton and Blues finish out the rest of this battle.
Let's see how Hamilton throws it down here out front. And Kristaps in the chase position. Yeah, we got a packed house here, Ryan. It's definitely cool to see. I mean, you know, these fans have endured some crazy weather. It was cold, it was hot, it was raining. Now it is ideal outside of just smoky, but you know what you're getting into. Here we go. Hamilton out front, Kristaps Blush in the chase position. And Hamilton into that first front clip. Kristaps Blush keeps his composure. Kristaps now gaining some ground into that second outer zone. Goes Hamilton, nice job there. And Kristaps into the keyhole and out in tow of Hamilton. Back up the hill goes Hamilton and Blush.
Well, run number 2, here we go. Kristaps Blush and Nate Hamilton. Hamilton almost comes to a slowdown here. Blush good to avoid contact there, stays on it, keeps that distance pretty close to Hamilton, straightens up for a second there. Now remember, Hamilton went completely off course as he passes a second inside flip on run number 1. So Blush is looking to minimize his mistakes here and make sure that he keeps the pressure on Hamilton to assure the win, and it looks like he does just that as he wraps around that last corner.
All right, so as you can see, the driver's waiting for the verdict. So here is a replay. I believe the judges want to take a look at the start here, talking about the red line. Does because there's a red line, it hasn't come into play, so no explanation has been needed. Okay, so looks like they are good. The judges are saying there's no foul play there or impeding on the line at the start. Hamilton and Blush, slide him left for Hamilton, right for Blush. And Kristaps gets the victory, knocking out Little Tech's Nate Hamilton. So Blush advances on into the grade 8. Nate Hamilton's evening has come to an end. But definitely still hold your head high. Juku Racing, BC Racing. All right, so as we wait for our next battle, we have Lorette Nickel, who is with Dean Kearney.
So it might be a surprise to some that this track isn't a great fit for your car. Why is that?
Yeah, this track doesn't really suit our car. It's more kind of a style of car. It's got lots of mechanical grip and it's quite heavy actually. It doesn't have a lot of steering angle. This is a course that you need like maximum amount of steering angle on the first corner and the keyhole. So you always have to this car you feel like you're treading out the needle a little bit all the time with it. So you have to drive it on a knife edge, and these guys are all so fast now you have to wind in so much grip, tire grip and mechanical grip that you really have to work for it, you know.
Dean, congratulations, you're moving on.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
Here's the one more time battle between Denofa and Turk. Can I get one of those? Well, Ryan Sage and Drift fans, the one more time between Chelsea Denofa and Ryan Turk. Ryan Turk has seen a one more time battle against Dio Shihara previously. And Denofa
took on Taylor Hull to get to this point. One of these guys is advancing on to do battle against Dean Carnage Kearney. He talks about how this track favors him. We'll find out. All right, so here we go. Denofa out front, Ryan Turk in the chase position. Here it comes, the other RTR Mustang of Denofa. Denofa on initiation, throws it in. Using all the track, out to the rumble strip. Tight to the front clip. Turk dives into the smoke signal. Denofa, more angle into that second outer zone. Into the horseshoe. Goes the Mustang and the 86. Now out of the horseshoe, Denofa, look at the degree of angle. Ryan Turk gained some proximity. And up the hill they go. Man, these guys are just going at each other. This is a boxing match.
Well, I think Turk gets a much better start this time around because there's not that separation going up the hill like there was on the first run. But Denofa is also stepping up his game as well, maxing out the angle through this second inside, or outer zone rather. He's not going to get fully deep into it, gets into it a little bit late, but look at the angle right here on inside clip 2. Turk maintaining really good pressure on Denofa, then big angle right here from Denofa down the hill. Turk through the smoke line, keeps the pressure on. Nice first run here by Ryan Turk and Chelsea Denofa.
Now Ryan Turk will be out front. Denofa in the chase position. Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of smoke here, or excuse me, a little bit of wind clearing out the smoke. And here it is. Who's advancing on? We have one more battle after this. If this does not go to a one more time, it will be Kyle Mohan and Peter Vincek from Poland. All right, so we are good. The start light illuminates, and it's off. Ryan Turk out front, Chelsea Denofa in the chase position. Come on now, here we go. Make some noise, Atlanta. Ryan Turk straight on in, Chelsea Denofa. Right there, wheel to wheel, up the hill, Denofa. Wow, look at that door to door. Turk doesn't get all the way out to the outer zone. He tightens up to that front clip, takes it out, and Turk rounds out the rest of the course. Denofa falls back, but Denofa had a phenomenal, whoa, it goes off course there, but that was after the finish line. Looks like Denofa got a little squirrely.
Great start here by both drivers. Denofa just on fire on this first half of the course here. You can see he initiates right with Turk, stays with him on the inside here, puts a lot of pressure on Turk up the hill. Great job here, super close, putting angle in the car to make sure he doesn't make contact, but then right here he's gonna fall off and miss that second inside clip. It allows Turk to accelerate forward. Now Denofa's playing catch up here. You can see this gap established, and as they wrap around that last inside clip, Denofa's going to push hard and narrowly go off course there. But at the beginning, they were very close together on initiation.
All right, so as we are seeing Turk and Denofa waiting the outcome, two fierce battles between them. This one more time battle. Are they going at it again, or do we have a winner? Ryan Turk or Denofa? Slide him left for Turk, and Ryan Turk gets the victory. It was 2-1. 2-1 as Andy says one more time, and Ryan Turk gets the victory and advances on. Ryan Lantain, going to you, but between those two battles, I mean, they had a great first battle, going this one more time, but 2-1. Ryan Turk missed that outside zone, but what were the other moments that stood out in comparison to Denofa?
Well, I just talked to Eggert, and he agreed with me that the biggest problem, what pushed us over the edge from a one more time to Ryan Turk winning, is that he really fell off from outside zone 2 all the way to the finish. Chelsea didn't have the proximity. He fell way, way off. Missed inside clip 2, and just proximity was non-existent from there on. Had he been able to maintain proximity throughout the rest, absolutely, we would have definitely done a one more time in that sense, because it would have been really, really close. But unfortunately, it was just that lack of proximity throughout the horseshoe to the finish line, whereas Ryan Turek in his chase had maybe less proximity early on, but he maintained the whole the proximity throughout the entire course.
It wasn't up and down. It was more of a consistent, even keel.
Exactly, because you could see there that there were, what, maybe 10, 15 car lengths between Turek and Chelsea by the finish line.
So that's more of a stab versus like a nice kind of chopping it up a little bit.
Yeah, you want to maintain the more proximity throughout the entire course, as opposed to a lot for a short period of time.
The duration is very important.
Yeah.
Our final battle of the top 16, Peter Vincic versus Kyle Mohan. These guys have not seen battle against each other, and we have yet to see Kyle Mohan in top 16, so it's great to see him in the mix. Kyle Mohan, Peter Vincic, as Peter will lead that Wordhouse Drift team, Sylvia S15. He qualified 11th, Mohan qualifying 27th, and all right, Peter Vincic will lead. Our final battle of the top 16, who's advancing on to go against Christoph Blues? Because with Turk winning, he goes against Dean Carnage Kearney. And here we go. So, Peter out front. Kyle Mohan in chase. Big gap already established. Peter was talking about some of the gremlins under the hood of his Wordhouse Drift S15. And now out of the horseshoe goes Peter. Kyle Mohan, just not part of the equation, unfortunately for him, and his built to Apex Mazda Tricks. Next to tires, MX-5. Peter just a dominant force here.
Well, we heard from Kyle earlier in the weekend, trying to get some more power out of the vehicle, doing some power adders and some nitrous, and work in progress here. You can see he's going to fall way far behind Peter as we go up the hill here, probably about a 10-car length distance. Peter right here, he's going to go a bit long on that second inside clip there, so a mistake from him, but you can still see this gap is established as he tries to run the proper line. Kyle Mohan trying to tie up that rear end there and close the gap, but unable to towards the end. And so now Peter will go to the chase position, Kyle will go to the lead, and we'll start run number 2 of this final battle in the top 16.
Kyle Mohan will now lead. Peter Vincic will give chase. Kyle Mohan will lead. And we can see the red lights illuminate. Kyle really needs to throw down a serious run here. Oh, we got some cones over. We got a few cones over here. Okay, we have a few start cones over. That will just be 1 strike. All right, that's 1 strike against Kyle Mohan. 3 strikes and you're out. And the gentlemen are back up there in their respective spots. Again, the final battle of the top 16. Already in the grade 8, Von Gent Jr., Alec Honadell, James Dean, Chris Forsberg, Kearney, Turk, Blues, and one of these gentlemen. And there we go. We got a clean start. Mohan or Vincic. Mohan initiates. Peter giving himself some room. This could be strategy. This could be playing out for him. Oh, no, look at that. Now reeling him in. as Mohan. Good job for him. But, you know, you have to think, these guys saw Mohan go against Osbo, and that's where Osbo checked up, but now giving himself enough room, now chasing him down and across the finish line. Mohan and Peter Vincek.
Well, Jared, as we take a look at the replay here, you're going to see a very deliberate approach here by Peter Vincek right there. You can see he's slowly creeping down into initiation. He's looking to try to catch Kyle going up the hill here. Now, he may have let him get away a little bit more than I would have been comfortable with, but then he's able to catch him right here in the horseshoe. He's right on that back bumper through that second inside clip. Now as he moves down the hill here, he's going to search for it again, try to close the door even further through the smoke line, butts right through in that last inside clip as Kyle goes a little bit long on that final inside clip. And now the battle is over, and we'll go to the judges for the final result.
Yeah, who is the final driver joining and going, I should say, who's going against Christoph Blusch? Slide him left for Mohan, slide him right for Peter, and Peter Vincek gets the victory. Peter Vincek gets the victory and advances on into the Grade 8. So our Grade 8 is set. Gittin, Honadale, Dean, Forsberg, Kearney, Turk, Blusch, and Vincek. When we come back, we'll take a short commercial break. When we come back, our Grade 8 is upon us. Don't go anywhere. Round 3 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras when we return here to Road Atlanta.
Black Magic, own your shine. Air Force, aim high. Hankook Tire, driving emotion. Balkan Tire. NOS with Complex 6 for high performance energy.
The new Nosferatu drink. Oh, Kyle
awesome, huh?
Busch. Oh, cash, credit, or debit?
Well, man, I'm fresh out, but it is my drink.
Oh, I mean, not really. I mean, it's more my drink.
I'll trade you my hat.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Get rowdy.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference. I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
All right, so there you see Peter Vincek. It looks like really in contact with his team, saying, what is going on here? Look at that, he's still psyched. So looked like he was frustrated there more than elated. But and next up, we have Lorette Nickel, who is with Ryan Turk.
So the first thing Ryan Turk is doing when he gets to the hot pits, checking in his car, his team is already on it, but the first thing that you said to me was, man, that was so tough. Walk us through why.
Yeah, Chelsea's one of the hardest driving guys on this in this field of drivers, and you know, about as hardest charging as his teammate Von Gittin Jr. So I knew it was going to be a tough battle. I screwed up on my first lap and just kind of jumped the light a little too much, and he didn't pull up as hard as I thought he was going to, so that kind of screwed me on my first lap a little bit, where I just had too much angle coming through the first clip, and it kind of just dragged me out. I was trying to play catch up the rest of the lap. Second lap, I actually, on my lead, I had a decent lead. My boost coupler actually came apart, so there was no boost pressure going through the motor, so the motor was down on power, but I was able to go down a gear. It actually made the car faster around the track. So I was able to pull a little bit of a gap on him about through the last half, and I think that's what gave us a one more time. And then a one more time battle, I just kind of cleaned up my entry on chasing him down. Had a good chase, and then turned the tables. He had a good chase too, but I was able to gap him right in the last part of the track, and I guess that's what gave us the win.
Great driving.
Thank you.
Guys?
These guys are just thrashing. I mean, you know, between the hardworking teams, the drivers, the spotters. Hey, round of applause for all these drivers out here competing. Pro 2, Pro. Round of applause for all the drivers, teams, crews, sponsors. These guys are absolutely thrashing out here and putting on one heck of a show for not only you here in the building, but those watching online and around the world. So, Von Gittin Jr., Alec Honadell, our first battle of the Great 8. And this should be a doozy. I was just talking with Alec Honadell, spotter. He says his supercharger belt keeps loosening up. So that could mean catastrophe, but he says it's working. So he'll hold it together. So right now, he's going against one of the best in the biz. Can he make it a perfect event? He was your winner here last year. He's your #1 qualifier. Can he advance on to the Final Four? If he makes it to the Final Four, that guarantees, at minimum, a podium spot because he's our #1 qualifier. So, Von Gittin Jr., Alec Honadell. Von Gittin Jr. out front. Alec Honadell in the chase position. Out of the start chicane. We got a clean start. Here comes Von. Throws it. Sideways into that first front clip. Both of them right on it. Honadell losing some ground as Von, again, similar to Chelsea Nofo, obviously so. And look at Honadell right there. Proximity, loses some ground, loses some angle, but hangs tough. Man, these guys are just going for it.
Well, we're certainly starting to see Honadell increase his game quite a bit, run by run. Gittin looks consistent as usual here in his lead position, right through that inside clip. Nice job there by Gittin. Honadell not letting him get away, maybe a tiny bit less angle there coming up the hill. Gittin trying to shoot deep for that zone. He comes a little bit late into it, but real good job there. And then right here, pouring it on is Honadell, trying to close the door through the smoke line. Muscle memory here, dives through that last inside clip and makes a fight of it here as these two guys battle it out under the lights. Switching it up now, Alec Honadell to the lead. Von Gittin Jr. will chase him down.
All right, so Alec now out front, and the Nexen and Nitto Tire smoke filling the Coliseum, the Gladiator Coliseum here. Look at that long shot. You can see, you can't even see the start line. This is our view from the judges' tower. With the naked eye, you could just make out the headlights. Want to put on the best show possible. You can see, again, that's taking a look back at the judges stand. Judges stand there off to the far left. That's the Team Rowdy tent there. So letting the smoke dissipate just a little bit more to make sure. Got some good sight. And looks like we have a rematch from Long Beach of Dean and Forsberg coming up next. So don't go anywhere. Alec Honadell, Von Gittin Jr. Honadell initiates. Actually, Von seemed almost even maybe a little bit earlier than Honadell. Honadell pulling away from Gittin into that second outer zone. Honadale gets into the dirt. Great composure, killer line by Honadale. Vaughn Gittin Jr. A little bit of role reversal here for a FD veteran and a rising star of the FD paddock. Ryan, what say you?
Lead to lead, chase to chase. The comparison and who was better overall. Alec Honadale comes firing out of the start line, down the hill into that first inside clip. Gittin right there, tucks up on the inside. Honadale starting to pull away here. Now he's gonna get really deep into this zone. Right there, just reaching out into that outer zone as deep as you possibly can, painting the line, getting through this center section here. Now starting to pull away is Honadale, and just a tremendous job here by both competitors as Honadale puts a stamp on it towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. His team just absolutely elated on what's going on there. So, you know, definitely gaining some applause from the fans. And, of course, his team. So, man, kudos to Honadale. That was absolutely on point. So here we go, going to the judges. Honadale or Gittin? Slide him left for Honadale, right for Gittin. Vaughn Gittin Jr., our #1 qualifier, and he is defeated by Alec Honadale. Alec Honadale takes out Vaughn Gittin Jr. And there it is. Alec Honadale moves on to the Final Four, taking out Vaughn Gittin Jr. And I mean, going to Lontaine here, you know, I wouldn't consider that an upset, but on paper, you got this veteran. You have the #1 qualifier. Vaughn had a great lead run, but man, Alec was on fire on that lead run. What say you?
So looking at the leads, it looked like Gittin did pretty well up until outside zone 2. He wasn't as deep as Honadale got in outside zone 2 on the lead side of things. The one thing against Honadale in the lead was he had a lower amount of angle at the finish line, but that was right at the finish line itself. Overall, really good lead run from Honadale, which is why I gave the win to Honadale in that respect. On the chase side of things, Honadale had a great amount of proximity all the way throughout the course. He never really let Vaughn get away from him anywhere on the track. It was a consistent amount of angle and a high amount of, a consistent amount of proximity, and it was a high level all the way through, whereas Vaughn was a little bit spottier on his proximity and also did not have quite the line that Honadale did through outside zone 2. He was a little bit inside there to make up a little bit of proximity. So in that case, Honadale wins the lead and the chase and gets the win overall.
Yeah, thank you for all the explanation on behalf of the judges and your insight. So this is essentially a repeat from Long Beach. James Dean, Chris Forsberg. These guys are going at it again. We saw them in Long Beach. And James Dean, he qualified 13th. Chris Forsberg qualified 21st. This should be an interesting battle here. And again, the winner going against Alec Honadale in the Final Four. Ryan psyched about it. Alec Honadale qualifying 8th. All right, here we go. Lights are off. That means it's on. James Dean out front. Chris Forsberg will be given chase. James Dean, feint entry right in front of Forsberg. Initiate into that first front clip. James Dean into that first outer zone, pulling away from Chris Forsberg, bringing it in to that second outer zone. James Dean not exactly as deep as possible. Chris Forsberg in that chase position, keeping it consistent, very fluid from both the drivers. James Dean, a solid run out front, but again, that outer zone there didn't get all the way out there.
And we know the judges are paying close attention to all the clips and the outer zones. You can see Dean right there, nice and tight on that clip. Forsberg taps it just a little bit. Dean up the hill, good angle here. Forsberg falling back a little bit, but like you said, Jared, a little bit short on that second outer zone. And you can see right there, Forsberg tucks up on the inside, right on that back bumper. Good transition back around now going down the hill. Forsberg is within half a car length through the smoke line there, and they do that final inside clip. And a strong battle here between James Dean and Chris Forsberg in the Great 8.
Can Forsberg get some redemption here against James Dean, taking him out? Here we go. So Forsberg out front. James Dean wants to advance on and taste that sweet victory once again. just like he did in Long Beach, the Wordhouse Drift team. Chris Forsberg in his NOS Energy Drink hand-cooked tires, Nameless Performance 370Z. James Dean on Falcon tires, the Wordhouse Drift Team S15. His teammate Peter Vincic, still in contention and in competition. Chris Forsberg will lead. James Dean giving chase. Who's going against Hondadale in the Final Four? Oh, and looks like it is a restart here. All right, Forsberg. Forsberg, again, there. Oh, gosh. So Forsberg will lead. Looks like that will be a restart for Forsberg and Dean. And here it goes. Can the defending champion get some redemption from Long Beach, or is James Dean gonna score some more points at a run for a championship? James Dean initiates right there, door to door with Forsberg, into that first front clip. James Dean not shaken, now making their way up the hill. Can Forsberg fill that second outer zone? Almost a similar line to that of James Dean, and James Dean is right there in the mix. Transitions around. And there's Forsberg around that final clip. And James Dean just with a nice, good composure run. Forsberg had a solid lead run. Their lead runs looked fairly identical.
Well,
Ryan?
Dean makes a very risky maneuver here, but it looks like it pays off. I mean, he is literally door to door with Chris Forsberg around that first inside clip, narrowly touching there, and just an incredible job maintaining pace. Like you said, Forsberg's second outer zone is similar to James Dean, so maybe the lead runs are equivalent. It may come down to the chase runs here as we look at this battle coming around the final turn here. We see Chris Forsberg hit that inside clip perfectly, a little bit of separation there as they cross the finish line.
The distance between Dean and Forsberg right there. You know, Dean doesn't get the back end of the car exactly where it should be, but he's not fully exceeding. I wouldn't say he's in front of Forsberg. I'd say he's just kind of right next to him. It would have been a little slicker and just that much more dominant if he was just backed up probably a wheel length, a wheel distance. But you can see that there, and that's what I was talking about. I mean, look how close Dean is.
Just incredible right there, that front right wheel and not making contact. And usually a high-risk maneuver like that will result in contact, and then we got to talk about it. We got to find out who's at fault and the whole thing. So nice job there, and great run.
All right, let's see.
I got nervous. I messed up in my drawing, but I think doing it live makes it more like.
So as again, we are seeing. Okay, this is side by side here with James Dean out front, Chris Forsberg out front on the right. You can see past that front clip, transitioning. The separation from Forsberg to Dean on that second on the left side. So like I said, those lead runs fairly similar.
Yeah, I think if you really focus on the lead runs, they're going to look pretty similar here. I think the chase is going to be maybe leaning the scales in terms of the decision of what direction the judges are going to go. And of course, we'll get Ryan Lantain on here to talk about how he votes. But the judges taking a look at all the angles, a side-by-side and everything else in order to get ourselves a victor. Here we go.
All right, do we have a victor? Who's going against Hondadale on the Final Four? Left for Forsberg, right for Dean. Ryan says, and everybody says, James Dean. James Dean from Ireland takes out the defending champion once again here in Atlanta. As Ryan Lantain, it was unanimous.
Yeah, the side-by-side really showed it really well. Dean got really close. very, very close on initiation. Through inside clip 1, much closer than Forsberg was to him on his chase, and maintained that proximity all the way throughout the course, better than Forsberg did on his chase. So a big win for Dean on the chase side. On the lead side, I say they were pretty close, but Dean still did a little bit better in a couple of areas that gave him that slight edge on the lead side. But I'd really say it was the strong chase that overall gave Dean the big win.
All right. So as we are looking here, and all right, so taking a look at what went down. This is Ryan Turk versus Dean Carnage Kearney. Ryan Turk will lead. Dean will give chase. Now, Ryan Turk has seen a lot of battles this evening. Again, one more time with Dio Shihara, one more time with Denofa, which put him here. Dean had to make his way through Dan Burkett, and a tough battle between Michael Essa. But now it is Turk and Kearney. Here we go, Ryan Turk out of the start chicane. Dean Kearney in the chase position. Turk shimmies his way there. Dean Kearney with a straight line approach. Is that too much? No, he hangs on. The Achilles radials hook up as Ryan Turk in that gum out black magic 86 brings it into the horseshoe, and Dean Kearney is possessed. Carnage living up to his name. Great lead run by Ryan Turk. Look at Dean, horsepower on deck. Woo! Dean bragged about it. He talked about it. He talked to Lorette and said this car is made for this track.
Well, I love the approach that he has here. This is a very high-risk maneuver, initiating right there, coming into that first corner, and it nearly pays off perfectly. He just falls back for a second here, but then uses that horsepower to get back on the throttle. Meanwhile, Ryan Turk, tremendous job on that second outer zone. Great line here. He does go just a tiny bit wide on that inside clip, just by about maybe 6 or 12 inches, but a great job nonetheless on the line. But then look at Dean right here through the smoke line, tucking it in on the inside there, and really putting down a solid chase run through the finish line to keep the pressure on Turk.
I think those might be tractor beams and not Oracle lighting LEDs. I think he is just zeroing in, and I mean, it seemed to have worked for him against Essa, and right now that was a solid chase run. Now, how is Dean gonna throw down out front? He's got the clean air, or what looks like clean air, but a lot of tire smoke in the air as Ryan Turk will chase. So already 2 cars in the final 4, Honadell and James Dean. And Honadell qualifying 8th. The only driver that out-qualified him is Christoph Blues, and he'll go against Peter Vinsek. So if Blues loses, Honadell's guaranteed a podium at minimum 3rd place. But that would mean that Blues would have to lose, so we will see. Again, here's the second half of this battle. Dean and Turk. Wait for the smoke to clear out just a little bit. And here we go. Kearney out front. Turk in tow. And Dean initiates. Ryan Turk giving himself potentially maybe too much room here. Coming up the hill into the horseshoe. Turk looks like he locks him up a little bit here as Dean gets to the outer zone. Turk nosing in on the door of the Dodge Viper, not mimicking the angle. Dean Carnage carrying the Oracle lighting Dodge Viper, Achilles radial vehicle, brings it across the finish line. Ryan.
Well, remember the first run, how close Dean was. His duration of proximity here, Turk gets out of the gate. But then as we see through inside clip number 1, you're going to see a little bit of separation there. Remember, Dean had that really risky maneuver where he stayed super close to Turk. Now, Dean does fill that second outer zone completely. He's also pretty tight on that inside clip, but now Turk is putting the pressure on. Straight line for a second, almost by Turk. You can see he's on a little bit of a deeper line as he tries to get through this smoke cloud. Dean continues to accelerate and try to pull distance out of Ryan Turk.
Honadell, Dean, already in the final 4. Who's joining him? Kearney or Turk? Slide him left for the Oracle Lighting Dodge Viper. Dean Kearney, slide him right for Ryan Turk. And there it is. Dean Carnage Kearney gets the victory and advances on to the Final Four. Honadale, James Dean, Dean Carnage Kearney, they're in the finals. And before we move on to our next and final battle of the Grade 8, Kristaps Blus and Peter Vincik, Lorette caught up with the brand new Polish Formula Drift rookie.
Peter is moving on to the Grade 8 for the first time. Congratulations. Now, you were having some problems with second gear. Walk us through that.
Yes, while I was accelerating, I put my second gear and then flat shift, which is on a gear knob, stuck, so car doesn't have a power. I have to accelerate again. I made a clutch kick and then the car brings the power again, so I was capable of still chasing him, but because of that he managed to get some advantage. But still I was able to catch him on between the horseshoe, and oh, I'm so happy. I would like to say dziękuję dla wszystkim fanom i tym, którzy mnie wspierają z Polski. Jesteście mega. Dziękuję wszystkim, którzy przyjechali mi kibicować. Całuję i trzymajcie kciuki.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
Thank you, Lorette, and thank you, Peter. I love hearing the native language, and I'm assuming just giving a shout home to family and/or friends back at home. Our final battle of the Grade 8, Kristaps Blus, and that gentleman, he is absolutely elated. His first time here in the Grade 8, Peter Vincik. And you look at these, you know, Lorette had some words with Peter, Dean, James Dean, and Dean Carnage Kearney. So are they all going to be in the 3? Well, they got to make their way past Kristaps Blus. I say they, but Peter needs to make his way past Kristaps Blus. So Kristaps will lead, and Peter will give chase. All right, so Kristaps, you could see Peter warming up his tires. Kristaps Blus on the start line. Peter Vincik, he will be chasing. So yeah, look at that. Alec Honadale, the only American in the mix. James Dean flying the Irish flag. Dean Kearney, 2 Irish drivers in the Final Four. Is it going to be a Polish driver or a Latvian driver? We're about to find out. Kristaps Blus out of the start gate. We got a clean start. Who's going against Kearney in the Final Four? Here comes Peter into that first front clip. Kristaps taking it out. Shooting that cone across the track. Kristaps ripping into the horseshoe, but just brings it back, tightens it up. Peter Vincik out of the keyhole, but Kristaps Blus, he got second place in Orlando last year, and he looks like he's got that same kind of composure right now. A very exciting driver to watch, but Peter Vincik wants to put a halt to it.
Well, he certainly has the X factor here tonight. He kind of laid low a little bit, and you can see he's now coming out very strong, showing the power and the speed and the versatility of his driving. Right here, you can see he comes up the hill blazing fast, fills that zone, and right here, Peter is able to close the door around that second inside clip. Now through the smoke line, you can see a bit of separation here as Peter tries to get on the throttle to get through this last line of smoke here, but you can see that gap displayed right in front of our lift tower there through the finish line. Switching it up now, Peter Vincik going to the lead, and Kristaps Blus chasing him down.
So as I said, who's going against Kearney, Blus or Peter? Honadale and Dean on the other side. They are already in the Final Four. They're on the other side of the Final Four bracket. All right, Peter Vincik, Kristaps Blus.
How we feeling out there, Atlanta? Make some noise. Sticking around, finding out who's going to be on top of the podium, who gets the carbon fiber trophies, who's going to the Final Four. Peter or Kristaps initiating into the first front clip. Kristaps looks like he just massaged his vehicle just a little bit to get it close to Peter. You see Peter some wavering into that second outer zone. Kristaps, he's been here before. Peter's first time driving here. You're seeing some exchanges, some fiberglass, some bits. Kristaps on the door of Peter. One last turn for glory. Into the Final Four goes Kristaps. And Kristaps goes into the dirt.
Well, let's see what cone he hit there, because it looks like an orange. And that is the finish line. Look at these orange cones right here. That's the finish line. But look at this Bloosh just crushing it hard right here on that first inside clip. Now watch the difference between him and Peter as they come through this section here. Remember, Peter fell back after inside clip 2, coming down the hill. But Bloosh right there is just on it. Money staying super next to him all the way through the smoke line right here. Now watch this, Jared. You can see right there, he goes off course. He drops at least 2 going off course. Now, we have to remember that 2 tires off is not a 0 anymore. 3 tires off can be a massive deduction. We've seen 4 tires off a 0 or a incomplete. And as we take a look, going back to that, we'll be able to identify exactly what transpired there. But going off course was Kristaps Bloosh right before the finish line.
So the judge is reviewing what goes down there, because again, when you start the drift, you need to drift all the way through the finish line. And as Ryan keeps reiterating, the orange cones denote the finish line.
So here we go, Jared. Let's take a look at this again. Now this is going to be through the final turn. Watch Bloosh here. There's the orange cone, and he is way off course. Oh, that's a bummer, man. And here's what we were trying to point out, Jared, the difference between Bloosh and Peter in their chase positions. Now, Peter was back about right here, and Bloosh was maintaining incredible proximity. So we're seeing a big difference there in the chase run, but it may be for nothing if the judges deem that Bloosh going off course is just too much of a dramatic mistake.
Well, people threatened about, I wouldn't say that Peter, had a bad run. I wouldn't say that he threatened to have an amazing run. I think would you agree if the needle goes towards Peter? I think Kristaps, unfortunately, he was just 1 turn away, and this is similar to Orlando.
This is Osbo
what
last
happened
year.
To, him in Orlando against Frederick Osbo, just 1 turn away. So Peter Vincent, Kristaps Bloosh. Who's going to the Final Four against Dean Carnage? One more time. They're going at it again. They are going at it again. It's unanimous. And I got to think that Kristaps Bloosh is counting his lucky stars. But I would like to get some insight. Well, real quick, let's get some words with James Dean. Lorette Nickel caught up with James Dean, who's going to the Final Four against Alec Honadell. Lorette?
James Dean has upset our defending champion, Chris Forsberg, and James is moving on. But man, let's talk about the conditions that you're facing out there and that smoke screen.
The smoke here is, completely different to what I'm used to back in Europe. We've competed at night events back in Europe before, but the cars don't have the same power as what we're dealing with here. So trying to go through, the entry is okay. You go up the hill, it's okay, but coming out of the horseshoe is just blinding. So you go through the second last corner, transition, and you're honestly just hoping that you come out in the right place. Tricky, but somehow we made it work.
And you told me there's some sort of vibration in your car and you're not sure what it is. How do you fight through that?
Yeah, so on my battle with Matt Field, super intense battle, great driver, and I have big respect for him. I knew I had to put it all on the line to have a chance of moving on. But on the second half of the run, there's a vibration, it feels like, in the drive line. So I'm not sure what it is. We jacked it up. The guys checked everything, and they tried their best. Workhouse Drift team are giving me the best support. But the vibration was still there with the run with Chris Forsberg, and I'm just hoping that the car holds together. So we hope for the best.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
All right, so real quick, Ryan Lontaine, I want to go to you. Christophe Blus looks like he's getting some fresh Achilles rubbers underneath his vehicle, but Lontaine, it was one more time. It was unanimous.
It was, yeah. I talked to the other two guys, and we all agreed after the fact. Basically, we were looking at Peter having won the lead, won the lead, and Blus really won the chase. Even despite going 1 or 2 wheels off there at the finish line, it was really right at the finish line that he did it too. But that's how we came to our one time. It looked like Peter did a much better job in the lead position. He put the car where it needed to be. He was deeper in outside zone 2. He did a better job of maintaining his momentum through inside clip 2 as well. Blush ended up getting close, but he had to stall up just slightly to get into the inside clip. So we just felt that one did better in one position, one did better in the other, and we ended up with our one more time.
All right, thank you, Lontaine and the judges. When we come back, we will see the one more time between Dean Carnage Kearney, Kearney will have to do battle against one of the winners of Blus and Vinsec. When we come back here, round 3 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras when we return.
This presentation of Formula Drift has been brought to you by Blackview, Over the Cloud, Nexen Tire, Driving Tomorrow, Nitto Tire, fueled by enthusiasts. Advance Auto Parts, let's get you back on the road.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with remote live view and stop worrying. Blackview Over the Cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
You know, at Advance Auto Parts, we have some of the most knowledgeable and helpful people working in our stores. We just thought you should know. Because buying online and picking up your part at the local Advance Auto Parts store is so easy that, well, the most they may get to say to you is, "Hi, here's your part." It's a shame, really. Buy online, pick up in store in 30 minutes. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road.
So the teams are thrashing on the vehicles. Looks like Peter Vinsec keeping the car cool. And look at that, even Dean Kearney putting his 2 cents in there. You could say, it's all in your head, it's all in your head. So what's funny is if Peter wins, he goes against Kearney in the Final 4. So, so right now, again, we are seeing Peter Vinsec keeping the car cool. We have some of our officials there. Vinsec is in the car, waiting for Blus. It looks like we will be shutting the door there. And again, Vinsec pulling to the line. And there we're dropping Christophe Blus's car. There's James Dean waiting in the wings. There's Alec Honadell and his team. There's Mr. Honadell. Urban Air Hoonigan, Nexen Tires S14. So here we are. This is where we're at. the final battle of the Grade 8. The final battle of the Grade 8. Peter Vincik and Christoph Splush. So if you haven't already seen, you know, Blackview is our presenting sponsor. Pick up a Blackview dash camera and you could receive one compliments of Blackview. How? We'll text BVRA, as in Road Atlanta, to 38714. Again, get your phone out. We got some moments. They're warming up their tires. Text BVRA to 38714 for a chance to win a free Blackview dash camera. Must be 18 or over to enter. Retail value of $379. Again, BV, as in Blackview, RA, as in Road Atlanta, to 38714 for a chance to win a free Blackview dash camera. You could see Peter, eyes on the prize, watching his competitor warm up his tires. And a lot of people are threatening, you know, saying, look, James Dean came here. He won round 1. But don't count on Peter. He's not just here for an accessory or an extra vehicle. He's a contender. And it seems that now, for his first time drifting at Atlanta, he's going for it. He wants to get past Blues, and then he gets to go against his friend Dean Kearney. So Kristaps on the start line. He will lead. And Peter warming up his Falcon tires in the background. Remember, our next round of Formula Drift competition is in New Jersey. Hashtag FDNJ. Who's coming out there? Let us know. Hashtag FDNJ for our next round of Formula Drift competition. That's June 2nd and 3rd at Wall Stadium in Wall Township, New Jersey. July 15th, July 14th, 15th, we're in Canada. August 4th and 5th, we're at Evergreen Speedway, Texas Motor Speedway, September 8th and 9th, and finally round 8, October 13th and 14th in Irwindale, California. Go to formuladee.com or download the app to join us at any one of those rounds of competition or watch the live stream. Join us at the podium ceremony just after we crown a champion on track, or not a champion of this round, but a winner of this Advanced Auto Parts Road to the Championship round. Kristaps Splush, Peter Vincik, who's going to the Final Four. This is the one more time battle between these two fellows. Kristaps out front, Peter in the chase position. Kristaps initiates into the first front clip. Goes Kristaps, Peter up the hill. Kristaps, both of them getting into the dirt. So Peter now tracking him down, zeroed in. Now all the way into the horseshoe and the keyhole as they exit. Ryan, there it is once again, a little bit of separation, but Peter back on it. And Kristaps keeps it out of the dirt once again. Let's take a look at it.
Well, first half of this one more time. You can see snappy initiation right there by Kristaps Splush. And right there, Peter Vincik trying to close the door. Like you said, Jared, both drivers dropping a little tire there and accelerating up the hill, closing the door. Is Peter Vincik right here on the inside of this second inside clip. It's Kristaps Splush, and then right there, you can see a bit of separation. Now Peter trying to close the door here, bringing it back around. Final inside clip through the finish line. And we see a good, strong battle here. After run number 1, now they will switch positions.
All right, you could see the team looking on here. Seeing the different angles there. Kyle Pollard, Bridges, seeing what's going on. Yeah, they might be watching the stream. Downloading the app, watch themselves, checking it out. Getting pitted. Seeing how good their hair looks. All right, so Peter will now lead. Kristaps giving chase. Dean waits on, patiently or impatiently, regardless, he's got to wait. Clean start, here we go. Vincik initiates, Kristaps, boom, right to it. Not as aggressive, oh, as I say that, he got into formation, into that outside zone. Kristaps shallows up, but he gains, look at that, to the door, to the wheel of Peter. Exiting the horseshoe and turns on the smoke screen is Vincek. And back up the hill they go. Ooh, that was a little close there. Ryan, do you think we have a winner?
Well, there's definitely a lot to talk about here as we take a look at Peter Vincek on his initiation. Looks like somebody shredded something there coming down the hill. Nice job here by Peter going up. Big angle here. Kristaps Blues made an incredible job coming out of inside clip 1 to close that door. And then through this inside clip number 2 here, you can see he's very, very close to Peter. And he's going to make this crazy move right there. Narrowly making contact, but just right on that back bumper as he comes across the finish line. So great job there by Peter and Kristaps Blues. As we end this one more time battle, we will now go to the judges.
Right on. Love seeing all the comments there. Steve Toppin watching at home. How we doing, bud? And a lot of fans watching all over the world. Swamp Yankee, we'll see you out in New Jersey. Again, hashtag FDATL. Ryan, here they are side by side. I really love this comparison, but it's hard to focus. You know, what do you think we should focus on? Lead and lead or chase and chase?
Well, I think whatever your eye picks up is usually the first intuition, but also, you know, looking at both leads and both chases if you can from time to time, going back and forth, just looking at where there's separation, maybe where a guy went deeper into his zone, where Kristaps did right there. You can see that there's just a little bit of a beat that allows you to do that. Great job by Kristaps through that second inside clip. Now here you can see some separation on the left-hand side of your screen. Kristaps in the lead position. Now watch this right here. That move on the right-hand side of your screen. Incredible move by Kristaps. Not to make noticeable contact. He may have grazed the bumper, but that was very, very risky. And now we're going up to the start line shot. It looks like Peter Vincek had his hood up there for a second. But nonetheless, we've got the run and the battle finalized, and we will now see what the judges have to say.
All right, going to the judges. Vincek or Blush, who's going against Kearney? Are the two Wordhouse cars going to be in the final four? Slide them left for Peter, right for Blush. And Ryan says Blush, Brian, and it's unanimous. Kristaps Blush gets the victory. Kristaps gets the win and advances on. So Peter just a bit outside, and Kristaps is going to the final four. And with that, Kristaps is guaranteed at minimum a third place finish due to his number 3 qualifying position. And Kristaps coming to this round 11th in the standings. James Dean, he came in second in points. And then Alec Honadell, you look at him, and he's down there quite a bit. He is currently at 14th in points. All right, so, and Dean Kearney, who came in 7th into this round, 7th in points, is with our own Lorette Nickel now.
Dean Kearney told me that he just had one of his most enjoyable battles going against Ryan Turk. Walk us through that.
Yeah, that was awesome. You know, Turk is always the kind of guy that, you know, you have to leave it all out there. You know, you have to send it in super hard. He's making loads more grip this year. He makes so much smoke that you're blind all the way behind him. But he's a guy that you can trust and you can really dive in hard on him. So we came down to the first corner and I was chasing him on the first run, and he threw it in super hard. And I waited about half a second longer than him, and I threw it, and I could feel myself catching him, just waiting for him to get on the gas. And about 6 inches before I made contact with him, he just stood on the throttle. I was like, oh my God, my heart nearly stopped, you know. So we switched back underneath him and then just stuck with him all the way on the run. It was really, really enjoyable.
Dean, thank you so much.
No problem.
Guys.
Wow, look at that. That smile says it all. Well, he's in the final four. It does not guarantee a podium spot, but if he keeps driving that way, he's going to have to do it because he's going against Kristaps Blush. But look at this. Alec Honadell, James Dean. These guys have not seen competition against each other. So Alec Honadell on the start line, waiting for James Dean. James Dean warming up his Falcons.
And now to the start. Who's going to the finals? Honadell or Dean? Come on, Atlanta, make some noise for these guys. This is the Final Four, the Blackview top four. Who's going to the finals? Is it gonna be the American driver, the lone American driver, Alec Honadell, or the Irish driver joining another Irish driver, Dean Kearney, in the Final Four? James Dean, second in points coming into this round of competition. Can he podium once again? Where is he going to land? And here we go. Honadell out front, James Dean in the chase position. Honadell throws it in. Around that first front clip. James Dean getting left in that next entire dust. Into the outer zone goes Honadell, quickly getting through the course. The way Honadell's car is set up, he is just, oh no! Honadell, a correction! Just as I said that. That was all Honadell, man. That was an unbelievable run. He was on point.
Yeah, and the way that James Dean drives, you can't give away mistakes like that. Let's take a look at this again. Honadell just absolutely on fire here. You can see Dean, big angle in the car, loses some ground here. Honadell up the hill, blasting through this section of the course. Great job on that second outer zone right here. Dean starting to close the door now, but watch as Honadell comes through the center section. The car like drops off, and it looks like he has to reinitiate, so it's going to be a big mistake in the lead position for Alec Honadell. And now James Dean is trying to sink his teeth in here. Let's take a look at it one more time. Right there, the car drops off,
smoke.
And you can see the smoke line just stops. Dean notices it, but then gets right back on the throttle here, and then Alec reinitiates and finishes the run. But it's going to be at a big deficit here. And Honadell, as your number 8 qualifier, if he does lose here, he would be hoping that Kristaps Blush would beat Dean Kearney in order to get a podium spot. But he wants to fight for that podium spot of first place, and to be able to do that, he's got to get through James Dean on this next run here.
Yeah, and James Dean, he's got the clean air. He's out front. He's in a comfortable position. He's loving the track. You know, he said there's some vibration, so you know, crazy things have happened. So James Dean now out front, one step closer to another podium. But let's see, Honadell, you know he's going to push hard. So James Dean on that first front clip. Look at that transitioning, tit for tat. Nice job by Honadell. But he needs to get that and mirror that angle. James Dean really not getting all the way out to that outside zone again. That seems to be par for the course for him. But Honadell, that's what we're looking for. That's what he needs to do. But is it enough, Ryan? Is that enough to take down James Dean on that chase run, as well as that big correction, leaving the horseshoe in the lead?
Well, I think one thing that I want to say here about what I've noticed from Alec Honadell this competition is it seems pretty clear to me that maybe besides Dean Kearney, he's got the quickest car out on course.
Yeah.
I mean, he's able to not only close gaps that seem insurmountable, he's pulling gaps on guys that are very, very quick. I mean, look at the pressure that he puts on Dean here. But let's remember, going back to run number 1, that mistake he made coming down the hill. And I think that that is going to be a deciding factor in the overall scheme of things here against James Dean.
All right, so as we wait for the judge's verdict, James Dean gets the victory. James Dean's going to the finals. James Dean's going to the finals. Alec Honadell sits, waits, marinates to find out, does he have a podium spot, because third place is decided of the higher qualifying driver. Honadell qualified 8th, and Kristaps qualified 3rd. So, and Dean Kearney qualified 15th. So the scenario would be, if Kristaps wins, Honadell gets 3rd. If Kearney wins, then Kristaps Blush gets 3rd. You can see the skeletons of a lot of these easy ups, a lot of the fans. How are we doing? You're up there on the big screen. Say hello to the world. Atlanta. Some hardcore fans in the building. Gee, what up? Yeah, what's going on, homeboy? Oh, homeboy just fell. Homeboy just fell. That's what's up. Throwing the horns. Look at that. That guy's got an eagle chest. Yeah, now he's got a donut belly button. I saw that dude in the pits. Good old donut button. Some of the best fans in drifting there, Sagi. Ryan Lesage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Road Atlanta has the most unique and crazy fans, hands down. The only people I think that can battle Atlanta, and I think it's a close second, is Montreal.
I knew you were going to say that. Canada, yeah. Montreal definitely has some savage fans.
But the one thing that Atlanta has besides volume is creativity in costume.
Look at that, James Dean getting down there, checking out, inspecting what's going on there. He not a moment spared. Taking a look, he knows he's got to get this thing to the finals. And we've seen it just working all the way down to the wire. So James Dean waits. You can see a lot of heat coming off that car. But Dean Kearney, Christophe Bluch. Here comes Bluch and Kearney. The other side of the Final Four bracket. Now we saw both these guys. We haven't had any words with Christophe yet, but Dean, he is absolutely elated. Lorette has gotten a lot of words with him. He seems like he is just enjoying the track. He says the car suits him. He came off of an insane run, and just knowing, he says, I can trust Turk, I can throw it in. I have a feeling that's how he's going to drive against Christophe. Just seeing, I mean, what do you foresee?
Well, the one thing I've noticed about Bluch, and it's just been from some of the footage we've seen up at the hot pits, is that during the one more time between him and Peter Vincek, he seemed like laser focused, just looking at his steering wheel, staring straight forward, not wanting to talk to anybody. And I think that's what you need. That's what he needs in order to move forward here. Almost gave it away by going off the course, was able to get that one more time. Yeah. And that was, like you said, the Osbo moment. Now he's this much closer. He's already got the podium. Can he finally get that victory that he so much deserves, and that got away from him, slipped away from him last year in Orlando?
That's true. That's true. Yeah, he's already locked in a podium if he loses, but he wants to go for that #1 spot. Like you said, just it escaped him in that HGK BMW. He's seen and almost just smelt, but has not tasted that win in the Formula Drift Championship just yet. So Christophe will lead. Dean Kearney will give chase. Tomorrow on CBS Sports, Formula Drift Round 1, Long Beach. Tune in. And we are getting word there is the start line. And let's send it Atlanta. Christophe Bluch. Dean Carnage Kearney. The Latvian lover, here we go. Out front. Throws it in, using all the course, gets out to that rumble strip. And there's Dean once again, feeling confident with his Oracle lighting. Dodge Viper. Christophe, very settled. Dean drops into formation, well played. As Christophe takes out that front clip and coming back down the hill. Big angle there, snappy transition as he heads back up the hill, and Dean gets into the dirt. And Dean Kearney gets into the dirt, blinded by the Achilles smoke. Both these guys on Achilles radials.
Well, Bluch or Kearney, like Dean, gets his taste of the dirt there. That was a bit more of aggressive off course there. I mean, you can see Dean already out of the gate, wanted to make sure that he stayed with Bluch through that first section of the course. He falls off a little bit coming up the hill, but Bluch does not get as deep as he should have into that second outer zone. Pretty tight there on that inside clip, just hitting that cone, and a little bit of a correction right there by Bluch in the lead position. Now the snappy transition back around, and then right there you can see that we have an off-course vehicle of Dean Kearney, and I think wanted to consult with Ryan, but that seemed like a little bit more aggressive than Bluch, and you guys penalized Bluch, but it resulted in one more time, not an incomplete.
Yeah, Bluch ended up hitting the cone, I believe, with kind of his rear wheel, maybe 1-2 wheels off by the finish line, but that was clearly 3 off at the finish line for Kearney, maybe even 4, depending on if we could get a better view of it, but not very good. But that's lucky for Bluch because he had a pretty big error coming out of the horseshoe there where he lost a lot of angle, so we'll see what happens as they change positions now.
All right, this is going to be the deciding run here, the second half here with Dean out front. Thanks, sir. All right, we are officially sending car here on this side of the Final Four. Dean Kearney, Christoph Blues, Dean out front. No penalties assessed, here we go. Snappy, big, nasty initiation by Dean Kearney. The angle from Kearney right now, Oracle lighting, Dodge Viper, Achilles radial is on it, getting all the way to the outside zone. Christoph Blues tries to bring it on in. But Dean and his Viper are just firing on all 10 cylinders.
Well, that was an incredible initiation there by Dean Kearney. Watch, it just snaps right into it, right to angle. I mean, that is a big car to be able to do that and hold through that first inside clip. You can see Kearney right there now shooting up the hill as Blues losing a little bit of angle here. Dean, pretty good job going very deep into that second outer zone, and then Blues attacks right here on that second inside clip through the smoke line here, trying to push it as we come down the hill here. Dean getting ready to set up for that last inside clip, and then a little bit of straightening there through that last inside clip in the finish line by Christoph Blues.
So Christoph Blues and Dean Kearney wait, and as we said, if Blues loses, he automatically gets third place. But if he wins, that would mean Alec Honadell gets third place. Dean Kearney's team waiting in the wings. The Oracle lighting, Dodge Viper. Holding off, seeing what is going to happen. Again, James Dean already in the finals. Who is James Dean going against? Dean Kearney from Ireland or Latvian driver Christos Blues? Slide him left for Dean, and look, there's a one more time. Brian says one more time, they're going at it again. It is a one more time battle between these two gentlemen, Christoph Blues and Dean Kearney. Don't go anywhere when we come back. The other half of this Final Four has gone one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, again, wake up your grandma. Tell them it's going down. Hashtag FDATL. We are going to end this thing in grand fashion. James Dean is already in the finals. Kearney and Blues are going at it again to find out who is going against the Irish driver James Dean, who is basically unofficially, potentially our new points leader. When we come back here to the Advanced Auto Parts Road to the Championship, and it is potentially paved with some Irish gold. When we come back here to round 3 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras.
This presentation of Formula Drift has been brought to you by Black Magic, Own Your Shine, Air Force, Aim High, Hankook Tire, Driving Emotion, Balkan Tire, NOS with Complex 6 for high performance energy.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with remote live view and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
You know, at Advance Auto Parts, we have some of the most knowledgeable and helpful people working in our stores. We just thought you should know. Because buying online and picking up your part at the local Advance Auto Parts store is so easy that, well, the most they may get to say to you is, "Hi, here's your part." It's a shame, really. Buy online, pick up in store in 30 minutes. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road.
Well, he's been quiet on the mic and hot on the track. That is Kristaps Blus. Lorette Nickel caught up with him as he gets ready for this Final Four battle.
Kristaps Blus, there is a one more time. So what is your take on that?
Well deserved one more time. So I did few mistakes, and I think Dean Kearney did pretty well too. So I think it's fair. So definitely, let's go one more time.
Okay. And everything is going well for you in working order?
Oh yeah. So I'm just starting to enjoying on like 100% this event, and I think the pressure is gone, and now, since now it will be more fun even.
Okay. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, Kristaps Blus having some fun out there. We'll be right back after this one more commercial break as we finalize our battle that will lead to the finals. We'll be right back.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
Drifting. Shooting. Desert. Short course. The one-stop shop for all your adrenaline needs.
Oh, wow. You're Kyle Busch.
Yeah. Hi.
And that is the new Nas Rowdy drink?
That's it.
Can I get a picture?
Sure, yeah, okay. Oh, no.
Get rowdy.
When you love your car, you wish you could check on it anytime, from anywhere. Blackview cloud-connected dash cams let you do just that. Your Blackview keeps you informed of status changes through alert messages. So when something unusual happens to your car, you can visualize it on your phone with remote live view and stop worrying. Blackview over the cloud. Me and my car connected. Find yours at blackview.com.
Welcome back. We are here, and we are about to find out again. This is the one more time battle between Kearney and Blues. You can see Kristaps warming up his tires. We still have some hardcore fans sticking around to find out who's going to get the victory. And I'll tell you what, just seeing how James Dean is driving, Blues and Kearney, we're going to see one heck of a final. So I would not go anywhere if you're in the comfort of your own home, if you're here in the building. Some great weather here. You know, just Ryan, I mean, if you look at it from yesterday to today and what's going on, yeah, I think we scored weather-wise. You know, I think some drivers would, you know, beg to differ. They saw some wet conditions early on in top 32, but overall, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we could have had a disaster on Friday. We averted that by making some changes to have qualifying in dry conditions. Obviously, qualifying has an impact on where you line up for the top 32 and all the way down for the remainder of the bracket. So being able to score some good weather, and especially now at this point in the night where, you know, the smoke is starting to clear out a little bit quicker. It's nice and cool outside. I think we got through pretty well.
Yeah, so as you can see, Dean pulling to the line. Here we go. Kristaps Blues and Dean Kearney. The final battle, the final four. After this, the winner of this battle goes against James Dean. Second in points coming to this round of competition. With Frederick Osbo leading, he will definitely be, you know, leading coming into this round. And with Osbo exiting early in the 32, James Dean will be our points leader.
Yeah, no doubt. Essa out, Osbo out, Turk out, Gittin out, Hilburn out, Kearney out.
Yeah, so, you know, James Dean is going to have a commanding lead, but right now it's about Blues and Kearney. Here we go. Blues from Latvia, out front, HGK, Wisefab kit being put to good use. Look at that! And we got contact. So Dean Kearney continues on through the course. Now, what comes into effect here is who has the competition timeout.
Who's at fault and who has the competition timeout.
Yeah.
And if you go back to the probably the most recent interview Lorette had with Dean, he said, I really pushed it against Ryan Turk. I was closing, and then 6 inches away, my heart dropped, he got back on the throttle. Perhaps Dean pushed a little bit too hard there. He's been really sucking up on the inside of inside clip 1 in order to get a good jump coming out of inside clip 1. Let's take a look at it here. Good initiation by both guys, very snappy by Dean. Dean is coming forward here and makes contact.
Yeah, I mean, Dean's staying on it. It's kind of weird, by the way.
You can see brake lights by both guys for a second, and then Kristaps is actually off his brakes when there's contact made there. He has a little bit of brakes going on at initiation. Watch the front lights here. On, now off, boom.
You definitely see an e-brake from Kristaps, but I don't think that's enough. I mean, he was going in there pretty good. You know, like you said, Dean going against Ryan Turk, he knew he needed to throw it in there.
So they are giving Dean Kearney fault. Now that will put him at a disadvantage. Now we need to consult with the track staff and race control in order to find out who's got a competition timeout and who does not. Just looking at my notes here, I don't see that one has been used from Dean or Blush. So both of them should be okay.
Yeah.
But it'll just be Dean that will need to decide whether or not he wants to get hands on the car, because him being at fault, he would need to utilize that competition timeout in order to do that.
Right. So again, reiterating what Ryan's saying, Dean Carnage-Kearney is at fault, comes in too hard on the side of Kristaps Blush, and now what is going to transpire is if they want to get hands on the car, Dean Kearney would need to call his competition timeout, and there's no better time like the present. So we'll take a quick break. We'll gather our thoughts here, see what transpires as far as what's unfolding. But you can see Kristaps Blush, he is he's ready to go. He's not getting out of the car. He's got the guys. He's got his crew, his HGK fellas working on the car, and he's ready to do battle. As Chris Forsberg looks like he's getting him hyped up, checking everything out. When we come back, let's see what happens here between that of Dean Kearney and Kristaps Blush.
What's up, guys? I'm Ryan Turk, formerly drift driver of the Gumout Nameless Performance GT86. This is our 1,000 horsepower inline 6-cylinder engine. To be able to sustain that amount of power for an entire season, you need quality parts and a very quality team to support your effort. That's one of the biggest things that Gumout and I have in common. They use quality ingredients that are proven and tested in the lab, just like a race car is proven and tested on the track. Science in, performance out. It's more than just their tagline. Find out for yourself and pick up a bottle of Gumout today.
All right, so we are, you can see here, we are getting hands on the car. It looks like, I believe that's, I can't see exactly whose car that is. Looks like, oh, okay, more sports. So that's James Dean. So, no, that's Dean Kearney. That is Dean Kearney there. So Dean Kearney's car getting worked on there as Lorette Nickel caught up with our driver who is already in the finals, and that is James Dean. Lorette?
James Dean is still dealing with those vibrations in his car, and is it getting worse or staying the same?
On that last run on the first the first chase run with Alec, just coming around the first corner, first of all, he was faster than I expected, so he gapped me a good few car lengths. I was kind of napping at the start line. But when I was coming around the first corner, there's like this grating noise from the car. It felt like the diff or the gearbox, I'm not sure which. But as I transitioned going back up the hill, I had power on both wheels again, so it's very weird. On the second run, it was perfect. It's coming and going, I don't know what it is. The guys have jacked the car up, checked everything underneath, and we can't see anything with our eyes, and we have no time to investigate it further. But what can I say? I'm very lucky. Alec made a mistake. I think, you know, on my lead run, I just put down the best lead run I could, but yeah, super lucky that he straightened up coming out of the horseshoe. Because he had the gap on me, and yeah, I'm a lucky man. But we're in the final, we're trying our best, the team is doing a great job, and have to thank everyone for supporting me.
James, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
Thank you, Lorette. Thank you, James Dean, as he waits in the wings.
could see, and we are, Big Kev there, our official, saying that Dean Kearney was allowed to change his back right wheel, and or back right rim. And again, so when we come back, that's as we take a look, it looks like Dean thrashing, getting the car back together, and Christoph Blues, he's ready to do battle as well. When we come back, we'll see Kearney and Blues.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things.
I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference.
I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
What's up, guys? I'm Formula Drift driver Ryan Turk, and I am stoked to tell you about Blackmagic's new product, the Interior Multi-Surface Detailer. I love this stuff because it does the job of 4 different products in one. It provides protection from the damaging sun with a powerful UV blocker. It cleans plastic, rubber, metal, and even carbon fiber surfaces and leaves a natural, non-glare finish. The Dust Guard formula utilizes the anti-static technology to help keep dust from sticking to surfaces, and it has a long-lasting new car smell. So go to your favorite store today and check out Blackmagic Interior Multi-Surface Detailer.
Well, as you can see, Christoph Blues is there, and I can see the blue lights of the Dodge Viper. Laurent Nickel caught up very quickly with the Latvian driver.
Kristaps, there's a lot of work going on in your car. What's happening?
The first turn in the session, so did as usual, the same as before, so, and Kearney probably just a little bit overshoot and hit me on the rear wheel, so the rim is bent, and now we are putting the new rims back on, so, because definitely wasn't on fault, so did exactly the same, maybe even faster, but so things happen, so that's fine.
I like it. He's very cut and dry. I love Kristaps. He's a really good dude.
I like his attitude. Things happen. That's
Things
fine.
happen. So. Yeah,
That's
he's ready to do battle. It's fine. That's what's gonna happen. All's fair in love and war, and you know, it's a love-hate relationship, man. That was great. That's fantastic. So you can see Kristaps warming up his tires. Are we gonna see a winner? Come on now. Here we go. It's 5 a.m. in France. Look at that. Is it Nabil Abach? Well, thanks for watching. Waz. So Kristaps Blues warming up his Achilles radials. Yeah, 2 Irish in the final, maybe. That's right. It could be a Latvian and an Irish, but I know Ireland's watching. Where are you guys all at? Oh, look at that. We got Kaepernickis cheering on Blues. One mo time. That's right. Erica and Caleb cheering on their favorite driver. Ryan?
Well, I'm just going to comment, you know, looking at the standings right now. Either way, James Dean, as you said, stands to take the lead in the championship. He was currently 17 points behind Frederick Osbo coming into this event. That will certainly not only diminish but go away. And it's a great opportunity for Blues, who is currently in 11th place, and he was 87 points behind. He's going to make a big bump there. And with all those other drivers, Forsberg, Yoshihara, Bakshis, Hilbrun, Gittin, Turk, Essa going out early, this whole upper layer here is going to have a big shift. It's going to be very interesting to see where things lay out at the end of this event, going into New Jersey, which we know can also produce fireworks for sure.
So let's remind the fans, because we've had some breaks, we've had some one more times, but this is the second half of the battle because Kristaps already led. So this is the one more time. So this is Dean now out front, Kristaps giving chase, because if you can recall, again, Dean Kearney was at fault in the accident or in the contact, so he's at a deficit here. So Kristaps just needs to apply the pressure, and he's going to advance on to the finals because Dean Kearney had that contact. So Kristaps going to play it cool, but not too cool, because you don't want an inactive chase. So right now, into the horseshoe, into the keyhole goes Dean, and look at that, Kristaps makes contact now with Dean Kearney. So let's take a look at that again. We have contact. You saw Kristaps go into the keyhole. And look at, you see that front right wheel is not going the right way as in contrast to the front left.
He's got a nice little cone underneath there as well.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at this, because Blues was putting pressure on Dean into the horseshoe, and that's an area where a lot of drivers tighten up. You sometimes will see some separation here, and Blues is keeping the pressure on. Now watch, a lot of guys really start to close in on drivers. Now you can see Dean right there is about to head into that second inside clip, and then that's where we have the collision that disables Blues. So the judges now have a call to make here. We had Dean, here it is, here's another angle here, Jared. You're gonna see Blues right here on the inside, he brakes, and then right there making contact. And like I said, his car becomes disabled. So it wasn't as easy as just making a, kind of a conservative pass.
Well, they make
here.
contact at once. I think they're touching tires when they go into it, and then there's another time.
And then you can see a little piece fly off right there.
Yeah, pieces fly off, but watch, when they go into the horseshoe, Kristaps has already, look, it looks like they go tire to tire. That's after obvious contact there, but the question is, did Kristaps push too hard? Did Dean choke him up? But again, they had contact even before that real moment of Kristaps coming to a halt. So like, watch right here. Watch. See Kristaps' car? The attitude of his car. So it might have been tire on tire and just like
maybe, yeah, because you're going to get a little bit more.
Yeah, you're going to get
extruding out
rubbed.
the side, but I think it's really going to come down to that section there is what they're going to have to make a judgment call on.
So the big thing here is, yeah, there will be a verdict because we've had contact between Dean and Kristaps already once. Dean was at fault on that first run, so there was a deficit there, and that's why I say, like, if Kristaps would have kept it together, just played it cool, kicked back, not too much far back because that would be inactive chase or what we call a sandbag. But now it looks like the car has seen better days. But this thing has taken him to this point. So James Dean still waits in the wings to find out who he's going against, but we will have a verdict. Is it another one more time? Is somebody at fault here? Do we have just a more, just rip that thing off. What's going to happen here?
Well, we were making pretty good pace through the top 16.
Yeah, jeez.
Now we've just added on an hour trying to get through the final,
four. It has been nothing short of exciting, though. I mean, that's the best part of it. I'm seeing a lot of comments, a lot of dialogue saying just how great the driving is. I mean, these guys are really putting it out there. You're seeing a lot of wheel-to-wheel action, and with that, the incidents are a byproduct of pushing that much harder.
And Road Atlanta seems to bring the best out of everybody. It really does. I mean, we've had so much great history here, and we always see an incredible competition. And oftentimes, like we did last night, we go to the brink of midnight for Pro 2. And for pro, we're starting to get there. It's 11:10 now. We've been at it since 8 o'clock of opening ceremonies, and we have yet to get to the finals. We've seen guys going off course. We've seen some collisions. We've seen some great battles. And yet here's James Dean. He's been waiting for somebody to battle in the finals for the past 40 some odd minutes. You have to imagine what he's preparing for. What is he thinking about? What does he need to do here in order to get his head in the right space.
Right.
And it's going to all depend on who he's going to go up against, because you've got Kearney and Blush, two different drivers, two different vehicles, two different styles. But he seems to be having fun and having a laugh there with Peter Vincek.
Yeah, as you said, Ryan, James Dean waits in the wings. And there you go. So Peter's just like, man, I wish I could do battle against you, but just not the case. Blush took him out. So we should have a verdict here between Blush and Kearney. And this, Ryan, to be quite honest, what kind of condition is Blush's car in? Dean, he powered through the course, but let's see what's going on. So here are the results: Dean Kearney, Christoph Blush. So again, James Dean, who's going against him in the finals? Slide him left for Kearney, right for Blush, and it's a one more time. Of course it is. It's a one more time battle, and Lontaine, the delays keep on coming, but I agree.
Yeah, there's really nothing we can do in this case. We had a hit from the chase driver on the lead driver in the first run, and then we had a hit from the chase driver on the lead driver in the second run. I mean, that's
the reality.
That's a textbook one more time. There's nothing we can do there,
right,
unfortunately.
The only thing that would have changed that is if you were to give fault, to Kearney or something, but that wasn't the case. You gave fault to one driver in one run, fault to the other driver in the other run. That's a textbook one more time.
Exactly. There's nothing we could do. Our hands are tied in that case. We'd like to declare a winner right now, but unfortunately it's just the way it is.
Okay, so in that instance, how does that play out? Because Blush was at fault. I don't think he's used his competition timeout.
Exactly. I do not believe he has. From what I was told, he has one competition timeout. Dean has used his, but because he was deemed not at fault for the hit, he's allowed to fix his car. So now we're back to where we just were a minute ago with the drivers in the opposite positions.
But now we're going to see an entire battle, each driver lead. Christoph's lead, Dean lead, and then we'll ideally, hopefully, and thankfully receive a winner to see who's going against that of Dean. But again, here's the question, Ryan. Is Christoph Blush, you saw those front right, the right wheel and the left wheel, they're going in completely different directions. Yeah. Does Christoph's one have the parts to fix it to the time?
That's the big question right now. If Christoph's can't fix it in 5 minutes, then that means that he will be forfeiting, and Dean Kearney will be moving on by default. So we're going to have to see as soon as he gets it on the ground how quickly he can get whatever's broken up there fixed, and then get it back to the start line. And 5 minutes, that can, break a team right there. There might be a lot of work to be done. So this could be, an uneventful loss, if you will. We won't get to see the next one more time, maybe.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that would, like you said, uneventful. So Big Kev holding it down, cranking DPs. So as you can see, Christoph Blush looks like he's got his car on the ground, and it bears repeating. So because Christoph is at fault, he has to use his competition timeout, 5-minute allotment, get the car repaired. If not, he would forfeit his battle against Dean Kearney, and Kearney would then go to the final. Then the question is, does Dean Kearney have his car up, running, willing, able, and ready to do battle against James Dean? So just for sponsorship sakes, just for time's sakes, we're going to take a short break here and see what transpires. But look at that quickly. You see Chris Forsberg even lending a hand here to the Latvian driver and the HGK team. And you also see, obviously, Christoph Blush getting his hands on the car to see what is going on underneath that car. When we come back, we'll see what is going on here. Look at Ryan Turk is out there. Cameraman on the case. You know what? Let's stay on this. Let's stay on this. This is really cool. I mean, you got a 5-minute competition timeout. They're utilizing it right now. Kevin Wells is our technical director.
Yeah, and he should have a red digital clock on the ground over there somewhere. You can see it in the
In the background?
In the rear view, yeah. So if we
Okay,
can
yep,
get
I
if we
see
can
it.
get a shot on that, guys, you'll see the clock there counting down. You can see Big Kev pointing to it. That is the clock that's running. If you guys can zoom in on that, it'll give you an idea.
Sherilyn from Achilles getting some tires over there. So there it is. So that's 6:42. So is
That's on Dean.
That's on Dean.
And then Kevin has a second clock on Kristaps.
All right, so as again, you're seeing Turk, you're seeing Forsberg over there, you're seeing a lot of the Nameless Performance crew working on that, and there is Kristaps taking a look at that front left corner, see what kind of damage that Wise Fab suspension has taken. And there is the clock right there. So 3 minutes already, or 2 minutes have already expired, or nearly 2 minutes have already expired on Kristaps' vehicle. So this is a competition timeout. This is 5 minutes. He has allowed this because he made the contact. The car is on the ground. If he is not able to fix it, he is not able to run. But then also Dean, so that would mean Dean would get the win. But then Dean needs to have a bye run in order to show that his car is able and ready to run. And he would then, if he was unable to run, James Dean would get the victory. A lot of explaining going on. But liking this, man. This is where kind of, I don't want to say the unsung heroes, but you can see it looks like even Michael Essa.
You got Essa in here. You got
Turk, Forsberg, Essa. You got some of the nameless guys on over here. You got Sherilyn, the Achilles director. She was bringing tires over there. This is what I really enjoy, because Ryan, you and I get this perspective. We're only in the tower. We never get to hang out up top of the hill. It's such a different dynamic.
And you want them to make it. They've got 2 minutes left. You see them putting on the left front.
Oh, yeah.
You want them to make it. You want to see this battle. You're rooting for these guys. It's a really fun and awesome story to see just how this organically came together here. And as the clock is ticking down, the time is really starting to put a strain on the team as they need to make some further adjustments with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, 2 minutes left. That's going to be a tight fix on what's going on there. It looks like something came loose. Looks like a tie rod or something. And they are completely getting that thing torqued. Kristaps already in the saddle. Says jump in. Are they going to make it? Yeah, I mean, we got, he doesn't, does he have fresh rears? I don't even think he has fresh rears. And they're already throwing the rim on there. Yeah, this is going to be a tight one, but looks like that rim is
you get some
taking a licking.
Get some suspension damage.
Come on now, cheer him on, Atlanta. Cheer him on here. Look at this thrashing on the car. They can hear you down here in the valley, regardless of the outcome. Some serious hard work going on. And just about 70 seconds left. 70 seconds left in order for Kristaps to do battle. All right, looks like we are checking the wheels. Lug nuts, are lug nuts even on? Now we got Turk with some lug nuts, throwing them on. And the car needs to be on the ground.
Oh boy!
And yeah,
getting a little tense here.
There's no rears on the car. I'm getting word from Lorette that there are no rears on the car, or basically fresh rears, I should say.
Well, let's see if we can pan and see the entire vehicle. There
and
you go.
There it is. So now looks like they're working on this, and this is the sport. This is why we love this. I mean, these hard-working teams working in unison. Come on, let them hear you, Atlanta. Hear you around the world. Teamwork makes the dream work. Cam Automag, nice, good quote. So, as the clock is ticking down, and it is on jack stands, and it looks like Kevin Wells. Oh my goodness! Did you see that? Kristaps on the ground, and he is on a jack stand.
Well, let's see what Kevin says.
Let's see what Big Kev says.
He says over the radio he doesn't have lug nuts in the rear. He didn't make it in time.
So Kristaps and his team.
guys, Kevin Wells is right down here. He is talking to the teams right now. Hey, Kev, any official word on Kristaps?
Yeah, I mean, they're very good effort on that, but it's missing lug nuts and everything else. That's not, the alignment's not done. It's not all tightened up, so I'm not going to let that one run.
So yeah, Ryan, it's more than lug nuts. It's alignment.
Thank you.
You know, they're down there torquing on tie rods. They're down there torquing on suspension and angle, and it's not even towed up.
It was a heroic effort, but I mean the car would basically be unsafe going out. And now we turn our attention to Dean because he's got to. We haven't seen much from Dean. We've been focusing on Kristaps, but Dean still has his clock there. We remember when we showed Dean, he was at 6:43 when we were at about 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So he's got a few minutes to verify that he is actually able to run, and he would need to make that bye, and then he would go to the finals. But it's a really big heartbreaking loss for Kristaps Blues because he had that battle won. He made the contact with Dean. It forced this situation here. They weren't able to fix it in the 5-minute allotment, and it was quite chaotic up there. We don't normally get to see this, Jared, but thankfully we have a camera up there. We have Lorette up there, and we got to see all that action from start to finish.
Yeah, that was definitely exciting, man. I love that kind of stuff. Like I said, the different perspective, and when it comes down to a Formula Drift event and seeing the different perspectives, that's why, you know, you watch the live stream, you come to the live events, you watch it on CBS Sports, you watch the different videos and content made by each driver, each team, each sponsor. This sport has so many different perceptions of what's going on through not an event weekend, but even the preparation, the post-event celebration, or you know, blood, sweat, and tears. There's a lot of anguish that goes through these teams, frustration, you know, absolute enjoyment. And for 14 years we've been coming here to Atlanta, and it just never ceases to amaze me, the stories that unfold, the vehicles, all the time, effort, hard work, and it's you know, it's tough, man. So Dean Carnage Kearney, you could see him in his Oracle Lighting Achilles Radial Dodge Viper, and it looks like Dean signals something to him, but I don't think it was probably anything ill-willed, because you know, his team thrashed hard. But you know, fortunately for Kristaps Blues, it is not all for naught. Because of his number 3 qualifying position, Kristaps Blues will end up on the podium in 3rd place. So Ryan, I've just kind of, you know, elaborating here on just, it's Atlanta, man.
Yeah, I think we were very fortunate to see that whole thing occur from start to finish, and really get to have an insight look to what a team does, and especially some of the external drivers that are not necessarily part of his team, that are lending a helping hand, that have already been eliminated, to try to get him back out on course because they want to see these guys battle. And you know that Dean wanted to see that happen, but for Kristaps, unfortunately, just not able to get the car safe enough, didn't finish in time. So we'll see Dean Carney advance on to the finals after he makes this bye run here.
All right, so as you said, Dean Carney, the Oracle Lighting Dodge Viper on Achilles Radials, all this pandemonium, all this insanity. James Dean still waiting in the wings. He's going to find out if he's 1st or 2nd. But these guys, 2 really good friends. It's an all-Irish final here in Atlanta as Dean Kearney. We've seen him push. And here he is, taking what is a victory lap just to get him in the finals. And there is Dean Kearney heading back up the hill. Dean Kearney heads back up the hill. He'll be doing battle against James Dean in an all-Irish final. All right, so as you can see, the fans still sticking around. You guys having fun out there, Atlanta? You saw that pandemonium unfold, and now it's an all-Irish final. James Dean versus Dean Kearney when we return. The Truth versus Carnage. When we come back here, it is the Advance Auto Parts Road to the Championship Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras. When we return, the finals are upon us here at Road Atlanta.
This presentation of Formula Drift has been brought to you by Blackview, Over the Cloud, Nexen Tire, Driving Tomorrow, Nitto Tire, fueled by enthusiasts. Advance Auto Parts, let's get you back on the road.
You know, at Advance Auto Parts, we have some of the most knowledgeable and helpful people working in our stores. We just thought you should know. Because buying online and picking up your part at the local Advance Auto Parts store is so easy that, well, the most they may get to say to you is, "Hi, here's your part." It's a shame, really. Buy online, pick up in store in 30 minutes. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road.
Limits are meant to be pushed. It's the only way progress is made. Some prefer to pace themselves. But I choose to floor it. Chase down your passion. Never halfway. Hankook Tire.
James Dean warming up his tires. After a 7-year hiatus, he comes back to Formula Drift US competition. These guys have never seen battle against each other here on US soil. They're great friends. They're both from Ireland. It's an all-Irish final. James Dean, it's the battle of the Deans. One's the last name with an E, one's the first name without an E. James Dean pulls up to the line in his Wordhouse Falcon tires, S15, and Dean Kearney. You can see the blue Oracle lights on the front of his Oracle Lighting Dodge Viper on Achilles radials. Christos Blues from Latvia grabs another podium. And I say another one from last year in Orlando. Second place is his second ever podium. James Dean grabs the win in Long Beach, and we have not seen Dean Kearney on a podium since 2015 and 2014. He got a second place in 2014 and a second place in 2015. Can he better that? Can he beat his good friend James Dean? We're about to find out. As we are about to head into the finals, we're ready to send it here in Atlanta. Let's get a wave going here for the finals really quick. Starting right here in the judges' tower. It's going towards the bridge, all right? It's going towards the bridge from the judges' tower. This is the finals, Atlanta. Come on, you guys have stuck around. On three, put your hands up right here. Starting at the judges' tower. 1, 2, 3, boom, going up, going towards the bridge, coming across the bridge. Come on now. Come on, Atlanta, there you go. You stuck it out all the way through on the other side. Coming all the way around, Road Atlanta. The finals are here. Throw up your lights if you want to. An all-Irish final. There you go, waving it out. Put your hands in the air like you just don't care. Because you do care. And we are ready to send it here for our Formula Drift Round 3 finals. Ryan, as you said, James Dean, our points leader after this, with Frederick Osbo going out early in the 32. And we are ready to send cars. And here we go. Let's send it, Atlanta. James Dean, Carnage Kearney, an all-Irish final. Ireland wins either way. Dean, feint initiation. Kearney throws it in. James Dean. Look at Dean Kearney right there on the back of that S15. Woo! Look at Dean Kearney. Dean Kearney is a man possessed right now, going to that horseshoe. James Dean, great composure, very settled. The smoke screen is on. Make some noise, Atlanta and drifting world.
Where things really make a difference is as the chase driver, you're doing things that other chase drivers are not doing. Staying close on initiation into this first inside clip and coming up the hill is something that we don't see that often. And you can see Dean Kearney does a great job of it right here. Now out front, you can see James Dean able to go deep into that second outer zone with Dean right on the back bumper, navigating through this smoke. Incredible job here. Now James Dean does pull a tiny bit of a gap, but then right back at it is Kearney in the chase position. A great start here by both guys, with James Dean coming out with a solid lead run and Kearney just looking like he's got full mastery of that vehicle in the chase position.
And again, you could see the guys, I mean, Wardhouse is on Dean's suit. You know, again, these guys are friends. So it's, yeah, they trailer together, they transport together, they hang out, you know, all the time here in the paddock. I mean, they are great friends. They eat together, party together, and man, now they're partying together in the finals. So they are here, they're ready to do battle, and the finals are set. But who is going to get, again, the #1 spot here in Atlanta? James Dean has driven here years ago, 7 years ago. But Dean Kearney, obviously he has some way with this track. He has never seen a win. He's never seen the top of the box. And the way he's driving, he is just on one right now. So Dean Kearney will lead as the smoke still lingers here for the finals. And sounds like we are getting ready here.
Yeah, they're just letting the smoke clear a little bit.
All right, letting the smoke clear a little bit more. So we just get, no, here it goes. The red lights are on. Let's send it, Atlanta. Dean Kearney out front. James Dean in the chase position. Who's gonna get the victory? And here it comes down. Dean Kearney initiates into that front clip. James Dean in the chase position. Dean Kearney brings it in. James Dean mimicking everywhere Dean Kearney goes. Look at this, James Dean following Dean Kearney all the way down into that final clip. What do you say, Atlanta? Dean Kearney, James Dean here in the Irish, all-Irish finals. An Irish driver is going to win. Who's it gonna be?
Well, we're seeing some fire pop out of the back of James Dean's car going back up the hill, but he starts off on fire down the hill right here, tucking up through that smoke cloud, doing the same thing that Dean did going up. Just an incredible job here. Now watch this as Dean goes very deep into the second outer zone. Right there, James Dean on it through that section of the course. Probably some rubbing going on through there. Now Dean Carney right here through this last section, through this first inside clip, is going to pull a minor gap right before the finish line right there. But outside of that, James Dean was doing a tremendous job in the chase position. So we've got 2 solid leads, 2 crazy chases, and now the judges have the hardest job of all as we try to close out here at Road Atlanta going late into the evening. A crazy, crazy event here for round 3.
I did not think we would be here all the way up until, we have a hard cut 12 midnight. We had that last night, and I assume we have it again. But, man, I did not think that on paper. So, look, here's side by side. Look at this. This should be impressive.
You can see Dean maybe gets into proximity a little bit quicker, but then right there, look at Kearney on the left side of your screen. Right there, dives in on that transition, and then James Dean, basically same thing, very similar up the hill. Watch James Dean in the lead position, watch Kearney, almost nearly identical in that second outer zone. And then right there, James Dean, door to door through that second inside clip. A little bit of separation on the left as compared to the right, but just, we're talking about, 6 inches. And then right here through this last section of the course, you will see that little separation on the right-hand screen with Dean in the lead position.
Wow, that we are splitting hairs here. We are absolutely splitting hairs when it comes to this. Do you guys think we have a winner out there? I bet you the Irish guy wins. Where's my Dean Kearney fans at? In the Dodge Viper. Where's James Dean fans at? So a lot of cheers for James Dean. So again, if we do have a victor, we'll pull them down on the track. Our podium is up here at the top of the hill. It's no longer down in the paddock. It is right up here. Or how many people think they should go one more time? All right, it is official. We do have a winner. They are not going one more time. We'll bring our drivers down here on track to announce our winners and then join us at the podium. Our 3 drivers and vehicles will come down here on track in the horseshoe. You can see these guys high-fiving each other.
Hey, so how this is going to work is there's
Make some noise for your all-international podium. And as you know, qualifying third, getting his second ever podium in Formula Drift competition from Latvia in the HGK, Mass Motorsports, Motul, Weisfab, BMW. Third place here in Atlanta, Christoph Splush. And now, to be honest, it was a split decision. So, it was a split decision, but there was a majority rules. So as you know, let's go to our sliding board. Guaranteed, the winner is Irish. Slide him left for Dean Kearney, slide him right for James Dean. Dean Kearney has had 2 podiums, 2 second place podiums. James Dean, after 7 years, comes back, wins in Long Beach. As he said, still buzzing 2 months later. And now our winner here at round 3 of the Formula Drift Black Magic Pro Championship presented by Blackview Dash Cameras, the Advanced Auto Parts Road to the Championship. With 5 more rounds to go, who gets the win here at the iconic track after 14 years of competition here at Road Atlanta? Going to the judges, slide them left for Dean and right for James Dean. Ryan says one more time, and James Dean is your winner. James Dean wins here at Road Atlanta. James Dean in the Word House Falcon Tire Sylvia S15 gets another win out of 3 rounds. That's 2 for 3 for the 2017 season. That means second place goes to the Oracle Lighting Dodge Viper on Achilles radials of Dean Carnage Kearney. Dean Kearney grabs second place. Again, another round of applause. James Dean, your victor. But second place goes to the Oracle Lighting Dodge Viper on Achilles radials of Dean Carnage Kearney. Third place to Christoph Splush. And there is your winner, James Dean, another win. And Lorette Nickel is with our winner, if you haven't had enough words with this tall gentleman. And there's Christoph, congratulate him. Lorette Nickel, down to you.
Thank you so much, Jared. Normally there are 2 teams and there's a clear separation at the top of the hill. This time both teams came together, a split decision. James Dean, you have the Americans cheering for you, yelling your name. I mean, what does this moment even mean to you?
This is the definition of a dream. Oh man, this is crazy. Especially the final battle with Dean. I saw him pushing me around the place and I knew I had to return the favor, and oh man, it was all or nothing by the 2 of us. I didn't know who got the win because we both made contact with each other in our chase runs, but you know, neither of us gave up and we kept it pinned, and yeah, that's a battle. That's what you call a battle. So I'm super happy. Great job by Dean. Serious driving, and huge thanks to Warthouse Drift Team, Falcon Tire, and all my family, friends, everybody watching at home. You know, I am living my dream.
I'm so excited for you. Everyone in the paddock is. When you're sitting in your car for over 40 minutes waiting to decide who you're going up against, what are you processing?
Not much, to be honest. It was reminding me of sitting on a long flight because my ass was starting to go dead. But I was just relaxing, and you know, I was enjoying the moment because I knew I was in the final, and that was my weekend already made. So super happy.
And when you know that you can trust the driver that you're going up against, how much better do your runs get?
I was like with Chris Forsberg today, Matt Field, you know, 2 drivers, 2 of the best in the series, and you just push hard, and you know, neither of them backed off or there was no game. So when you can trust someone, it makes a huge difference. And with Dean, you know, it was going to be awesome no matter what, and he put in an awesome lead run, and no braking, no nothing, just full throttle, and what a way to finish. So thank you all the fans here. Now I know why they say Atlanta is amazing, so thank you all.
James Dean, congratulations, your second win of 2017. Guys.
Thank you, Lorette. Congratulations, James Dean, Dean Kearney, Christoph Splush. Ireland, Latvia,
Truly international, Ryan. You see the flags around here. They're not just for decoration. It is truly an international affair.
Well, you know, it was a tremendous event, seeing these guys battle it out all the way till the end into the basically almost the wee hours of the morning. Road Atlanta delivered once again. We saw some incredible competition. The championship is shaken up once again, and we head to New Jersey next to find out what's going to happen during the midway point. And that's unbelievable to even say that after next round we'll be at the midway point of the 2017 season.
That's crazy. It's unbelievable. Thank you so much to all the fans that stuck around here in the building and watching till the wee hours of the morning. On behalf of Lorette Nickel, the judges, Ryan Lantain, Ryan Sage, I'm Jared Dienda, Parker Jet Tyson. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Happy Mother's Day, Stephanie Dienda, and to all the other moms out there. I'm James Dean. I'm sure your mom's watching. Thanks again. Send it. We'll see you online, or we'll see you another time. We'll see you in Jersey. Send it, Atlanta.
You know, at Advance Auto Parts, we have some of the most knowledgeable and helpful people working in our stores. We just thought you should know. Because buying online and picking up your part at the local Advance Auto Parts store is so easy that, well, the most they make